the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना गरीब, तू बेटी चीप, जो अभी तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed, pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तना जाना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना 'Cause I am the Raja 'Cause I am the Raja Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than an average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about is traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसा मैं टरेंचुला ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या किला तू लोरियां come to me and you just gonna die that's really a given I am invincible and you are invisible see that's really a difference get out of my way I'll leave the world the choice is yours I don't kill my enemies I play with them that's what the toys are for from Mumbai to the rest of the world I am the Raja भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना 'Cause I am the Raja 'Cause I am the Raja
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤송이 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나는 rain on me 내 가슴은 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸을 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 나니 노리는 것들일 거야 발 밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 래퍼도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 내 알바가 아니지 그런 stop boys not my time 아니 거리동이 되면 방이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my time 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴 어서줄게 잘 받아 멍청한 애들이 여기 자꾸 넘치니 바닥에 선이 목숨 내못 가나 짜증나면 질러 I don't like being cool 앨리스 나이트 날 걸들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss to be or 쉬워 뭐든지 다 내게 cruise 말하자면 내가 뱉는 대로 내려다지 look told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들은 한 곳으로 모여 잠위 drive 머리 위로 투 그래서 이건 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 거 올려 넣어버렸어 하늘 위로 떨어지는 나는 looking like demons 자식 날고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 준 오들은 나의 밑거름 그나 좁아져도 눈의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up 계속이 down down 나 끝천들아 멈출 수가 없잖아 안돼 소리로 망설임 없이 유사기로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like 3, 2, go
was meant to meet. Distance kept things apart. This is the moment where everything shifts. What are you afraid of?
The day has finally called. Well, the awful challengers face the fearsome giant. Today is the first day of EMEA Clash, and I will say prepare for some unmatched entertainment. Hello and welcome to EMEA Clash Day 1. I am your host, I'm Kumquat, and today with me on the desk is Jude. How are you? Hello, Jude. How are you?
Today, what we're gonna be seeing in the EMEA Clash, Challengers teams versus VCT EMEA teams. It's gonna be quite a journey that we're gonna be watching today. What about you, Kim?
It's going to be amazing. I think this tournament is truly one of a kind. It gives an opportunity for the best challengers teams to fight against VCT EMEA teams. I think they are really stoked about this. We've seen the preview of this in the off-season with Project Blender, but now let's make it official. So some matchups I think are particularly awaited by the fans. I'm thinking about some French derbies with, for example, JobLife and Carmine. We also have Vitality. There is also the Turkish one that we are going to see today. Unfortunately, there's no MENA representative in VCT, but do you have maybe a matchup that you're looking forward?
I mean, I used to be an analyst for VCL in the MENA region, and I've seen Stallions going almost undefeated throughout the whole tournament. And it's going to be exciting to see them and their genuine clash today.
Definitely, I think they have a lot to show, and I think the players also are really looking forward to this. I've seen some tweets from some of them that saying that this tournament is going to be a lot of fun and is maybe some kind of thing that is missing right now in VCT because of the closed league. You do not have that many opportunities to actually face the top teams, so this is going to be different, definitely. And this is just what we need to wait until Masters Santiago. So we have a unique format for this tournament, right? We have the bracket with Alpha and Omega, two teams that will battle in an intertwined bracket with a double elimination format. So you have a chance. I think we have a little video that will explain this a little bit better than me.
Come easy, but this double swing should be difficult to do.
The EMEA season kicks off at full throttle in 2026. Right after the conclusion of VCT EMEA kickoff and before the start of Masters Santiago, a brand new competition enters the arena, VALORANT EMEA Clash. With 3 VCT EMEA slots on the line for Masters Santiago, 6 of the remaining 9 teams will earn a chance to battle the best teams from the Challengers regions. VALORANT EMEA Clash features 2 interconnected double elimination brackets, Alpha and Omega. Each of these brackets will then crown its own champion. The top 4 teams from VCT EMEA kickoff will be seeded directly into the second round of these brackets, receiving a bye, and the remaining 2 VCT teams will join 6 Challengers teams in a shared pool. From there, a fully randomized draw will determine placements, with one rule only: the 2 VCT teams cannot land in the same bracket. Starting from round 2, a loss in the upper bracket of Alpha sends a team into the lower bracket of Omega, and vice versa. Every defeat reshapes the battlefield, forcing teams to clash across the two worlds as the tournament progresses. As the event unfolds, Alpha and Omega will continue to intertwine at every stage, keeping both teams and fans on edge. Are you ready for Clash? Tune in February 19th to the 25th and support your favourite team as two worlds collide for the very first time.
This is definitely an interesting journey that awaits for this team. I don't know if you agree, but they will need more adaptability than they're used to.
Of course, it's quite a challenge for challengers teams to be competing against teams from the EMEA like VCT. But I think that we're gonna get a lot of surprises from those teams. I mean, I've seen them myself. I've seen the talents that they have on these teams. We're bringing in the top out of the top teams and challengers. So I think that they might actually have a chance to have a spotlight for a little bit. Don't you think?
I completely agree. I think we're going to see amazing team from the challengers because they have not much to lose. They have everything to gain in this tournament. As you can see, there are 6 teams from VCT EMEA, 6 teams from challengers, and the team from challengers are the best of the best, the top one from the respective kickoff. So really, we brought the best that we could find.
That is true. I mean, and to be honest, competing against such big names like the VCT again EMEA teams, it's going to be quite a challenge, and it's going to bring them a lot of experience that they're going to hang on throughout the tournament, I believe.
Yes, I think there's something else with this format. It's very different than what we've seen before, and I think also it's kind of difficult to plan ahead who you're going to meet in the future. So maybe this is actually a chance for the teams to really focus on the current matchup and not think too far in the future.
That is true. We're gonna see like very fast adaptability throughout the teams and the players, because it's gonna be who are we gonna be playing against next. So it's gonna be a huge factor, I believe. Teams who are a bit shaky on adaptability throughout the game, they're gonna be struggling a little bit. I think, don't you?
Yeah, I think maybe it's gonna be a bit difficult, but before we move further into the bracket, we've prepared something special for you, a funny clash within the clash. So throughout the tournament, we will hold something that is called the second clash. We select a clip from one of the best plays for each team. This has nothing to do with the main tournament. It's a side event that we're hosting. So during each match, you'll be able to vote, you viewers, in the chat for the best team highlight that we show you. So during all the tournaments, there will be these clips that will face, and at the end, we will elect one winner that has the best play. The only thing that you can gain if you win is you can brag about it on the internet. As you can see, there is the bracket, so it's a simple bracket this time. No surprises there, no alpha, omega. I don't know, Jude, maybe you have a team you think is gonna have the best play there?
I mean, I actually don't know, to be honest. I'm not having a kind of an idea, but I do have an idea for the next team, I believe. I think Vitality has some insane plays that I've seen throughout kickoff, so I'm keeping an eye on them. What about you?
Yeah, one play is very specific because it can be anything. You just did one round that was amazing, and that's all you get to win. The first matchup that we have today is UCAM against Besiktas. So I think we're going to see the first clip from this team very soon. I don't know exactly which tournament they are, and here they are for UCAM. So let's see. This is a dimensional transfer from Euro, I think one of the best.
That is true. Comboing the Euro ult with the Sova ult, I think that was an amazing play, to be honest.
You can always do amazing thing with Euro. I think it's not a surprise. It's not a coincidence that we're seeing this agent everywhere in VCT EMEA right now. It's definitely one of the best that you can get. This is for the first one, and the other one, I think, is a Beşiktaş. So let's see what they have to offer there.
Çabası paranoya da hazırlandı. 2 oyuncu yedi ve Vezi de çıkıp Starbel'i yakalıyor. Yanında Skylen var. Vezi.
Oh god.
It's
That
just
is
clean and simple headshots.
very, very clean and simple.
Okay, I was expecting something more, but they were all dead, so no. It was just to get back down on earth after what we've seen. So these were the two plays for today. Beşiktaş versus sorry, I have some trouble with the S. The Turkish S is so hard for me, French. Please add some letters in the alphabet. So yes, UCAM versus Beşiktaş. You can vote in the chat. It's up to you to decide who is gonna win. Do you have a favorite now that we've seen them, Jude?
I would definitely vote. I mean, you're talking about kind of aim duels versus utility usage, and I would personally prefer utility usage. I mean, it's kind of an OP thing that we've seen throughout even our ranked games, so I kind of prefer the Euro and the Sova.
I agree with you. I think the Euro definitely was good, even though, I mean, the headshots, maybe if it was with Sheriff, I would have preferred, but still very good. So let's see what the chat decide, because it's not up to us to decide. So now that we've seen that, we can go back to what is going to happen today on the stream. We're going to have two matchups here on the main stream, but there are also two other matchups on the other stream, the challengers, the different challenger leagues. As you can see, this is the first round. So yeah, for the first round, you do not change bracket, right? You stay in the same, so we already know who is going to face Carmine, Vitality, Giant X, and Navy. Do you have a preference to face Vitality? Because you talked about this team a little bit before.
Oh yes, to be honest, I'm worried about whoever is going to be facing Vitality. I've seen them again throughout kickoff, and they looked very, very scary. So I'm looking forward for that match, and also just low-key a little bit, just looking forward for Stallions games. So yeah, what about you? Do you have any games that you're looking forward to them? Yes,
obviously, I think definitely I want JobLife to win against FUT today, because I want the Carmine JobLife so badly. Please give it to us, JobLife. I'm counting on you. This would be amazing, definitely. I agree with you. On the other side, Vitality is a team to fear, and as you can see, there is the map pool. Nothing surprising there. All maps that the teams know pretty well, so this should not be an issue. And the planning. So as I said, we have two matchups on this channel today. It's FUT JobLife first, and then we will have ULF against Beşiktaş. If you're interested in the other matchups, you can follow them on the Challengers broadcast. It's up to you to go there. So for these matchups, I know, as I said before, it looks a bit difficult to predict how it will unfold. So maybe focus on the game. The first game that we actually have is FUT against JobLife. And JobLife in Project Bender actually faced several VCT EMEA teams, and they failed. So maybe they put something there to be a little bit more prepared for this tournament. But do you think FUT are going to be difficult to beat there?
I mean, FUT is definitely a hard team to be playing against, but to be honest, throughout kickoff this year, they looked a bit shaky. So right now, Cracks is back on the roster, so they might have their synergy back. They might be the same old FUT that we've seen before. So I think they're going to be really difficult to be playing against tonight. But again, JobLife is the top team in the region throughout their challengers. So I think it's going to be quite a challenge. It's not going to be like a very easy game. And speaking of which, the roster team, I'm keeping my eye definitely on Crossdolly and Cracks, because Cracks is playing Flex this time. So he used to main KO a lot. I'm kind of excited to see what they're going to be running with. Is it a double initiator or is it double controller? What do you think, Kim?
I think it's going to be definitely different than what we've seen in the kickoff, because they brought back Kurax. He was playing for FUT before, but was replaced with Ba'a in the kickoff. But I don't know really what happened, but just it didn't click for FUT. Definitely was a struggle, and now they're bringing this old player back. I really hope that we're going to see more firepower today from them, because even if I want JobLife to win, I want them to have some difficulty taking down FUT. And as I say that, we have the roster from JobLife. They are really, almost all of them are really experienced players that have played before in Tier 1, and especially Enzo, the IGL, has a lot of experience. Is there maybe another player that you're really looking forward in this lineup?
I'm kind of leaning towards and keeping an eye on Doma. I've seen Doma play before. I think he's a very, very talented player, and he's the flexor of the team. So I've seen him actually before subbing for Alpha during the championship. I don't know if you remember that or not. It was quite interesting to see him. So I'm kind of keeping an eye on Doma tonight.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think he's a very good player, and in JobLife they had an amazing run in VCL France. So definitely, I think the roster overall is very powerful, has a lot of potential, and I hope that they take this chance to show it to the whole region, that they can actually fight against the top tier team. Definitely, it's gonna be an amazing matchup. Yeah, I just can't wait. What is your prediction there?
About the FUT and
yes,
JobLife? I honestly think it's going to be a difficult game at first for both teams. But I think that ultimately FUT is going to take it. But I think there is definitely a hard kind of games. You know what I mean? Like, it's not going to be like a 2-0. I think we're going to go to a third map. JobLife is not the kind of team that you'd want to underestimate, to be honest. What about you? Do you have any predictions?
I think maybe what I didn't like from FUT in the kickoff is that they didn't play any double duelist, but it seems to be very strong right now. And especially from a Turkish team, this is very awkward for me, because they're known to be the go-getter teams, the go-getter players that you just take a duelist and you move forward. But they chose a very different approach, and also they always played Waylay, which was not all the time very impactful. So I'm hope that we see maybe more Yoru or more aggressive lineup from FUT. But that said, I think JobLife have everything to take them down today.
So do you think it's going to be 2-0 for JobLife, or do you think that we're going to be possibly having a third map?
I think maybe a third map. I think TO would be a bit difficult to get against FUT, because they're still a strong team.
They're a very strong team, and to be honest, I have high predictions for them tonight, especially that Krax is back again. I feel like the team is going to have the veteran kind of vibe again, and the same synergy that we used to see from FUT, especially like with the hard kickoff start-off of the year. So I think they're here to play the same old FUT that we used to see before.
It's still mixed signals. Bringing back an old player, it doesn't give the right signal, I think, to the league, because it kind of feel like, okay, you tried something and didn't work out, and you are in a rush, in a hurry to replace the player that doesn't fit in your roster. So I don't know if it was their first choice. Maybe it can be really good, because we've also seen players moving away from a roster, then coming back stronger and bringing a new energy, because they know that all is not acquired, they have to show. And on GL, it's kind of the same thing. They have this player that actually left and came back, so it's the same.
It is the same. It could not work. But speaking of which, this is one of the players that I'm actually looking forward to see tonight, which is Kristali and Enzo head-to-head. Kristali is their newest addition to the team, and he's like the main initiator right now. And I think that a lot of utility that's gonna be basically used together alongside Krax. Do you think that there is any chance for us to see that, or do you think they're gonna run a double controller?
I'm not sure what they're gonna. I think it depends also on the map, right?
Yeah,
sure. The lineup will depend on the map veto that we haven't seen yet. But also this head-to-head was interesting, because they chose Kristali, but I think Zeus is the one that really performed in the kickoff from FUT. So they have a player that definitely can perform better than Crossley, but overall the team can really show a strong firepower. And as I say that, we see the map veto, so no surprises with the ban. JobLife have been consistently banning Bind in the kickoff and consistently picking Abyss, so I understand why FUT actually banned this map.
I mean, to be honest, I'm not surprised. Corrode is kind of becoming the default of their gameplay. So I'm kind of worried though, because JobLife have played a lot of Corrode this year, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's
so
true.
I think that the map veto is kind of alongside everybody, like both teams. Do you think so, or do you think it's one-sided for one team?
I think what I think is that JobLife are definitely happy to play Corrode. They would have probably preferred playing Abyss, but also this is a strong pick for FUT, so it's really shows that they're a little bit scared, because they used to pick Abyss also, and choosing to ban it against JobLife, it shows that they're not confident that they would be able to beat them on their own map pick. So I think for GL the map veto is completely fair and aligned with what they played before. It's maybe a bit difficult on split. So this, yeah, I think the 2-1 is there. I don't know which side, but definitely we will see 3 map.
Oh, so you don't know which team is gonna be taking the win tonight, or like at least a prediction?
For me, I still vote for GL, but I think it's gonna be Corrode for GL, Split for FUT, and then the decider. We'll see. It can go both ways, in my opinion.
I actually kind of align with you on that. I feel like that the map is kind of gonna go for both teams' ways. But again, like you never know what kind of agent, what kind of a composition that they might be changing throughout this tournament. So we might be seeing different playstyles or different compositions that we've never seen from those 2 teams. Do you think that they're having a surprise?
It would be interesting to see if they change what they used to place, especially because FUT changed their lineup. So it can definitely bring a new roster. On Corrode, they used to play some double in it, as you said, with the KO and the Fade. I want to see maybe something a little bit more aggressive on their side. It could be nice to try and shake up the roster from JobLife, because they're really comfortable on Corrode. They've played it a lot of time. I think they only lost once, so definitely a strong map for them.
I agree with you. We have seen FUT being like shaky a little bit when it comes to their attack strats. I've seen them like having a trouble with like adaptation throughout their attacks. They're really solid on defense though. They're actually really quite strong, and with QX again, and he's gonna be playing KO for us. I think that the aggression and the adaptation throughout the game is going to be having a lot of problems, especially that for me personally, the way that I see it, KO is a really must initiator throughout Corrode. I feel like he's overpowered with the flashes and like the pop flashes and the flashes throughout the maps. Like Corrode is such an open map, and it could work with KO's flashes like crazy. So
Yes.
I think KO might be having a huge impact on Corrode's game.
Yeah, probably. And JobLife are also playing KO, so this is a point that both teams agree on. The different thing though is that JobLife is leaning towards the Viper. Viper is very played on the Corrode also, and offers a lot of plays with all her utilities. It's definitely a strong agent on this map, and FUT make the choice to not play her. They prefer to play the double controller with the Astra.
That is true. They played with Astra, but Astra has again huge impact when it comes to flooding throughout site, when it comes to post plants. She could do a lot of work throughout the map, and I feel like that's an actual solid choice. Maybe Viper would help a lot with mid control and like the main kind of entry points. But I think that Astra is just as powerful and just as impactful.
And I think EMEA agrees with you because she's one of the top pick in this Coral map, and we're seeing the lineup, and there are some changes. JobLife decided to go with their usual lineup, but from FUT there is the Vise, a new addition that we have not seen before from them.
That is true. We're seeing Vice again, and we're seeing Crastali on KO, which is surprising. It's a one controller comp for both for FUT. I'm kind of liking the changes. It shows that they're trying to adapt, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm kind of leaning towards JobLife with the double controller, but at the same time, I'm liking FUT changes with Crux coming back again. Don't you think?
It's very interesting, yes, what they decided. We talked about how the Astra was very good, and then they chose to put it aside and take this Vise. But I think really Vise has a lot of setup also on the Coral, especially with them starting on the defense side. It can be very powerful, and if they can pick up a very strong side, it could maybe give them the win. But with that said, that's it for us. We are gonna leave you with Aza and Madante for the cast of this game. Enjoy.
A big thank you, Jude and Kim. We will be getting into this in just a moment. Welcome to the EMEA Clash. I am Dante. Here is the ever lovely Hazza joining me on the desk. It has been a long time since I've had the pleasure of sharing it with you. How are you doing, my man?
I'm good, man. I believe it has been 4 years. Yes, we've traded the Scotsman, Cairo, for an Irishman living in Scotland. So we've still got a whimsy accent. It's fine, right? It's what the people love. It wouldn't be a co-cast without a little bit of shenanigans. But yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to this. And jokes aside, we have a great game coming up as well.
Yeah, we do. I mean, FUT, JobLife, it's very much been, you know, kind of a good back and forth between these teams and how they've been going. We've got the agent select and all kind of good to go, so we'll be able to talk a lot about that. You've already kind of heard Jude and Kim mention the KOs and such, the difference between the double controller. So there's not really much otherwise other than just to get into it. But I feel like we kind of have to just throw ourselves into the predictions here, and I'm going to throw you under before I get thrown under. Do you have any thoughts?
Oh, we're going straight into the predictions. Yeah, sure. I mean, I can give you one, right? I feel like, for me, there's a potential that FUT win here. I'm leaning more towards JobLife. My conditional is whether Zeus shows up today or not, because this guy looks like he could just snap his fingers and drop a nuke, or, you know, be the coughing baby, right? I think we really don't know which one it's going to be a lot of the time. And actually, it was on Corrode against Fnatic where he set what was the max amount of kills in kickoff for the first week or so up against Alpha, yeah. So excited to see how this one kicks off, but a first taste of some VCT versus Challengers action here in EMEA Clash.
And it's an explosive start as well. Waylay's immediately trading places, backing out, getting that information. Zeus though able to walk away with the full HP runner, just a little bit more cut down. No deterrent though, JobLife just happy to walk through, able to take the space, take the control. And it's already actually just a forced awkward retake here that FUT are trying to do. But if JL are going to meet them at the pass, they're not going to have the chance.
Yeah, it's beautiful work from JobLife, just cutting straight into the B site. Runner hitting only headshots right now by the looks of it, and I mean, the solo Waylay with how it was set up sometimes can struggle, but looks as if they've had no problem at all so far. Krax has a lot to do, but he has got started.
Surely not. I mean, the hunt is there, but you still got to take at least 2 more 1v1s afterwards. There's one. There's one. Maybe I spoke too soon, but Sheila there just to calm any sort of concerns. But honestly, a pretty interesting pistol round to start us off from JL and FUT.
Yeah, JobLife incredibly direct off the back of that first aggressive play from FUT through Zeus, which is a lot more of what I want to see from them. But I think we have to talk about Runner here for a moment as well, because this is his first time back on main duelist since stage 1 in 2024. And when you actually look at the numbers for him in France, nothing mind-blowing, I think it's fair to say. So just building up confidence here against the wounded FUT team coming out of kickoff, I think could be absolutely huge for him.
Confidence, it's the biggest thing in Valorant. Sometimes if you can believe you can take those fights, sometimes they're not going to be, You know, they're not going to work out the best 100% of the time. Otherwise, you know, players would just be at the top of the league and never fall. But it is playing that coincidence, playing that confidence. And look at FUT. They are not deterred. They are now turning to meet JobLife on their FUT. They are now turning to meet JobLife on their angles. And they've taken 3.
Yeah, and Mr. Fallen's found one on the other extremity as well. So the spike's been dropped, and Runner all of a sudden, yeah, has to move with an air of caution here for the fear of giving something away. Crostali very nearly does the same, but I mean, yeah, this was a full save from FUT. If they walk away with a round win here, then this game suddenly becomes very interesting.
And they should be able to get away with that. I mean, at this point, you've got the 2 full buys coming through. The Guardian from Chiwa here. Runner kind of needs to do everything again. It was a Runner that arguably was the benchmark setter for the pistol round, has it, but kind of have to do it all again. And without the utility there, Chiwa's going to have to be back up.
I mean, you're looking at Crostali here just playing incredibly passive, worried about the potential of a flank, because FUT want to use those numbers in the retake. Chiwa, in the meantime, though, is playing protagonist and actually taking a lot of ground for himself.
Spike is going to get planted. It's going to cause the retake here. This corner could be everything. Crostali is going to get cleared, though. The Guardian does manage to hit its mark. Suddenly now 2 players on full HP. Well, not even full HP. Fallon particularly on low for the retake.
Huge kill picked up, and Runners against no shields here with the Marshal as well. So you're expecting JobLife to be able to win from this position now.
All just falls silent now. It's this angle, but the spike has ticked down actually a considerable amount. It might just be the utility. It's not going to be enough to get this roster on through the alleyway. They get 1. The archway though still going to be held down, and the spike is just ticking at this point. It might just be that's enough.
Runner has bought enough time to do it. Zeus walks away with a triple kill, so both of the Waylay players trading blows in these first couple of rounds, but still JobLife able to keep FUT honest and double up the score count.
I do have to think, was that respecting Runner a bit too much? It felt like it was respecting Runner a bit too much. The spike is ticking down, you know where the position is. And yes, you've got to worry about Saturate, arguably the strongest single piece of utility in the game, has it, if you're up for any debates, but the stun is absolutely insane for a follow-up, in my opinion.
Which stun is it exactly we're talking about?
Saturate.
Like, the Saturate. Yeah, I mean, look, very strong in isolation. I do agree with you. I think you know, there's probably a point to be had about Waylay's ultimate even, and actually, because we are in the bonus round here, Runner's just one away, and having now taken the main orb, we can have that conversation, because JobLife are going to be looking at using this to make an execute happen.
And we've really started to see the development. Waylay coming through, I would say, has been the precipice of kind of... Now it doesn't just matter about getting kills anymore, it's who gets your kills, right? Like, you don't want... Cypher is a great example. You don't really care if Cypher gets kills. Neural Theft isn't going to do you too much. But getting, you know, Runner on a 3k, 4k immediately for Convergent Paths online, you could easily get another one.
I'm glad you bring it up as well, because like I said, look, if Runner's not getting the numbers, at least domestically, then he's creating the space for this team, and he will lead the line here, charging through the elbow position. Zeus does get flashed out, but very quickly recorrects, recalls through the link, and with Doma and Chiwa both down, JobLife standing in a 3 versus 5 with no spike plant.
This is a dream retake for FUT. Surely they cannot give this away. The pop flash comes through. Crostali is able to get through the arch. The second one as well, the light speed, just to push all the space back onto the site here. But there's still a lot of positioning here. There's still a lot of clearance required. FUT are answering back beautifully. Beautifully done. They only lose 1 and it's Fallen at the end of the day. Probably the least impactful. All love to him. Agent to lose, and FUT get themselves comfortably onto the board.
Yeah, it was a really nice sort of flood retake there from FUT. They already had the positioning from Courtyard. Zeus winning his duel, and JobLife slowly filtering through. The one concession you make and brought up was the crossfire, which they managed to establish in Elbow. That's where the brunt of the push was coming through. And funnily enough, they've sort of made themselves broke here. They haven't got a stitch to wear somehow in round number 4. After just winning the last couple, I guess, of course, you had that eco where FUT were able to pretty much wipe the slate clean, but definitely not the usual here.
It's always I mean, if anything, is that not what you want from this clash? Is that not what you want? A little bit of unusual, a little bit of surprise to come through, a little bit of a typical execute from Runner. But this time, though, despite the push, there's going to be a little bit more of a hesitation on that initial frag, but it is going to come through eventually.
Ooh, nice kill from Runner on the fadeaway. Crostali with a quick double, Yetu played in. This should be cleanup now for FUT, and it definitely is. Scoreline tied, and very quickly they start to remind you of the level that this team can have, Dante. It's been a rough one, I think, over the end of last year coming into kickoff, but do you feel that with Cracks back in the lineup, the old FUT, as Jude was saying, is the one that we want to see more of?
Well, that's the thing, because, I mean, FUT, typically, I say this with all love to them, you know, their last 4 showings haven't been particularly great, so at that point, sometimes, you know, you bench one player for, like, maybe a series, and then people kind of say, oh, that was the magic ticket, right, because you lose the series or you win the series, you know, the outcome comes through, but when you've got those 4 kind of 5 series back-to-back, you've got a lot higher of a sample size, you've got a lot more required of you, and Mr. Fallon immediately being shown that he cannot be asked any more of this round.
Enzo was moving a lot with that spray. I mean, I saw him, he was basically just hip firing wildly. Great opening kill though, opens up middle. Really important alley of the map for JobLife to try and create more pressure on, but look at the reaction from FUT. Immediately taking back B main for themselves, and Zeus is nested with this operator. Like thinking about it, but you just wait for those players to get up link and use the wall. That's exactly what he does.
I was going to say, like, Thunder, potentially, he strikes. He 180s instead. Takes the head off of Doma. Takes the head off of Chiwa. Making it up, making it shorty. He can do it all. The god of Thunder. He just strikes from the skies to take 2.
This guy's insane. This is the Zeus that I said could potentially win FUT this series if he shows up. Great delay with the ult, and now the retake coming in.
And it is going to be a decent retake here. At least you've got the Prowler, you've got that capability to clear out, but you've got that, look at that lurk from Zeus up on mid. It's a decent bit of positioning gain, but maybe not enough time here, depending on how the spike wants to take. Beautiful throw of the Seas. Runner doesn't actually carry it. Good for 1. Meanwhile, the backup here from Kami able to make it a second, and suddenly here, it's a good retake, but the spike's already taken down, and FUT are just going to have to leave.
Yeah, it's going to mean that JobLife can retake the lead here. It was nicely done from them in post in the end, considering the fact that Zeus was starting to reach that level that we know he can rise up to. And yeah, I mean, in terms of economy as well, it still kind of hangs in the balance because JobLife haven't had these super clean rounds so far.
No, they haven't, and I mean, it's more difficult to make those clean rounds happen whenever you've got so many members of FUT doing a lot of work, but they're able to get it online. Runner halfway through the convergent paths, and Zeus, meanwhile, has already got that 9-3, happy to have burnt his when he has, and it gets JobLife that round advantage here. Runner now going to go for the operator swing here, going to potentially get the encounter here. If JetUJ cannot survive this, if the peak does not go his way, there will be a man advantage for JobLife into this push.
Yeah, that's definitely one way to play the solo Waylay. A little bit slower, of course, with the op. Use of the Omen ult here from Kamek gets him into elbow early, means that Chiwa's also splitting the focus with that kill in mid, and FUT just don't really know where to look. Finally, Krax is able to pick that one up, but Runner already strikes with another, and dropping in with the shorty can match the efforts of Zeus in the previous round, albeit with a little less flair, but JobLife keep that ball rolling forwards.
Yeah, Fallon just kind of escaping with the operator, and well, not much else really can be done. The big question is now, do JobLife go hunting? And the fact that you've got basically every ultimate charged up there, I'm going to say the answer should be no. I'm going to say that, to be honest, you maybe want to get Doma to kind of pull the op out of Fallon's hands if you can, but the rest of the team, they've got the ults online. They don't need to worry.
And look, I think the thing as well is that we were just talking about economy and how JobLife haven't had the best of times with some of these rounds and keeping things clean. So, yeah, absolutely try and, you know, hunt with maybe one player, but you're not in that mindset at this point in time too much. FUT, on the other hand, I don't think are going to have any money, to be honest. It's just this one op that they'll be looking to try and build around.
I mean, which is certainly possible, but the way JobLife are playing, I mean, you highlighted it earlier, Haz, that this kind of the just tempo shift from that solo Waylay, right? You sometimes have to deal with the light speed that's super quick, that just gets the impact and gets the positioning. Sometimes you have to swing into the waylay and then get operated instead. And Runner has been doing a great job of mix and matching these close and these far sightlines.
Absolutely, you can see it's still no real investment from FUT on this round, other than the one rifle on Crostali, of course, and JobLife going for another quick pop, this time towards A, and through elbow again with Runner.
Oh, and the utility coming through the saturate finds its mark a little bit. Conversion path and Hunter's Fury. Doesn't matter if your economy's struggling, do not give FUT any opportunity to bite back here. And that's exactly what happens if you give FUT the opportunity. Fallon, a beautiful shot onto Doma's dome, but still not going to be able to get the control there. And an operator in the backline, it might be another save, has it?
Yeah, I think Zeus is inclined to at this point in time. He's going to hold the line, but JobLife are thinking a few steps ahead. Kamek, for a moment, looked like he was going to walk back through Link and start rapping on a potential flank, but with Mr. Fallen now gone, the penny should drop, and Zeus is looking for a getaway.
And still, despite a lot of ultimates used, JobLife not deciding to really good chase after this. You know what happens if you peek after an op. You usually end up sacrificing at least a gun or two to wrestle that out of your opponent's hands. So Zeus being given that operator, and there also, right, has to be a decision, and has, again, maybe you'll agree with me, maybe not, right? But at some point, just saving the operator becomes a detriment rather than anything else.
No, I agree with you. I'm right there with you in that argument. I think we saw a lot of it from Giant X in kickoff specifically, where Arrow was playing more operator than anyone else in the league, but just not finding the same kind of return. Now, on his day, he's a great player with that, but when I think of the peak of this FUT team, or at least what they started to show in kickoff in 2025 and brought into a little bit of the stage 1 playoffs, was Zeus with a rifle in his hand, being confident and getting in their face. And now, sure, you can still create a threat with the operator, but since they're running double initiator and they're setting him up to take fights, or should be, that's what I wanted to see. It is this op duel to start, and he will win it.
Zeus is just a bit faster, but meanwhile, it's all a bit of a kind of a foregone conclusion, a bit of a buy and sell, and it's FUT the ones to be selling here. The B site given up here essentially for free off the back of that operator duel, and Crostali getting shot in the back by Enzo. You really have to commemorate just JobLife, how these executes are going.
Yeah, you can see their priorities in post-plant as well, and with the space that they're taking towards spawn, makes it really difficult for FUT to get too much done in the retake, which is how they're setting up to play at the moment. Mr. Fallen detected on the flank, and like you said, that op is in the hands of Zeus. It's a very similar picture to what we saw just a round ago.
Because you don't even have a corpse, right? Sometimes it's good enough because you just trade it out, you drop the op, you go in with a Phantom Tenry, but at this point you've only got one entry, really. It's not even your duelist, it is your controller. Fallon falls again, and another save for Zeus and co, and I get it. The operator's an expensive gun. You want to get value out of your investment, but at what point are you making these retakes just too difficult?
Yeah, I think the most frustrating part for FUT in that situation as well, of course, is Zeus is going to get away with the save here, or so you'd think. Kamek does close the net on him eventually. Is that, yeah, they had the op on one side of the map and they had a stack on B. You have the null command, you have the steel garden as well as your retake tools. They just, weren't playing it in the most optimal way possible. I don't really know what happened on site. We kind of missed it through the replays at the start, but great time for a timeout, I think.
Yeah, this needs to be FUT's timeout, and I mean, I think we didn't get to see all of it in the highlights, but what I did see very much was Yetijay and Kiraxis, I want to say, just in corners trying to kind of hide, and JobLife were literally able just to slow walk onto the site, deal with their opposition, and get those ultimates dealt with before they ever become a problem, right? I mean, yes, getting the value out of your ultimate's good, but you can't do it if you're dead, and I mean, with three big ultimates, as you said, the Null Command, the Steel Garden, and let's face it, Divergent Paths about to be coming online, despite a lower buy from FUT, I would not be surprised if we see this timeout plus some of the ultimates to get themselves back online.
It's not been bad for them, the pistols, so far. Got pretty close, right, on that second round. But JobLife have really started to run away with things here. A chance for them to check back in with their own coaching staff, of course. Larson renewing again with this project, which now has 5 titles in France, more than any other team is able to boast in any other region. They have been incredibly dominant. Enzo even swapping from the famous second place mandatory to JobLife for that reason exactly, I imagine. This is an incredibly competitive team and one that we're expecting to see come the end of the year, Dante, in that play-in stage for hopefully a run to champs, who knows?
Hopefully, right? I mean, that's the goal. That's what everyone here is here for, right? You get the clash, but that's where the underdog stories come out. That's where occasionally some of these challenger teams are just going to have an absolute spell. You suddenly, you know, Zeus's performance is already kind of showing up whenever he's allowed to play. But imagine a team of 5 Zeus's. Everyone just has their on days, and that's suddenly when the upsets come through. Suddenly, a team that you would near enough guarantee in that top spot suddenly not there.
It's a funny one too, because for JobLife, they've been so great domestically, like I said, but it's in the Ascension tournaments where they've struggled in events like Clash, honestly. But this, even an extension of that when you consider the VCT opposition. Less than a minute now, and up against this eco, finally they start to show themselves out on A. It's a nice shot from Crostali to keep you interested, but Chiwa is right on the nose. And so it will be a missed opportunity for FUT, perhaps, if you want to call it that, or I say that. It's like every kill they pick up, there's just 2 more deaths on the other side. Oh well, on to the next.
It's really, I mean, it's a testament to JobLife's attack here, right? Every time one angle is kind of getting bursted out of, the immediate presence, the immediate statement. I mean, look at what happens. Yeah, Chiwa and co immediately come through, but she wastes no time. The Viper wastes no time getting through this angle to meet Crostali, to congratulate him on the use of his utility, but that will be all he gets. And, I mean, yeah, these shots are nice, has it, but they need a little bit more than just the occasional sheriff shot going right.
Yeah, that they do. For those wondering, the overlay... Oh, it's already been fixed. I was trying to update people in Twitch chat and I accidentally got timed out, so I'm never doing that again. not gonna be man of the people anymore.
Look, I never look at all love to the people. I don't look for that reason. I don't look for that reason. All love to the people and a big love to you. Thank you all very much for joining us, of course. But sometimes the shenanigans just get a bit too far. And speaking of shenanigans, right, JobLife just all of a sudden walking up down mid with not a care in the world.
Yeah, and they're straight into Yetege, who's able to pick up 1, but that's a trade that you're very happy to make in this situation. Chiwa continuing another of his vintage lurks, just cutting this one off at the supply line. Zeus trading it. Very, very scrappy round so far, but you've got to keep your eyes on Kamek because he's creating the space towards B.
He's getting this insight, and all he needs to do as well is look to his left. The Prowler is going to be everything. Caraxis just doesn't get the timing, doesn't go in his favor because of that now. An empty B site, no Hunter's Fury at the very least for JobLife, so you don't have to worry about that if you're FUT. And these 2 ultimates, they need to come in big here, Has it? Ultimates are built for a retake like this.
Yeah, they are, but when you look at the player positions on JobLife, they've got 2 players deep in spawn and another one coming from their own attacker's side. I mean, FUT are just completely sandwiched right now in the site. They don't know where to look. They don't have at least even an idea of where they should start, to be honest. And so Enzo will find yet another kill, and it just gets no better for FUT.
I mean, I like the use of the ultimate. I like the use of the ultimate because I will always criticize players that just sit on the ultimate for too long to try and get the to try and get the most value out of an ultimate, right? You need to hit at least 3 people and you need to get like 4 frags off the back of it. Sometimes just using that utility just to clear out an angle or be sure that no one's there, even if this case it doesn't work out for FUT, the positioning from JobLife is just too clean, it's still nice to see.
Oh, FUT trying to go for a little bit more of this proactivity, but Runner just cuts them down where they stand. Precaution taken. Didn't want to overinvest on the duel into Crostali because it's fine. Kamek has it covered. JobLife going through the motions, albeit against FUT on an eco.
But when do things start to get better, Dante? They've had these ults for so long now, and I just really still don't see that game plan materializing.
Oh, especially not with Kamik just coming through here. And I mean, this is JobLife's, this is at least JobLife's map pick, and from what we've seen previously on Corrode, maybe not as confident as this showing particularly, but we've definitely been seeing JobLife do similar kind of results on Corrode, so not a big surprise here. I kind of hope for FUT, honestly, unless they can dig deep, they are starting just kind of that go next mentality.
But like, this is the map that they took off of Fnatic, right? This is the map where they're supposed to look good, and if you call into question the record, well, JobLife have a 4-1 here, but they have 4-0 on Split, which is up next, so actually it only gets better for them in this veto. I think it's fair to argue. One last chance for them to push the boat out, and it's Runner again. Razor sharp so far.
Manages to answer back too, though, from FUT, and with the null command online, suddenly this push is going to get a little bit shakier. You've got the frags, but you don't actually have any of the space. A full rotate already happened from FUT, and we didn't even really get to talk about this too much, has it? But no Neon and no Yoru means it's a long way to rotate.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. We were speaking of stuns earlier, and I feel like Neon has really found her place in the current meta as an alternative for anyone that liked to play Breach before. It's one of the reasons why, actually, when you look at the Turkish teams, ULF and BBL, them pivoting away from Breach in general, and like Larok moving to more of a duelist in general, double duelist, has been so huge for their form as of right now. I'll hold that thought, because Yetujay is behind all three players. This could be absolutely devastating, and at the very least, he's going to find the first. The follow-up's pretty good, though, and with that, Doma requires a 1 versus 3.
Okay, with only the frag needed as well. No flashes, no knife for the suppression, and for anyone that hasn't been keeping an eye, that is a lot longer of a cooldown than it used to be. You keep an eye on that countdown down at the bottom. You'll be seeing that come through. Speaking of the knife, the opposition comes through. Doma has to try and clear it. Turns the flash, gets one, drops the nade down, buys some time. They swing into him, but Fallen jumps over the nade, and the shorty does enough.
That's far too close, Dante.
That was scary.
Really well played from Doma. I think that's probably the best case example that you'll get of how Omen has been hit by some of the nerfs in the patches that we saw coming into this VCT calendar. The paranoia is nowhere near as wide as it used to be, so even with 2 flashes there, Doma finds a pocket to play in. Isn't enough, and FUT will be very happy for that fact, because 3 rounds moving on to the attack is at the very least a foundation to work with.
I mean, again, it's a superstition that's developed for 5 years at this point. Ladies and gents, for anyone that's been around in Val since the beta, 9-3 has always been a superstitious number, and some teams have made magic work with it. Can it be up to FUT, though? They are arguably on the weaker half, I would say, on the defense side, just with the amount of space Corrode really demands you control. So we will see what can be done.
It's an opportunity for FUT to maybe try and get back into this one, or at least build up some confidence, as they will be able to check back in with the coaching staff at halftime. It's weird, right? On the VCT stream, usually you've got like the 60-second break, but just looking through the highlights here, it's been incredibly dominant from JobLife up until this point, and I think a lot of that is just the confidence that Runner's bringing to them right now.
It's nice that we actually get to see him right there, because Zeus definitely is playing with confidence. It's just playing with confidence on Waylay is, and when you're a defender, you're just not going to do as much in theory, right? Like, the convergent paths aren't going to be able to do things like that from Runner. You're not going to be able to get as much space just kind of by design. So on that attack side now, Zeus, I mean, you asked for him to show up, and I think if he does, it would be an absolute beauty to see.
Yeah, perhaps a little time for him to warm into things, but the pistol round is underway. FUT on the attack side, and they really need this one if we're to entertain the possibility of a comeback on Corrode, starting off with an A split, and Mr. Fallen's already found the first. Starly not too far behind either, and so they start to pile on the pressure towards Chua. Drops back to the support of Doma, and with him by his side, can only stand for the one. JobLife getting run over here in the end. And FUT starting to put things in a slightly better direction, bookending the half with a round either side of it.
Unless. Unless. It's too much. Like, the spike is already ticked down. I refuse to believe a world that Enzo makes this work, especially. All FUT really have to do is play these angles, play close, and that's exactly what they're doing. You're seeing the crossfire come from Arch. You're seeing the set up there, the double play just outside the smoke. Enzo, to his patience, playing this incredibly patient. Okay, well...
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's patient, and then there's just playing for KD, and I think we've crossed that line now at this point in time. Zeus adding the final touches to what was a fantastic FUT pistol.
Good execution, and it's exactly what we've seen from JobLife, right? I mean, it was just good execution followed by good space control and doubling up on your shots. Never take 1v1s in Valorant. Don't give fair fights in Valorant. Use your utility. Sometimes you have to, and Enzo taking that fight against YetaJ is exactly why, if you do just give away fair fights, that's how you suddenly start to see a lead kind of shrink away. You know, that 1v3 becomes a 1v2, becomes a 1v1, all of a sudden doesn't go the way. But good pistol round for FUT, and they'll want to capitalize.
Yeah, and I start to wonder here, with the JobLife narrative in mind that we set up earlier, that they do sometimes tend to struggle when we go to these slightly bigger events as an organization, because the only player here to previously have represented JobLife in an old split was Kamek back in 2024. And Chua as well, I suppose,
yes,
domestically, but we didn't manage to see him at Ascension, of course. Yeah, like, how long is it going to take for them to start putting rounds on the board? I guess you're not really going to know until we get to that first rifle, but I'm at least liking the idea here. Gamble stack on B, see if FUT push into it.
At this point, do you think, just from JobLife, because I'd imagine that FUT were kind of believing that the minute you didn't see the immediate kind of light speed push from Runner, that it was going to be a slower push, or that it was going to be the opposite site. So I'm having to imagine that JobLife might be feeling that same kind of vibe. They haven't met Zeus. There's been no attempt to gain control or space on the B site. With 30 seconds left, this B stack has not worked out for JobLife, but at the least, it does mean they've got the util.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's at this point in the round where we start to talk about other things, and I guess an aspect of JobLife that we need to mention, at least with this veto as well, and I've already touched on it, is that Split is up next. It looks good for them, but then you sort of start to run out of chances, I think, because Pearl was one of the weakest maps in that grand final against Mandatory. They won it 3-2 overall, and it was essentially just who had 3 good maps versus who had 2 good maps, I think, Dante. So, yeah, it's a development, it's a process, right? When you look at kickoff, not just in challenges, but in VCT, specifically more in VCT, I think, than challenges, just because those teams are immediately put under pressure to qualify. Oh my lord! Okay, buddy. Sure, yeah, just kill 4 of them like that. I've never seen the Marshal be that good before from the hip, but I actually don't think my point sort of carries any weight anymore. There you go. Yeah, start of the year always tough, but looks like Zeus is back.
Yeah, I mean, right? I mean, all of a sudden, right? JobLife trying to play the Abyss meta, just try and die. There's no edges to jump off, so you do have to play it the old-fashioned way of dying to the spike. But it's dying to Zeus. He will accept your sacrifices, and I mean, again, talking about the ult economy, Runner on a measly 2 versus Zeus's triple that, only 2 points away from the convergent path. So suddenly, FUT get one more attack on the board here, even just a couple of frags. JL cannot win this convincingly. That could be a problem.
Kamek playing with a little bit of discipline here as well. Heard the flash, didn't want to challenge too heavy on A main, as FUT have threatened these splits through mid a couple of times already. Runner is the sole branch left out to try and defend this through Link. You've also got Chua deep on B, keeping half an eye on the situation, but you can see FUT have already earmarked the B main space with a wall, and they know that JobLife haven't been proactive so far, but it looks like they might be towards A in a second.
I kind of like the selling of the Guardian shot.
Nice.
Just to, yeah, that was beautiful. I like the selling of the Guardian shot as well, just to kind of draw that attention towards mid. But as I say that, actually, it's a bloodbath on the arch. Zeus, the Guardian of Guardians, the 3k to pick up the spike, and that will be the ultimate online as the spike goes down.
He's getting a multi every round. This is the Zeus that wins you the game, but still it's a 2v2.
Oh, make it a 2v0. The ultimate doesn't go the way of anyone, but Zeus doesn't even need it. That's a suggestion.
I mean, it's unbelievable. The guy's 23-9 right now. There's a reason why we mentioned him in the same breath as other talents that had come from the top of the Turkish Challenger League, like Levin, like Comeback. But when he plays at his very best, I truly believe that... I don't want to say he's in a bracket of his own, but he just shows this different level. The problem is the consistency. It's just really lacking sometimes. And hey, if he keeps playing like this, I think that FUT might find there is a very real possibility that this map is not done yet.
Getting that flow state, but at what point, right? You know, A, that consistency from Zeus, and B, how far can just being a league above kind of everyone else get you before you're in the same league as everyone else, right? And suddenly Zeus cannot be the one alone to make everything happen. Suddenly the rest of the team need to show up, and that's what we should hopefully be able to see later on. Doma manages to find him, get the timing, get the shot as well, but the only person standing on the B site right now is going to be Enzo, and he's going to have to do a lot.
Yeah, more than the sum of his parts, I think it's fair to say. He drops. And for what felt like really nice proactivity from JobLife in the previous round, the gun round, it's a little tough now, I think. Of course, that they've only got pistols here, but something that this team has always been good at, something that Enzo-led teams have always been very good at, is being fundamentally solid and having that foundation, having good team play. Something which I think FUT have been lacking a lot in recent years, so... Gun retrieved here at the very least from Runner. Might want to do a little bit extra damage, can't inflict it though, and so should just be dying to the spike now unless Kamek falls first instead, which he does. It's a gap of 2, Dante. That is a very, very scary thing.
For how close or for how one-sided it was looking initially, right? FUT are very much JobLife are driving the car, right? But the car has has the rear view mirror that says objects in this mirror are closer than they appear to be, and it's FUT, and FUT is in that rear view mirror, right? And I mean, suddenly 2 rounds. We were talking about Runner, like Runner 16-11. That's a nice scoreline. Zeus then just kind of shimmies that away, shoves that to the side.
He absolutely does. And when I made that GX comparison earlier too, the point I was making was that these double initiator comps sometimes do just have a limited ceiling for how good they can be. Currently, I think, in the way that the meta's going, the double duelist versus like anti-double duelist, I suppose.
Yeah.
And when we're talking about it holding players back from thriving sometimes, we're seeing sort of the opposite here with Zeus, because he almost just is the ceiling of this FUT team. And that's then, I guess, where you ask the question, if he's not getting the entries, then what is left behind it?
I mean, that's a concerning point, and I don't think FUT would really oblige me, right? But Yetijay, congratulations on positive, but you are doing half of what Zeus is doing right now. Yes, okay, Zeus is getting the entries, Zeus is getting the frags, so it is at least that, you know, expectation. But then, you know, you've got the rest, 8, 6, and 5. It really seems like if Zeus hasn't walked away with at least 2, maybe 3, you were talking about the multi-kills it's when FUT struggle.
And I think it's also the reason why they've brought Cracks back in, someone who's very good at Fade, which is the premium initiator at the moment, and is part of a core which have been together, or at least if you include Mr. Fallen and Yetijay, 57 officials since 2024. Even further back, his partnership with Mr. Fallen specifically. Got a bit of a sight hold happening here, or at least cosplaying one. Doma's looking the wrong way, so nothing comes of it, and actually Chua is forced to forfeit almost all of the space. JobLife still holding on to mid-space, but that's about it right now.
Well, I mean, it's a good it's a decisive disengage, which I like, but now FUT are doing what JobLife were doing, this very proactive space. This timing from Zeus is just godly. Pardon the pun here. The Odin at least going to cut down the Battle of the Gods. Enzo walks away holding his, but Mr. Fallon is just being held on that heaven angle. He's got all the backup he needs, so he can just get the frags onto the site. The information's been found. Kamek, not going to be long for this world, at least I would imagine, has he? He's got the smoke, sure, but he's got 3 people he needs to deal with, and no time to do such a thing.
No, none at all. FUT have closed the gap right the way up. It's a 1-round game at this point in time. Streak of 5 on the bounce, and it doesn't feel like that's going to break anytime soon. For the amount of situations that I've seen a JobLife player looking the wrong way, maybe, or just not having that second player to trade, as I was only just sort of going on and on about fundamentals, maybe a slight lapse in communication that we're seeing at the moment on their side, and something that may have been mentioned during the timeout.
Back in a flash.
And it needs to have been mentioned. It needs to have been mentioned, because at this point now, 1 round away, the timing of the smoke here could be everything. The light speed, the refract just gets Runner out without incident. Or sorry, gets Zeus out without incident, but I mean, at this time, FUT have everything to work with here. They've got the guns are pretty solid in their favor. Runner doesn't even have a primary, and the rest of them aren't looking great. Domo with the only actual gun in his hand to work with. And the 4-man stack for A, though, could do better than JobLife's last stack, at least.
Yeah, there's a couple rifles in the mix as well, and both of them are on that side of the map. Enzo's now clearing it out with the drone, so JobLife should start to realize, and more specifically Chiwa, that his position is condemned. Does well to get 1 at the very least, and this retake has legs, I think. If Enzo maybe even wants to invest the ult to try and pick 1 off, would be huge, but YetaJ has over-delivered from middle, and you can write off any opportunity that JobLife had back into this round now.
There's one thing, right? That's positioning awareness of YetaJ, just to have your Sentinel on that big lurk. A character that I've been very much kind of speaking about is you don't see much from the Sentinels anymore. Usually Viper's enough to kind of make the double controller almost function as her as a Sentinel all on her own, really. The orb not being able to get picked up, the Viper wall not able to get moved, and we're seeing exactly how the Sentinels are meant to be, right? You get your team onto the site, you use a bit of the utility, and then you are the one to control mid. And 3 kills for YetaJ. He's trying to catch up to you, Zeus. Are you going to let him?
I don't know. I think Zeus is going to be quite comfortable at the top of the scoreboard here with how it looks right now. Second timeout from JobLife in very quick succession, may I add, in this second half. So perhaps some of the comms issues that I was highlighting there, or just the game plan, I suppose, because FUT have been very receptive to what they saw on the map at the start there. They've been using this Vice Wall pretty effectively to just cordon off any proactivity from the defense so far. And everyone's kind of just doing their job. I mean, Zeus isn't having crazy moments anymore. He doesn't really need to.
That's the thing. Zeus is now actually, again, Zeus is doing exactly what you would ask of him, which is no crazy moments required, but the pace is still being given, the positioning still being given. I mean, there you go. Zeus, the first one to take that fight. Yeah, he falls, but Crystalli then immediately backs him up, uses the ultimate as well. So in terms of an agent to lose, it's far better to lose the Waylay than the KO there. And off the back of that timeout, JobLife, they need to figure out what is an issue, because if this round sneaks away from them, Hazu, FUT could just take that momentum to the end.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing too, with Zeus coming into this team. Clear firepower upgrade on CNED, but ooh, nice use of the ult here from Enzo. Not going to find a kill. Kamek getting aggressive in A main. He liked to do this quite a lot when he was playing Viper on Gentlemates.
Yep.
Obviously, Omen gives you better tools to disengage, which he hasn't. Still just on the line.
No, I was honestly surprised for a little bit of a teleport there, just to cause some additional bait. Of course, Enzo has got around the box, so we're all planning around this position here. We're all planning that Enzo doesn't get checked here, and as the A main positioning comes through as well, FUT are going to make their attempts clear. They're going to make their presence known Will this Sova do or die? He finds only one as he's traded out.
Yeah, one isn't going to be enough in this situation. You can tell JobLife looking like they're catering for a retake here with Runner's ult in mind as well. Doma one off of his. Chiwa the same, in fact, with just how passive they've been in a lot of these situations. A lot of gaps opening up on the map. Kamek still holding steadfast in elbow. Quick double check from Kristali. Gets away with it. Ult comes in, missed Molly, but Zeus is just good for two every damn time. Runner's got to pull it out the hat and go one step better. Find all three. The muzzle flash betrays him. And it's 10 for FUT without an answer.
I mean, the only answer is throw your convergent paths at Zeus, but he essentially picks it up and puts it in his own pocket, right? I mean, the amount of frags he's been getting, it means the ultimate's online every 2 or 3 rounds, has it? It means that the executes, the attacks, they're so much cleaner from FUT, and I was talking about kind of going into this weaker half, honestly, defending on Corrode against FUT right now in this level of play that they're currently running, it might be a touch too far.
Yeah, it feels like neither of these teams know how to play on the defense. Oh my god, Zeus! You gotta stop doing this, man. Oh! Strikes Runner down out the sky like a cloud of lightning. I just... These guys can't catch a break. They got pistols, for goodness sake. You didn't have to do that, man. You didn't.
But it gets the rest of the team so much more confident, right? As you watch Zeus do something like that, you've still got Steel Garden, you've still got the convergent paths if you want to pop it. That's exactly what's going to happen here, even with the man advantage. And this is what I love about FUT. Yes, you've got the man advantage. JobLife even have the lower buy. Check behind you, though. Make sure you don't get caught out in the flank. But it doesn't matter because JL are expected to re-aggress with this.
Someone's got to start hitting some shots. Or I don't see any possibility where this gets much better. Chiwa does find a double. That makes things interesting. Cracks one back, and Doma all of a sudden feels like he has a clause to use this ult. No command coming in. Great reveal from Enzo. It's only Zeus left standing, but he could almost do it all. Not this time. Doma on a recovery mission, and JobLife will tie the game right back up.
I mean, it's been a lot of rounds, JobLife, but welcome back to the game. To equalise us 10-10, I guess, would not be a more fitting first round, but look at how many rounds, essentially back-to-back. That's 11, I believe, with one defuse in the middle, and we gotta see Zeus just skeet shoot the opposition Waylay just right out of the air, no concern. And I mean, again, when he is playing like this, an anchor for his team, but JobLife chipping away at that anchor, there may be some weakness to it.
Yeah, JobLife have looked void of the confidence which we saw from them in the first half, and here, it's a round like that where Doma says, yeah, I'm going to use my ult, we're going to peak together, we're actually winning this thing, that they look like a completely different team. A man possessed, or so you could say. The money is now obviously helping things out way more too, because so many people survived. There were cheap upgrades. We've got an Op and an Odin. Choice weaponry for anyone who has followed Enzo's career over the last couple of years. The Enzodin is called the Enzodin for a reason.
Fun fact, actually, the agent pick rate for Enzo, there's a big picture of an Odin where the second place is. It's just followed up with the Odin. That's all it is. You can check that and consult me and then prove me very, very wrong. But at the end of the day, it's certainly how it feels like he plays. And if he can do a bit more, I mean, again, it is the map of paper mache. It does feel like this map upon all other maps does collapse if you just push it a little bit. Just push it a little bit hard. So can Enzo do that? I believe so.
Yeah, I mean, look, they have reinforced some of the walls. Not a massive fan, at least in the one on Haven as well. Yeah, dude, Enzo is a man after my own heart. I'm a big fan of the Odin. Big fan of Enzo, of course. But yeah, this guy put the weapon in vogue before we even got, you know, Brock at Champs doing stuff like that. If that's what you think when you think Odin usage, then what can I say? Maybe you just don't know ball. Maybe you're just the average NA viewer. But yeah, I mean, this guy, we know how strong the gun is. We know how strong he is. I think the more pertinent conversation to be having here is just whether JobLife can close from this position or not, or if FUT are going to complete the comeback, because now actually that there is a bit of a game on our hands where previously it has been one-way traffic for both teams.
I've always been a big proponent of, like, even, I mean, this was 9-3, and all of a sudden we're at 10-10. Like, the digits in the scoreline can look so spread apart, can look so uneven, but it really only takes, like, 2 good buy rounds, in theory, if you're not getting thrifted, if you're not, like, losing to, you know, giving 1v1s against Sheriffs and just getting out-aimed at that point. It only takes 3 full rounds, and then all of a sudden you've got 6 rounds back-to-back, and FUT have essentially done that. They've essentially now got themselves equalised and forced JobLife to almost take them seriously again, and maybe that's what we've seen. Maybe we've seen JobLife taking their opposition as seriously as they deserve.
Well, we can take the game serious now. Tech pause is gone. Some things still persist, even in the online age, of course. Players still need the toilet break. You know how it goes. P10 real quick. Literally.
Yeah, quite so.
But JobLife back in this with a renewed purchase. Runner on the line. And what is the first point of contact? Krax has a Prowler, a Reveal, several tools that could be used. Runner was thinking about hanging around for just a moment longer, but in backtracking towards Elbow, Zeus flashed in, has a fight which he wins quite handily in the end. Pit in middle is good for JobLife, but only really for Chua, as the rest are retaking from Defender's spawn.
It's an unlucky reposition from him, and now the Steel Garden. An ultimate that we have not seen used much of yet. Never really having the opportunity, but emphasis on opportunity as Zeus able to pick up Enzo off the back of it, and suddenly Kamik and Chua, I mean, Kamik's already having to run away. Chua, though, in a completely different postcode all by themselves. A little bit of an exploration, a journey to potentially get some exits, but we're seeing the light at the end of this tunnel, and to be honest, both teams seeing a bright end potentially for them, especially if Chua can at least do a little bit more econ damage, cause a little bit more concern, but FUT still keeping the momentum going.
It's the question that you've got to now ask. Could that success be replicable for JobLife, or did we just see a quick flash on that one round on B? I mean, the fact that they didn't have the best weapons more than anything was the one that got you excited, but when Runner falls, there's not too much else behind this, and again, it's the danger of just playing that solo Waylay, no Neon, nothing of the sort, no Yoru. So reinforcements do take a while to arrive, and on this one you can see the concessions made. We've gone from an Odin to an Ares for Enzo now, and a Bucky on Runner.
I mean, Runner did decent work with it. We've seen what Zeus especially could do on the defense side, so I'm not necessarily discounting out because it's a Bucky. However, Chiwa falls, Doma follows. Yes, at least a 1-for-1, but your Fade is traded for 1 Initiator and the Viper. I think that's a really good trade if you're FUT, and you can see the reposition coming through now. The spike dropped towards an empty B site.
It's also, such a big kill from Yetijay.
Insane.
FUT have the lay of the land with this map, and you really kind of expect JobLife to be prioritizing mid quite heavily when they don't have the same kind of movement. You know what I mean? Because it does cut down 10-15 seconds on your rotation time, makes it easier to be there to actually defend some of these executions, but FUT are so good at changing up the pace on the last few, actually, to not let JobLife get any kind of a good read. It's taken Enzo 5 business days to get here. How many will his Ares find?
He needs to find a lot. He needs to find a lot. He's gonna find nothing. And, you know, to highlight that, right, Enzo had to just go on a small marathon to try and get the reposition to meet FUT here. But FUT were in a 4 versus 2 scenario for a good, 30 seconds there, has it? And they didn't really move. They wanted to make JobLife really question all of their decisions, really make them nervous, make them overcommit. And that's exactly what they've done here to get themselves onto match point.
Yeah, it's slipping away from JobLife now, well and truly. The one round that we saw just felt like the exception to the rule more than anything else. Runner does a decent job to dispense of Zeus, but he's now put a huge target on his back, and the rest of FUT smell that blood in the water. Their own confidence now starting to boom as this retooled side with previous talent that we'd seen so many times in the roster before in Cracks seems to be doing what it was built to do. And that's the thing too, like, you know, he's never going to drop big numbers. Cracks isn't that guy, but
no,
you get value from his deaths. He assists here and there, and I guess he just fits the identity of this version of FUT, which is ultimately what we're still getting with Gaius in the coach slot as well.
We heard it earlier in the analyst desk, you know, do we see kind of more of that FUT that we're used to seeing? And I mean, that creates some hesitation, right? Some people maybe weren't comfortable with the way FUT had been playing as of recent, but certainly making a statement for themselves here. The economic damage as well cannot actually be overstated, because Runner dies, knocked down to a Guardian and a Spectre online for Dama in what could be the last round here. JL need to find out everything they can. But with the way FUT have been playing this, the way this poking and prodding aggression style has been working for them so cleanly,
yeah,
I'm not sure if I have faith, I can't lie.
It's a very quick refract from Runner in mid there as well. And actually, JobLife, to put it in French, are playing laissez-faire, you know, leave alone. They don't want anything to do with it. A key area, key lane of the map, which they're not opting to play through. Stacking more bodies towards B, coupling elbow here, and that's the site under threat. FUT making their road, the warpath towards A to end this map.
No,
no, it's just my feed. Carry on.
No ultimates though, at least, and because of that we've now got a 5 versus 5 ultimateless standoff here. FUT and JobLife with nothing but the mechanics and the utility to make this work. The ultimate's not going to come online. The first kill for Kamek is going to be good. The back and forth now is all the flashes, the mollies, the snake bites, everything you could think of, as well as just good old-fashioned spray and pray from Zeus. Is going to get is through the smoke. The conversion pass because of that comes online. Cristalli gets hit by his own teammate. The jump peak, the distraction. Kamek manages to get the shots anyway. Takes down Cristalli, gets the defuse. It's not just over yet for JobLife. What a clutch!
I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Zeus with a transfer onto the spike defusal. It was already halved. Fortunately for Kamek, ult goes in. Maybe a little bit of overconfidence, an overheat there in a key moment in what could have won them the game. And Kamek able to clutch it by the skin of their teeth. One more round, JobLife. Just one more round is all they'll get.
2 HP. 2 HP was the dream, and it looks like the last timeout now being called. And I mean, yeah, right? You kind of have to time out when you're FUT, and it's the last one on you. You're on the last round before relegation is, or before regulation is over, sorry, before the overtime comes online, and all of a sudden these ultimates, these guns, this economy that FUT have put so much effort into building, it all becomes a little bit mute if overtime is reached.
It's because both of these teams will also get an additional timeout when we go to OT. So this, in FUT's mind at the very least, is an opportunity to close out the half. They've done a very good job so far at being able to find, I think it's, 8 of the required rounds up until this point?
Yep.
No.
No?
9 even rounds that they've been able to find. This would be number 10. So...
Oh, I can't count.
Yeah, me neither, mate. So, in terms of what's worked well, they've got a null command here to try and work with. And there are some big ults up for JobLife. And actually, they've now gone to this mid control, which they've been avoiding for so long.
Is that going to make a difference? Look at, they're so aggressive, though. And this has been called out. Zeus not going to be able to find it, though. The awareness is there, but the mechanics just not going to be enough. Cristalli doesn't even need to see his opposition, though. Viperwall not going to be enough to save you, so a quick equalizer. But you're 35 and 17 entry. Can you really afford to lose him?
Absolutely not. More kills than he had against Fnatic, and that one went to overtime. JobLife continuing on this proactive path. Ult queued up. FUT waiting here. Is it going to arrive in time? No, doesn't look like it. FUT find two of their own, and it's only Runner here in the meantime. Has a lot of work, but can he shoulder the weight? Doesn't look like it. Catches a bullet to the brain instead. And oh, while Enzo's going to hit the first pulse of his ult, it's actually immediately taken down Crystali. His own null command expired, so the core couldn't be stabilized. It's 2v2. JobLife have split up, but FUT are looking towards B.
Oh, this is a hell of a call from JobLife. This is essentially a 1v2 for the game, right? 14 seconds left. You're going to have this time now. The spike's not going to be stopped at this stage. Enzo with so much utility, but he's trying to go off of timing. The shots are a little bit shaky, but he gets them regardless, and he's playing distraction enough for Runner to come through mid. That mid control that was so begged by JobLife, and finally, when it matters arguably most, they take that control, they take us to OT.
Damn. 2 9-3 halves, and they are equally as cursed as one another. Neither team really figuring out how best to play their defense, but we definitely saw highlights here and there. Zeus is playing a different video game right now. I don't know. He's playing Pac-Man, and everyone's head is an ult orb. It's something completely different, but I have to say, if anything, it does make for good entertainment.
This has been a back and forth. I mean, we're not going to get to look at that replay for a bit, but that entire round that took us to that kind of 12-11 circumstance, right? The round prior to this where everything just went so close down to the wire, and now Zeus getting that operator online for FUT's defense here. The mid control was a lot smoother from FUT than JobLife, all things considered, and especially with the Runner taking out of the question that early on.
Very, very strong start for FUT. Zeus, untraded, cracks open this attack side and leaves a hairline fracture through the middle of it, because with no Runner now, they're completely missing any gap close. It has to be slow scaling from this point onwards. And towards the Vice's site in Yetajay, a very, very difficult task. Zeus still posted up on the op. A-Link on Corrode, one of the best positions for a rolling retreat in Valorant. You get angle after angle if you want it. But timing is everything.
It's going to be quiet. It's going to be a sudden appearance into the bloodbath, but a little less sudden than you're typically used to hearing. The gun barrel's going to get spotted. Zeus, little bit of indecision, but he's able to find one in Doma. Yetajay, meanwhile, just in that elbow angle, keeping it all controlled, all locked down. You don't have to worry, Zeus, about anything else. Just your own life here. But the spike dropped and the Odin spray to come through.
He's only a few away from 40. Would have needed an ace in this round to hit it that early, but still in a strong position to do so. Does trade out his own life selflessly for FUT to confirm a 13th and take the advantage, giving them a second map point here on Corrode.
And you know what the scariest part about this, if your JobLife has it, you talked about the defense being the problem, and FUT just won on their defense.
Yeah, I mean, look, maybe we can trade defensive rounds in OT. That's fine. That's fine. I think one of the things that plagued JobLife so much was the momentum swing at the start of the half, right? Because it was the first 7 rounds in a row that FUT were able to pick up. They've got stable money, at least, in OT, and it looks like we will be getting an op-out from them here.
Oh, yeah, I mean... Oh, but Zeus not opting for it this time. Runner deciding to be the operator and go for a different position. They're working off of that B main arch, and we've seen how these engagements go. These really big splits, these massive just kind of commitments to that one side prevent your opposition getting any sort of space, and it hasn't always worked in favor of JobLife, but they have seemed to have got the read onto FUT a little bit stronger this time.
There's a drone creeping in behind, but Kamek is already on the angle, and they've spotted Zeus. Now, usually that would mean FUT are looking to execute here, but the spike is still floating around outside of B. And I'm wondering what this means for those defenders. Runner is going to refract back through the Vice wall, trapping it. And we're still at a stalemate with 50 seconds on the clock.
The mid control through the smoke. It's going to get teased. It's going to get kind of just walked through here. It was, you know, that idea of just getting the small scaling, right? If you don't need the waylay dash to kind of break you through Arch, because at this point now, Runner going to have to hold his ground, but at some point there is an echo, there's a thunderstorm behind you, you're going to have to take your attention away from it. Doma at least good for one, and that could have been all that's necessary. The dash not going to be good enough, but there is still damage done.
Yeah, quick bait and switch actually, so sets up for a trade through Crystalli, and he takes the op into this post plant. FUT bunkering down, JobLife one last chance to keep themselves in corrode.
A lot stared out. The Odin gets a lot scarier when you've got a health value of 12, it turns out, and you're not at the wall. They're not the safest angle for it. The orb gonna drop. This timing here, the elbow spot. Kamek is found, so that means Crystalli gonna stay alive. 12 HP, the Odin spamming him. Snakebite to cover off Arch, but the damage could be done here. 2 HP, the spike is still ticking. Crystalli just running around, trying to dodge the damage, trying to find the spike. Enzo is able to find it and tap it, but the timing is not there. There is no reprieve, and FUT take round and map number 1.
It's going to be a very quick lesson here for JobLife. A long one if we're talking in terms of length of the game, but a crushing defeat in the end. FUT turning things around from a 9-3 deficit to win 14-12 when the map could have been wrapped up even sooner than that. Zeus dropping 37 kills with 8 first bloods, Dante. A performance of the highest caliber from a player that we expect that from.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, 8 first bloods. I mean, Runner not doing a bad job either. Make it 5, but really a masterclass in execute and a masterclass on how to play Waylay on that defense, right? You know, Waylay on attack, that's one thing. You light speed, you just jump the entire util, you clear out a corner, usually get a frag off of it. Defense requires a little bit more understanding, a little bit more mechanical nuance, and Zeus had it in spades.
And look, for JobLife, it's that lesson I was talking about, just requiring a little bit more finesse. And when you actually look at the names here, 4 of them having played in VCT, and the 5th Chewer, you know, on a VCT lineup heading into the previous year, it really should have been better from them. But unfortunately, that's just how it goes. We do get to hear from the analysts, though, and their thoughts on what we've just seen on Corrode.
Thank you so much, Haza and Dante, for the cast of this game. This was incredible. What have we seen? We thought that FUT were down 3-9, everything going good for JobLife, but they pulled the impossible comeback off. What happened to?
That is true. We've seen FUT starting up a little bit shaky, a little bit off-key when it comes to utility and layering them when it comes to retakes. And then somehow they just turned into attack and they just unleashed Zeus, to be honest. I mean, Zeus, my eyes were on Zeus and Runner the whole time. I mean, the Waylay battle was incredible to see. Zeus was set up to have all those kills, and his aim was just on point tonight. The same player that I used to watch in VCT EMEA is just somehow activated, and that set them up for an amazing match on both ends, to be honest. But it was kind of hard for JobLife. I haven't seen them on defense being proactive a little bit. The rounds that they practically had on defense was when they were flanking a lot through mid, and YediJ kind of cut that off, and they had the ability and the upper hand on attack, I guess.
It's like it was a different team. We've seen them struggle a little bit in VCL, JobLife, on defense, but never to this point. Of course, it was not the same opponent. Here it's FUT. And yes, as you said, I think a lot of that victory comes down to Zeus. He was absolutely unleashed, a total beast on the map, and it's just in line with what happened on the kickoff. I think Zeus was the best player on the team, and it's still the case. And I think his performance actually gave a lot of energy to the rest of the team. It really highlights, if you play really well, you can awake the potential of your teammates. It was very impressive.
That is true. And we've seen, to be honest, Mr. Fallen, like on defense, he was being punished a lot. Considering that he's the only controller, FUT on defense really struggled, especially with Mr. Fallen like dying almost at the start of the round. So it was quite hard for them to have the retakes. It was hard for them to be proactive. And then just, it was like a button that was activated on FUT, to be honest. It was quite impressive to see them coming back in this way.
I think maybe on the side of JobLife, on the defense, you said that there were some rounds where they were proactive, but it was mostly eco rounds or when they had a low buy. But when it was a full buy, they were a bit too silent, I think, on the map. They were waiting for FUT to come, but with a team of this caliber, you cannot just wait patiently, because even if they took one kill, it was just a 1-for-1, and they never managed to take a 2-for-1 and be in a numerical advantage on the defense side, and which made it really, really difficult for them. Even when they had to play a retake, they never had enough to actually fight this.
That is true. They were playing really passive on defense. Like I said, there were a couple of rounds where they played a little bit aggressive on the map, and that actually got them like a lot of early picks, which gave them man advantage and set them up for success. But then it just kind of the pace kind of slowed on defense on JobLife's side, and it wasn't the same pace as they were when they were attacking. I understand that the Waylay and the runner had a lot of impact on attack, but I didn't see the same way of retaking on setting up runner the same way as the attack to have the retake. So that was the only kind of difference for me, even though, like I said before, they kind of had the upper hand, in my opinion, with the double controller on defense. But it was just like FUT was ready for attack. It just seemed like they were well prepped on their attack.
Yeah, on the first half, I thought that maybe the Vice, I was not sure. I felt like it was not a huge addition to the lineup, that it did not have the impact I thought it would have on the defense. But the more the game moved forward and the more this Vice actually played out, and also on the side of JobLife, as you said, the double controller really did not pay off in the defense side, because this Viper was a bit... the setups were not as good as you would actually want to, and they did not manage to take control and use this momentum that they had on attack to actually crush FUT, because I think they could. And the more the game advanced and the more they lost their confidence at the end of the game, we've seen like the clip we'll just see right now, they had some bit of a miss, and this for me is a clear sign that the confidence is running away.
That is true, and to be honest, on the other hand, FUT just rose their confidence alongside Zeus. I mean, Zeus was just going in, getting almost triple every single round. I think he ended the game with 37 kills, if I'm not mistaken. So that's kind of a huge mental boost for FUT, and that affected their game quite remarkably.
Yeah, I think Zeus definitely took this game to victory. Like, at 37-19, this is absolutely incredible. And the thing that I really want to highlight also is that at the end of the defense side, the first half, Zeus had a really good KD, but the rest of the team was really struggling. And as we see now at the end, J2J and Crosstally are really standing strong also. So they really breathe on the momentum that Zeus created for the team to actually take this victory as a team.
That is true. On the other hand, we see kind of JobLife struggled a little bit. To be honest, Runner was doing his job as attack, but I didn't see the same response and like a little bit of being proactive throughout the game. It could have had a big impact on the game when it comes to defense. You have like a double controller, a little bit of aggression could go a long way on defense, and that was unfortunately not seen from JobLife's side.
I'm also a bit disappointed because in the Challengers League, Runner obviously is very good, and I think it still showed up today, even if his KD is not as great as the one from Zeus, but how to beat that, definitely. But the other player I was maybe waiting a bit more off is Shiwa. He used to be very good in the Challengers Leagues, Doma also, but maybe he's better on the Yoru. I hope we will see him on the Yoru, because this definitely was not his game, and I think some of the strong personalities that we used to see from JobLife didn't show up on this Corrode. I don't know exactly what it is. Maybe playing against a VCT EMEA team make them struggle a little bit. They kind of the confidence kind of shattered, and they did not manage to create the momentum that they needed. But yes, I think they really can do better, and maybe on split we will see a little bit more.
And we can see over here head-to-head Kamek and Krastali. To be honest, even when it comes to like kills and assists, just 20 kills and 17 kills, I don't think that much of a difference, to be honest. And First Blood, obviously, Kamek has 11%, and headshot percentage is also on Kamek's side. If there's anything the stats do not say, the whole game and how it was run, basically. But at the same time, we cannot deny that FUT was really impacted by Zeus's space taking.
Definitely, I think Zeus created a lot of space for FUT, and it was so hard to play on defense against him for JobLife. In the end, they find only one round on the defense. It's a 2 rounds, sorry. No, 3. It's a 3-9 on both sides, but the first one they found was on the eco. And after that, they didn't really manage to continue, because as we see on this graph, the economy was really bad. Even when they managed to find a win, they never could have had a full buy after. And I think that's part of the reason why they didn't manage to come back in this defense side.
That is true. Eco had a lot of impact. Like, even when they were getting some rounds, you could have seen like it was 2-3 players that are remaining, so that didn't help the economy exactly, and they were weaker buys on the next round, so that had an impact. But I want to highlight something that I've seen. It was incredible to see Runner, to be honest, on the attack side. I kind of calculated it. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he had 3 ults. It was remarkable. Like, honestly, it was a good game on both ends, and I just expected a little bit of adaptability from JobLife on defense. It was unfortunately not seen. But I'm actually happy with the way that I saw it. It was a great game on both ends.
I think it's a bit sad, because I was really convinced that JobLife would take the win on the co-road, and now that it's not the case, I'm a bit scared for them, because Split is a meta they've played. They actually had a good result on the Split, but it's in VCL, not against a VCT team. And also, maybe part of the issue on this co-road was they are not used to play against this Turkish roster, and cannot really transfer the experience that they gain from challengers into this current matchup. And if it is the same on Split, it could be a huge stomp for them. So I'm a bit scared for the second map.
I mean, FUT is looking really good, I'm not gonna lie to you, but at the same time, something to comfort you a little bit. FUT actually has, this year, like since kickoff, they have only 33% on Split. So we might actually see a little bit of shakiness from FUT, but to be honest, it's kind of hard seeing how they were playing and how the confidence just risen in Zeus. He was taking a lot of spaces, he was taking a lot of duels that he was winning. So it's kind of hard unless they had a mental reset and they kind of adjusted a little bit. They actually might have a chance on Split, so we might see a third map.
The win rate is interesting, but it's not the same opponents. It was Fnatic and Nate, so it's not the same as JobLife, even though props to JobLife, they have amazing players. But yes, Zeus was the turning point. I think you have to find a way to actually keep this player in check. And moreover, on Split, FUT are actually playing double duelist usually. So this could be very, very aggressive, and you better be prepared, JobLife, because they're not gonna wait.
I mean, kind of true, but again, like, they usually play double duelist, but you never know the comp kind of changed, so we might actually see another double initiator. The double initiator has been doing wonders for them on attack, so that kind of be the turning point. And to be honest, the consistency, just depending on one player to be always performing for one team, it's kind of hard to rely on. So they're like, for example, if the focus was on Zeus and Zeus starts from the beginning of the round, it's gonna slow the tempo a lot for FUT. So that kind of might be a turnaround again, because if you're running only one single duelist with cracks coming back, so maybe perhaps like they might be able to adapt a little bit better.
And interestingly enough, also, Zeus is probably going to play the Neon on a split, because that's what the role is usually plays, and VJK gets the Waylay. And he has not been performing that well in this role, so we'll see. Maybe there is something to take for JobLife. Yes, you have to control this Neon. I think on split, they start defense. So maybe we will see a more controlling lineup on their side, so that they can assure this at least 7-8 round on the defense.
That is true. I mean, to be honest, I've always said that split is kind of a defensive map, so losing on defense is going to have a lot of impact. If you're running, especially Viper on defense, is going to have a lot of anchoring points when it comes to mid. But on the other hand, FUT is not playing Viper; they're playing Omen, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think they only play one controller, that is Omen, and the mid, their defense could be exposed.
They do play the Viper on split.
They do play the Viper?
Yes.
I think I've seen Omen, if I'm not mistaken.
They've played Omen once, but they usually play the Viper, and they alternate between Omen and Astra. That's what we've seen from them on kickoff.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see, but probably we will see the Viper, which is a must pick on split, right? You have to play Viper. She has 100% pick at VCT EMEA. She's definitely a go-to agent.
That is true. Viper's effect on split is a must, with mid control, with like lurking around attack when it comes to A site or B site. So Viper is a must. But to be honest, again, double initiator is it's gonna be a little bit hard now. I'm thinking about it. I think double duelist would be going along the way. If you know, like who's I didn't double check that. Who's the one that's playing the other duelist except Zeus?
It's J2J. So he
J2J,
usually,
okay.
he usually takes the Waylay, and then Zeus took. We've seen him on Neon and Raze, but there might be a surprise because they switched one player. So Kurax will probably not play a duelist. I think he will keep on the initiator / flex role, but there could be a bit of a difference in the lineup. That's what we've seen on Koro. Did switch things up a little bit, and it worked actually. So maybe on split it will be the same.
Maybe, and Euro and Waylay is going to be really difficult to counter when it comes to them comboing together on attack. I mean, we've seen what Zeus is capable of. Unless he was shut down really, really hard throughout their defense, I feel like he might be a turning point once again on this map.
What I want to see from JobLife is really, I hope that this break really helped them focus and find back what they had on the attack of Korod, because there was really something there. It was not only that FUT wasn't ready, that they were still warming up. I think JobLife really played really well in this first half, and something happened. Zeus happened, and they struggled a little bit, but I think they can find this confidence back. I hope they will be very proactive, not be afraid of FUT and what they can find, and be confident in their play. And as we see what's happening, yes, there is a change. Zeus is actually playing the Euro. I asked for this in the pre-show. Yes.
I mean, we can see like I double duels versus doubles, it's kind of mirroring, except the controllers and the Teo. I feel like I'm leaning more towards FUT's comp. It's there's a scanner, there's Astra. Astra could be annoying, and JobLife, they have their Omen. It could be like a difference maker when it comes to stopping the flood in through sight. So it's quite interesting to see, to be honest.
I love that they're taking the Euro. This is a really good addition to the lineup. I think they're gonna be very, very fearful on this, very scary on this split map. You will be able to see everything unfold with our great casters Haza and Madante. It's yours.
Thank you very, very much, squad. It's going to be an exciting time. It's still myself Hazza. It's still
myself Hazza. We having a little identity crisis here. It's fine. You can be me for the day. That's all good.
I said myself immediately the comms were cut. All right, it's myself and Hazza. My bad. Apologies, but ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Kim and Jude, for that, and welcome back to Split.
Yeah, I mean, well, welcome to Split, right? It's map number 2 in the series, and now it's crunch time, I think, for JobLife, it's fair to say, because after that first map, they didn't get let off at all, right? They didn't close where they probably should have, and FUT now have a case to be made on this second map. I think Cracks playing the Waylay is huge. We've got to talk about that. This is a guy who really has not deviated his agent pool all too much in years, so to see him on this agent diving in is crazy to me. I know that we had YetaJ trial in off-season before, a few different duelists, but I was not a big fan of the Waylay in kickoff, so yeah, I can't even say that this change makes more sense, I suppose, but at least the 5 agents I'm seeing in front of me give me confidence on both sides.
That's a good point to bring up, especially because of the fact that we've been seeing Split's been occasionally, you know, something where the Phoenix comes out, especially in the support of that kind of the Neon, because the fast lane's really good, and then you've got the wall composition, right? I mean, as Jade and Kim were saying earlier on the desk, you know, Viper essentially has become a must pick. The old Astra, in my opinion, as well, back when Astra was kind of the definitive controller, she just made it such a nightmare for Split and on so many of these other maps. And spoiler alert, we might be seeing her come through here by FUT. So very nice to see the agent list be updated slightly.
Yeah, I think right now you're seeing a lot of teams playing Astra as well instead of Omen, because they understand that in this new metagame with a utility deficit, there are ways to plug those gaps, and Astra does a great job at filling them. Something else as well, of course, is, yeah, people want to play Omen because it's a comfort agent for them.
Yeah.
So that's the other side of the coin, and that's the situation when you look at Kamek. But yeah, we should be heading into this one any moment now, so looking forward to that, and looking forward to seeing Doma back on a duelist as well, actually, with the support of Enzo on Teho. So there is potential for JobLife to have quite pacey attack sides, some pretty strong retakes, but we'll see how that goes in a bit as they are starting on the defense, of course.
This is a big aspect for Split in particular. A lot of people, I mean, it is a defender-sided map, just in terms of like the bigger, the wider statistics, but good executes, good aggression, and all of a sudden it can be a very attacker-side looking map. And when you've got such an excellent split from FUT, the control onto Heaven, the control from Garage, answered back well from JobLife, but not going to be enough here. Still the fight going through from Chua.
Yeah, Chua just wrapping around this pillar here, looking to see if he can get any extra work done. Can't. Heading into the retake, JobLife do have a few tools here still left to use. FUT just clean it up. It is not too much of an issue for them in the end.
This is the big aspect as well, right? I mean, Teho is fantastic in terms of the utility just killing a bit of time. You know, the execute comes out of Garage, but he is double-sided in the fact that his utility is purposefully as slow as it is, because sometimes that's enough to create all the space you need. Sometimes it's great just to, you know, cause that little bit of extra time to consider. Other times, though, it just gets walked right past, especially if Waylay is dashing onto the site, if they're getting support from the other duelist as well, right? There's a lot more that you have to deal with, and Teho can't shut down on his own.
Ooh, nice opening kill from Runner here. Zeus dropped. This hasn't been the same kind of start to the map as the previous. For those just tuning in, you missed almost a 40 kill masterclass. 37 in the end, but he starts this one 0-2.
I mean, at some point, right, someone else has to get the kills, and we've seen YetaJ be doing it. We've seen other members of FUT show up, so definitely not just a foregone conclusion. Might be, though, if Mr. Fallon can just walk out of Garage and take Runner for free.
Yeah, fortunately, he's the one on the Ghost, so even if he did drop, it's no big casualty. Chunk of damage onto Cracks, but this debut on the Waylay's looking pretty good so far. It's a nice saturate onto Enzo's position, and Crystali closes the gap quite nicely. So yeah, FUT managing to rally the troops even without Zeus. I think that's going to be a big talking point on this map and for the team in general, because we know how good they can be when Zeus is firing on all cylinders. When he isn't, they have been missing at times.
So far, not going to be the case, though. I mean, the spike takes a long time to get down, and it is because of the fact Doma is being given respect here. There is understanding from FUT that he could easily steal a kill away from them. Speaking of doing that, that's a free gun. 3 bullets to Crostali's dome. It's not going to feel like it for him as he does drop. The gun not going to get picked up, though, so still just working off the ghost here. Doma trying his best. He wants to work up to die into this spike. FUT, though, possibly not going to give him the chance. However, that initial frag might be the difference maker. Kraxus on low health as well here. The double swing could spell doom. It will not do, but it was close.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a valid concern there. If Doma finds 1, maybe even 2 more looking at the HP, that FUT aren't going to have a decent bonus round here. And to be fair, when you look at the guns they've got, Spectre, Marshall and the like, you're not expecting anything extraordinary from them here. But right now, they do look a lot more coordinated. And sometimes with a player change, it is the things you don't see. It's the communication behind the scenes as well. Like I said before, I'd be remiss to mention Krax has been a key part of this roster for such a long time. Since FUT was still called Footballist, for goodness sake. So he has his history here. They were tier 2, in fact, when he joined. Same as JobLife.
It's the difference that has been made, the adaptation, the updates, how simple decisions will impact your future for years, months, if not years to come. And FUT now realizing the consequences of their decisions. So far bearing fruit, though, has to be said. Dealing with this very nicely. The patience coming from them very, very clean. And as I talked about earlier, highlighted Split, a map that can be made or broken off of executes like this.
Oh, a lot of damage onto Krax. Does manage to get off the Saturate, but the trades are good for JobLife. They're able to batten down the hatches of the B site. It's a long road for FUT to try and make this A rotation happen, and Doma does still have a gate crash placed. He's decided to recycle that one, so it is just runner here for the time being.
And he's gonna have to fight a lot here. There might even be the Nightfall use from Crystali. Wouldn't hate to see it, especially because we are still so early on, but it means if you don't use the ultimate here, you'll have it for the future ones. If the spike can at least go down, then FUT making themselves look very clean, especially and yet today can do that! 1, 2, and 3, you've seen nothing yet, Ajay! 3 from the Marshal, and he has just locked everything down on this A site.
That is unbelievable from Yetajay. Lining them up one at a time with the Marshal. Doma's got it all to do with the damage dealt. It's a quad from Yetu in the end. The 4th will not be as spectacular as the first 3, but that is something that you do not see often.
Oh, someone get me a replay on that stat. I want to talk about that again, because you see the initial hold, right? Kamek does this. Excellent. Kraxus gets shut down. Yeah, the trades are good.
1, 2, 3.
Look at that from Yetajay. A masterclass of a waylay that we've seen on Game 1, and potentially a masterclass just from Yetajay on Game 2.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's the thing. FUT do have plenty of individuals. That's the sidebar to the Zeus conversation. I think it's players like Yetajay, though, that we've really not seen the best of in recent times. And that almost started with the Tahoe meta as well. Enzo still playing it here. It's not as fashionable as it was, but, you know, he's a site anchor. He's the guy that locks things down. So util thrown in his face is always an issue. Opening kill on the eco so far from Runner. Zeus really having a torrid time, but as we said before, FUT have been able to do pretty well without him up until this point.
Yetajay is the shield and Zeus is the sword. The sword's a little bit dull, but the shield is mighty, it is tall, and so far FUT are able to hide behind Yetajay absolutely perfectly. The initial Sheriff shot, though, taking down Zeus, and yes, okay, not been the player that he was on map 1, but you're still missing a blindside, you're still missing a Zeus, you're still missing a clone of Zeus here as Zeus clone, and you're still missing some shots if you're Chiwa. Unfortunate for him.
Yeah, FUT starting to go through the motions now. And with that kill from Mr. Fallen, they have free reign of the B site. They can set up in main. Enzo does delay a little bit. There's not too much time here, but JobLife simply don't have the numbers to flood or make this an issue. YetaJ will walk away with another 3 for his troubles.
And when it's your Viper getting that many multi-kills, you heard it yourself. The ultimate is ready. That is a 9-point ultimate. The most expensive in the game. I think it shares, what, with the Armageddon and Rolling Thunder? I think that's it now? There's not many 9-point ults in the game anymore, so the fact the Viper's Pit is online for round 5 is a scary statement.
Yeah, no, it is an expensive one. But he's done a great job at farming this up nice and quickly. I suppose a slight caveat to that is the Viper's Pit on attack side, incredibly situational.
Yep.
A couple of good A post plants. I mean, B as well, I think it's fair to say, because you have to drop from heaven. But as you can see, FUT's main focus right now is taking mid control, and if they get a good timing here, they'll be right in behind the ramp players.
I'm scared. I'm very scared, honestly. You can see the minute this Viper wall falls down, there could be some heads dropping as well. Enzo gets the information, still shoots the Haunt despite the blight side, but the timing from Zeus is absolutely beautiful. The Astra concuss to bring down Enzo as well. A masterclass of utility, and FUT just going to stroll on in.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to overreact, but FUT are so back, man. They're so back. No, it's a 2 versus 4, and the Pit will rear its head here, so JobLife forced to save in this situation, but we're starting to see some of the micro coming out from them now as well. Flashing your reveal is always such a nice little combo to make it really difficult to deal with that kind of util. Completely catches out JobLife, and the late play from main with the Astra stun as well. Chef's kiss.
That's the thing. I was talking about executes making splits seem kind of one-sided or attacker-sided, but that was off the back of like the fast kind of burn executes, you know, the waylay utility, the Yoru movements, TP back a site, but you really do have to see the opposite, right? This kind of Jaws snap play, this idea of take all the control in the world, know that you're taking some members of JobLife from both angles to the point they cannot keep an eye on both, and we're seeing a reflection here. It's only first round, but saving an operator, potentially another issue.
Absolutely. And look, you can't get ahead of yourself here either if you're FUT inclined, because how many times have we seen stuff like this from them before? And we also even just saw it in the previous map with JobLife. Right now, they are fighting hard against this momentum. So it's a difficult one, for sure, to try and get back into the game now, but sometimes that just does come from a moment of brilliance, like what we saw from YetaJ. I mean, how many times have you been in a team before where someone's like, look, just get a 3K and we're back in the game, you know? Sometimes that's all that it takes.
It feels easier said than done in my games, but that's because everyone's flat.
I know what you mean. I mean, to be fair, we queued a little skirmish 2v2 before this, as you do to sort of build synergy as a casting pair, and you did carry my ass. I pulled out the op and I got cursed in chat. I got some centuries old curse put on my head, so I shan't utter what curse exactly, but yeah, I think, you know, if I get sick now or something, it was because I used an op in skirmish 2v2, so sorry.
And you know what, Hazza? I think most of the chat will be telling you deserve that sickness. I didn't say it one way or the other. I just want to point that out, ladies and gents. But no matter the cost, right? But that happens every time. The operator gets pulled out all of a sudden. It's respected. It's understood that it's now a thing you have to consider. The same thing happens with the Odin, even the Ares.
Sure.
Like, these guns do bring a respect to their name, and there will be no respect granted to JL's A site.
It's a brilliant segue, though, because Doma is right here with an operator on site, and this is the kind of threat that JobLife do have when they play in unison. The overwhelming amount of utility, the saturate, the salvos coming in, and it is just a sole player advantage as it stands. YetaJ still up on his feet and has been putting FUT on his back for the last few. Cracks his good bait here.
No fake flash. No fake flash possibility, but Karax is going to fall regardless, and Kamek, JJ now just has to do it all here. Has to at least got the spike, so a plant potentially could go down if he's given away, but the operator is holding this angle. A rare, unfortunate miss. JJ still out with his life, but 40 seconds left, and JobLife are ready to meet him on this B site. There is no way. Surely, you've got a lot of time to kill Kamek if you're playing for the timer.
Yeah, Kamek does TP out in the end from the smoke, which he originally had to push the envelope there, but Yetejay finds his first quick tap. Doma trades it, but not before Yetejay threatens JobLife with another round. They break the ice eventually, but it is costly.
I fear, this is the thing. Is this the difference maker? I mean, we seen the 9-3 curse happen on Corrode. We literally seen it happen. I always ask, are you superstitious? And a lot of the times I get met with a little bit of a kind of head shake, a little bit of a, are you kidding me? There's no way this comeback happens. But this is what happens. And I mean, we're again in the EMEA Clash, right? If any time the upsets are now, the moments that should not happen come from these types of moments. And the ult's being traded, Doma with the ult, the trade's coming back and forth. It's going the way of FUT though, and the A site gonna fall silent.
Yeah, JobLife again trying to disrespect that push by lumping in some of their own utility. This time, FUT do find the kills they require to take A. And with Kamek dropping on the back line, I think that's any real hope that this round could come together for them lost. Mr. Fallen's still out on an island here. Enzo with a judge. Does recover a rifle, but just look how disciplined Mr. Fallen is being. He knows he has that gravity well for post-plant in case it's required, but you don't feel like that's really going to be a problem right now.
I mean, Enzo, good for one. Gets Armageddon at least online here, unless there's like a very big upset. Manages to get the frag onto Zeus. So a bigger deal, and could get away with the gun here. Looking a little bit likely, depending on Mr. Fallon's time. And Enzo stood still, no, he's there. Oh, bit of damage done. But all of a sudden, that actually gets Yetejay into mission. That gets him up to speed. He's running. He's going to try and gun. He doesn't look. Yeah. He gives Enzo the kill.
He got a little confused there where Enzo could have been because of the spike detonation. But the bigger talking point here is we're about to head into a round or a couple of rounds, depending on the economy, where JobLife do have ults to try and work with, and FUT have managed to at least restore order now and get back on track with another round. So, be interested to see how this one goes. It is just the one saved rifle.
Hero rifle, I don't think has ever been more relevant than right now. The phrase hero rifle, but Enzo needs to do it all.
Who is the hero though, Dante? Because I think we've seen little glimpses from players, but nothing consistent. Zeus, on the other hand, is starting to turn things back up a little bit in these last couple. So Spike goes in, and yeah, it's comfortable. But I don't know, on the JobLife side, I'm seeing a lot of problems right now.
And I mean, this was the map that you kind of had them pegged. I mean, you had me convinced as well. We were very worried for FUT's kind of entire, dynamic over these two maps, because Corrode was looking like JobLife's kind of strong-ish map. They looked stronger than FUT, and then all of a sudden Split was going to be JobLife's dominant match, and all of a sudden FUT just making both maps look like theirs.
I think there's a very important conversation to be had about how the Waylay is being played here with FUT, because where Yetejay has this mechanical ability, that doesn't necessarily make you a good duelist, I think, when he was on the Waylay. Nice shots from Runner here to end it, but Krax is like that selfless player that I was talking about. You know, if you've ever watched back any of his VODs, he dies a lot, right? But every single one of those deaths is usually like Zeus is trading off the back of it or something of the sort. Like back when they were sort of semi-successful about a year ago with him in the team, that's what it tended to look like. And he's playing it as an initiator here. He's diving in, dropping the saturate, and getting out most of the time, getting good information along the way. So FUT seem to be finding ways to generate value from him. JobLife, on the other hand, creating some of their own with this early pit. Must-win round for them right now.
I do quite love the Viper's Pit on mid, especially as well. I think it's still not given as much respect as to where Crosshair placement can affect the Viper's Pit coverage, and Crosshair placement gonna do Doma a lot of solid work there. An excellent first engage. Kraxus gets some shots, doesn't quite get the frag though, so Runner able to get away with his life, but the Soul Man on the B site right here. Enzo coming to back him up on Heaven. Armageddon prepped and ready off of this information. Will it be fast enough? We can wait and see.
Yeah, Enzo doesn't want to overcommit. Runner does well to stall this push out, but takes a hefty toll of HP at the same time. Runner still going like a traction engine. Zeus trying to play himself back in, but can't find the necessary kills. JobLife survive with 3 alive, and they are on to pastures anew.
Has us dropping bars, ladies and gentlemen. JobLife do survive indeed, and I mean, again, can they keep this momentum going? FUT have been doing a great job at actually just cutting the momentum out of JobLife's kind of sales, right? I mean, they do things like this. The shots were good, the utility was excellent, the backup of the flash from the blind side there, absolutely clean work, but JobLife, they need to do that 3 more times. It's harder done than said, but it's not impossible.
Even just going for a little ult combo here, or at least thinking about the idea. Enzo sending in, oh, the Armageddon! What?
The body block!
And the convergent pass! 3 ults! Dante? That's that's a bit expensive, but hey, if it works, it works. Nice set piece.
2 frags, 2 guns out of the way, you know, all of a sudden, that's how you make rounds work. That's how you make magic happen, but you gotta convert it now. You cannot give that away. That, as you said, expensive ultimate, and JobLife currently with the numbers advantage. Still a minute left, though, and FUT have been excellent at playing these timers, right? They have not been forced to rush even once. Oh!
Okay, yeah, hey, if it works, it works. The round is settled at this point anyway. You make that kind of an investment, should be unlosable. Kamek guarding the smoke, but Mr. Fallen just propping up one of his own to try and throw a spanner in the works here.
30 seconds left.
4 versus 2 situation, and if they can find a way to collapse on B, maybe there's a threat here. Yetajay has found Doma. 2 versus 2 on B.
Viper's Pit as well. I mean, this is the thing. 1 frag goes the one way, and the timing as well. 12 seconds, though. I think the timer might just come back to bite FUT, especially with Kamek's timing here. A double kill required from Mr. Fallon in the space of a second. Yeah, even with that first frag. Paranoia, the silent step, the step and the shots do find their mark, and I mean, it was to be expected, but I still love those use of ultimates. Even if expensive, it gets you around.
Yeah, exactly. It's like 4 non-Jeremy? That's insane. I mean, look, it's broken the buy of FUT here as well. So I think that is the important point that you make. And honestly, would I rather see this version of JobLife than the one that saves those ults for however many rounds, lets that momentum build up against them? I'd prefer to see this one. So why not?
I was too excited. I answered too quickly. But yes, I want to see more of this. I always have a soft spot, or I have a hard spot, I guess I should say, for teams that do not just use the ultimates when you maybe should. Nothing, right?
What do you mean by that?
I mean,
actually, I don't want to know. No, I don't want to know.
I've been thrown under the bus as we're about to watch 3 ultimates get. We're about to watch the members of FUT get thrown under this bus, and it's called Armageddon. What do you want from me?
I don't know. I feel violated.
Oh my god.
But yeah, that no, that was a nice round from JobLife. I think that the point you got to get to here, though, is ultimately that's not repeatable. So
no,
the 4th round here is almost a given, I think, considering what they're up against. But in saying that, Pit, Shotty, maybe it's looking like a full B send, and it's only Kamek here.
I don't doubt FUT. With what we just seen there, I mean, it was a bad buy from JobLife. They committed 3 ultimates. We could literally just see a reversal of that happen, and that looks to be exactly the case. Cosmic Divide is down. The Nightfall as well, just to create that bit more space. Runner managing to toe the line on the Cosmic Divide absolutely beautifully, but still all of this space, and the Viper's Pit online as well, yeah. FUT seeing what JobLife did, and they want a piece of the action.
They're all in on this eco, that's crazy. And I think it might just pay off for them. 5 versus 5 retake up against this Viper's Pit. It's just going to choke them out. JobLife here in this situation. Well, they're not going to have any ults of their own anyway, so FUT just taking them to town. They say, you know what, you want to skew the battlefield? We'll just do the same. Yetajay drops, that's the pit now gone. It could be problems. JobLife starting to go onto the site here. And they still need to get that defuse in. Kamek has 3, needs a little more than that. Zeus has even gone for his own ultimate. Oh, what am I seeing, man? They'll get the round anyway, sure. It cost a million ults, but it's a round win is a round win.
It says thrifty on the screen, has it? I don't believe that.
Yeah,
that's not. Yeah,
sure,
like
sure.
Economically speaking, sure, money wasn't bought, but resources were absolutely committed to this. How many ults was that actually? Nightfall, Viper's Pit.
4, I'm pretty sure.
Nightfall, Viper's Pit, Cosmic Divide, Yoriol, and yes, we didn't see the From the Shadows or anything. So yeah, 4.
Yeah, they said, you know what, JobLife, 3 ults to win a round is cool. I'm going to spend 4 on my eco and then win it anyway. So it's not broken the money, and it hasn't broken the spirits of JobLife either, it looks like. Couple trades in mid and we're at a 3-on-3.
I mean, just the fight for mid has been and gone. Viper's gone. Your Teho is gone. Meanwhile, both of your entries, though, if your FUT are dead. Yetajay gets the timing, gets answered back onto immediately another 2 versus, well, technically 2 versus 1 just from the timing.
What are we doing?
Valen just goes into the extra dimension and Runner sends him there permanently. A 2 versus 1 now.
Yeah, it looked like Mr. Fallen was just sat on the back line getting freebies, and then he's just gone into astral form in the choke point. So it's a 1 versus 2 for Crystali. The new face in the team at this point. The prospect. But he makes a rookie mistake in not clearing Doma close. And JobLife get 4 rounds, which feels almost like a best case scenario.
It's not 3-9, so honestly, for FUT, they might actually be happier with a 4-8. If they are superstitious, they made it work for them on Corrode, and now JobLife, they have to show how good their attacks can be, because FUT were not just, you know, holding W key, walking onto a site, right? Some of those engagements were totally like that, don't get me wrong, but some of it was very patient, some of it was very split on the aggression, and it worked out phenomenally well.
Yeah, I mean,
I want to see this again.
Crazy half. I love this as well. Like, they're just screwed.
You probably didn't need the convergent paths just because the body blocking Yoru was going to be enough. But again, why take that risk when you can guarantee the frags and get the kills?
Nah, absolutely. And I think too, as well, like, the crazy one for me is just FUT committing ults on their eco, because they used so much. And you know, what if there's one player playing aggressive in the choke point? You know what I mean? Like, could have had a spray down on a Phantom or something. Yeah, it's nuts, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. And look, JobLife have given themselves half a chance here.
I want it Zeus as well. Like, I mean, the dimensional drift dancing was good, but that was shaky, right? You know, if one more shot had went the way of Kamek on that spike defusal, that 1 versus 1, we wouldn't have seen FUT, you know, get away with expending all of those ultimates. It wouldn't have worked out for them to get the split the way it is, and we could have been seeing a 7-5 because of it. Either way, JobLife now with the questions to answer. FUT just needing it to keep themselves alive, keep this momentum going. If you're JobLife here, honestly, I just hope Zeus doesn't wake up.
It does feel like he's slowly creeping back to form, not the same kind as map 1. That is his absolute peak, I think it's fair to say, but this map not suiting his style as much, perhaps. Nice timing on the molly there from Yetu's, just stop the flood of players onto the B site, and this reaction from FUT is excellent. If they take main control here, it's a 2v1 on Enzo, as the rest are pushing in from tower. They've just got to make sure they clear that close corner, and sometimes it's the easy ones that you miss out on, but no, nice shot from Yetu, and it's a 4 versus 5 now that JobLife have to make it back from.
Oh, she was waiting in meal, but that is an express delivery. Carax's bullet 2, she was dome, takes him out, and 5 versus 3 now, the retake. Looking more and more likely for FUT here. Runner actually walking up those stairs, but he's being held. At least the timing here, yes. Fallon and Crossley able to make this work. Suddenly Kamek always feels like the last man standing, but never in a position that he can work with.
No. And it's the same situation this time as well. So FUT moving up to 9, and now starting to bear the same kind of score which we saw after the pistol round on Corrode, but this time it's in favor of them instead. It's one step closer to a revenge match against KC. That is the VCT team, which was seeded higher than them off the back of a game which they played against each other in kickoff. Of course, I know the JobLife fans would love to try and take bragging rights over a regional rival, but not looking very likely at this point in time, Dante.
We did. Those words were said exactly on Corrode whenever JobLife did have the 9-3, so always going to remember, at least in my opinion, that this can be snatched away out from under FUT's noses. Caraxis does get the information. Fallon's seen that, right? Fallon's bound to have seen that. Yes, okay, good. The information granted, and Kamek just gets cleaned up because of it, not the casual walk through garage that FUT were able to enjoy.
Yeah, and this is a really nice anti-eco from FUT as well. The saturate is perfectly placed, and JobLife are stopped dead in their tracks. The difference to the scoreline that you mentioned, of course, is that FUT won the pistol here as well.
Yeah.
And they won both pistols, in fact, and that kind of a momentum swing on split is very, very hard to overcome. Not winning, well, your attack pistol specifically, 2 on this map, yeah, it makes a huge, huge difference. So you're asking a lot of JobLife here. It all starts with this round, make or break for me.
Yeah, gotta agree, and we are seeing, I think, really a big highlight between, right, Kamek on the Omen as the controller versus Fallon on that Astra. You're just seeing consistently Mr. Fallon's presence always there, even if he's not the one there. The stars are there, or there's something laid down. As you can see, Runner having to deal with all of that. And Mr. Fallon just going for the 180, trying to predict JobLife's attack, but getting shot in the back for it here. A comfortable push from JobLife, a necessary one at that.
Yeah, ankle's broken for Mr. Fallen. Kamek getting another. Just feels like he's always good for 1, but like no more than 1.
Yes.
It's another similar situation. There's a Phantom in this bonus. I mean, everyone has money, so FUT should give this their best go. There is little utility left, though. Just Cracks with his own saturate.
Else just wanting to play this patient. The Teho utility now we're going to be seeing FUT don't want to be getting into post-plant scenarios if Enzo's alive, right? The special delivery, now that it does damage, it's still a strong stun, and then the salvo just incredibly good at killing time. The spike's still going to get tapped. Carax is trying to make someone kind of fear his presence, but everyone from JL just going to look at that bomb, detonate very close to their noses, but no further.
Yeah, a couple extra ult points for them there. I was a little bit surprised at that point that Yatije didn't just die to the spike, but you know, with how far off he is from his own Viper's Pit, I understand why you go for it, of course. Any damage would be good damage in that situation, but this is something, I mean, Mr. Fallen was completely lost there. Who's seeing things? Poor guy. Yeah, I mean, like in this situation, JobLife have very strong tools for post-plant. They are they're running the Teho, you know, so if they don't use the salvos early, they're going to have them. They do here to set up Runner.
Oh, the utility, it takes a second, but then he runs with it. A nice double from Runner. Crystalli getting a bit of damage, doing a bit of damage themselves. Doma gonna fall at least here, and Crystalli making it their presence aware, tries to go for another swing. Chua going to shut those shenanigans down. Yetijay answers back, but the trades are just clean, and a one-man army from Mr. Fallon, and he cannot do anything but join his teammates in the afterlife.
Yeah, that's really, really great stuff from Runner there. I think he has the Trace Esports buddy on his Vandal, the same team which beat him at Champs back in 2024. Bit of a random one, not sure what the connection is there, but
I can go for a, which is keep your friends close, your enemies closer.
Maybe. No, this is really great work from him, and for someone who doesn't have above a rating of 1 on any of his main agents on VLR at least. Yeah, I mean, this is the sort of runner that you want to see, and he is being enabled by stuff like Enzo's salvos. I mean, that's why you put Teho in this comp, if you want that quick attack speed, because you can just absolutely send it sometimes.
Speaking of sending it here, I mean, JobLife, they've been good at clearing out these angles beforehand. Mr. Fallon just playing at such a close angle here. The elbow's going to get spotted. That's your Astra gone. So all the stars, all the concusses to shut this down are not going to be there. But Cristalli might not need concusses or Astral stars. A single bandit, 2 shots, and 2 players from JobLife fall.
Yeah, this is the problem now. There are upgrades on this FUT side, and they do have the numbers advantage. I don't know if it's an open plant or not for JobLife, but looks like they're going to be wrapping back through tower, so it's all on Yetege to try and contain this while the rest of his team start to push back in garage.
That's patience. We've been seeing, like, especially for the spike planting hazard, we've been seeing a lot of respect for it, right? Like, kind of playing to this time, and it's arguably then became an issue because the information is gained. The damage from Yetege is good. A 2 versus 2's been equalized, but at this point, the spike is beeped down. The salvo comes through, and that alone will be enough for JobLife to secure the round.
Enzo has another one of them as well, so he just completely bleeds it dry. And JobLife bring themselves within 3 rounds, albeit costly. Considering the fact that FUT came in with next to nothing, that bandit was one of only a couple purchases, a sheriff as well. But the attack side is doing what it needs to do, and if FUT choke this one now, yeah, we have to have a conversation about both of these teams' defenders' sides, I think, because it's been a lot of the same up until this point, and I think, honestly, more than anything, that's just struggling to play the Waylay on defense, because like you were saying earlier, it can be feast or famine at times.
I mean, just light speed, refract, saturate is such a combo on offense, right? But you have to be a lot more meaningful about when your saturates land, about how those impact comes through. And we've been seeing Runner and Caraxes kind of make that work for them both. The stun is good, the dash is great. Runner, the backup from his team, a clinical execute onto the site, and the round may as well already be over.
Yeah, Runner has done a fantastic job on some of these entries. Seeing him play in a GX shirt devalued his stocks so badly at the start of last year, really, because in Vitality, I thought he was pretty good. And even heading into that team from when he was on, what, Zero Tenacity, I think it would have been. Yeah, I mean, he was a main duelist player all of those years, but he swapped to Initiator to fit the team. He played every role under the sun on GX, as everyone did, as they were figuring out their identity. But he can be quality, and he's looking very good right now, I think. Just the confidence is showing in some of these rounds.
You do need that support sometimes, and Waylay is a difficult agent just to kind of go in and get the frag alone. We see there that's a beautiful use of the stun, of the saturate, but JobLife don't really care. They get themselves frags on the board. They get themselves closer yet again. Objects in the mirror are closer than they may seem, but this time it's FUT looking back.
Yeah, and this is where you want to see FUT really make a change and start to show us a better level from them in general. I think there's a wider conversation to be had about this team in general now. The fact that they're not the one that goes to internationals anymore, or at least that's the case at the moment, sitting at the bottom of the league instead. Mr. Fallen, as an in-game leader with Gaius, is a certain identity to this team, which has fallen behind in place of names like Neki and Rose regionally. The young blood coming up, and when it comes to bringing that talent into the team, FUT have gone with what's worked, but not only because it's what they know has worked in the past, but what they have available to them. You look at the talent pool, they almost got last pick, I think, on like every new name coming into the league. So it's a rebuild in some ways, it's a continuation in others. Now is the chance, though, to show why they are considered veterans, right? That's how they got in the competition.
Veterans indeed. And can you prove you've got that staying power? I mean, certainly it looks like you can, but these defenses, I would give Split the pass, because I do stand by that if you just have aggressive commits, you can really make Split look attacker-sided, but Corrode as well, you know, the one time is a fluke. Any more than that, then it starts to become potentially a pattern, something that needs discussed. And speaking of a pattern, speaking of discussion, actually, the timeout's been a lot fewer and further between here than they were on Corrode.
And in terms of the setup for FUT, TP for Zeus to just drop back on this weak side. There are more players towards A as it stands. And caught between two minds, YetaJ was thinking about rotating. That has piqued his interest. Such an impactful kill from Doma as the rest of the team are looking to scale up on the A site. The bodies are here, but they soon shall fall, it seems. Enzo's picked up cracks. Kamek has closed the gap and got in and around, stunned by his teammate, but they are in for the kill. Nothing left to be said of FUT in this one whatsoever. They didn't come in with the best of guns. The timeout in many ways will be for the next one, Dante, but just not seeing any real improvement.
I mean, this is the... I want to say I genuinely believe that FUT had that entire defensive hold based off the convergent paths, and then Enzo threw one salvo, elbow, and went no. And you'll get to see that in the replay. You'll get to see that in the highlight here. Like, this was meant to slow down. This was meant to stop Runner getting any of that space. But the disengage comes through. Enzo then special deliveries his own teammate. Not intentional, of course, but actually stops Kamek getting the frag and gets the Armageddon online for himself. So an accidental teammate utility usage, but one that could work out for JobLife in spades.
Quick execution here. One of the benefits of the Waylay you were mentioning there is the fact that, it gives you far too much of a distraction. Don't know where to look. And with Doma closing in as well, it's just completely overwhelmed on the site, Mr. Fallen. JobLife don't have too much real estate here in post-plant, but what they do have is numbers.
Spike planted.
Can you count to the higher number? Can you stop these 2-for-1s? But it is Zeus. It is Zeus that we've talked about typically gets the kind of at least 2 frags. Armageddon forces YetaJ in to the firing line. Kraxus though fighting back with 2. 3 make it as well, but 1 HP. Surely at some point the run has to end, and that it does. But the damage at least good for the economy, and we are 10-10 twice in a row yet again off of a comeback.
Yeah, it's also the biggest streak of rounds that we've seen from a team so far in this map, and it's JobLife that have posted it. 6 from 6. Every single one of them a rifle round as well for them. So you're seeing the value of the Armageddon here too in cleaning out screens when someone is holding the angle, and FUT just don't know where to look. That was their opportunity to get back in this one. That was the full purchase with the ults available, and we just didn't see it.
There's a possibility here. It's got unlikely, especially with YetaJ being posted up in meal. Manages to hide in the corner, though, absolutely perfectly. Okay, not able to get anyone! Oh, the trigger discipline is incredible, but Runner just shuts YetaJ down. No Viper's Pit online either. A completely empty B site and another stack that doesn't quite go FUT's way.
Yeah, like anything other than a pistol in that situation and you're raking it in, but not the case.
Spike planted.
JobLife moving into post. They've looked comfortable in these positions. FUT with the Astra ult, but you're still saving that for a rainy day at this point. JobLife quite happy to just cut them down where they stand and take the lead for what is the first time in this map on round 21.
With a casual 7-round complete win rate, complete record of destruction being put on. And look at YetaJ, it's done so much with that angle, and then nothing off the back of it. Trigger discipline can be an absolute giver but it can take the most away from you. And FUT, their hopes and dreams potentially lost after that. A lot of ultimates online. The buy suits them. The pit drops in mid, and it's JobLife now to adapt.
As it stands, Zeus on the line, op in hand, re-peaks Runner, and is rewarded for it. Yetajay's pit will drop as it's all hands on deck for FUT on the B site. Use of the Yoru ult now from that op player, taking himself out of the equation and just setting the rest up for success. Reposition main. Yetu can't stand any longer on his own 2 feet, but Krax is here to pick up the pieces. Only one slips through his fingers. 3 on 2 still here for the defense, and running into Mr. Fallen is running into trouble. He has called them back into this one by the scruff of the neck. And so to the lengths of regulation we shall go.
Again, for anyone that missed map number 1, to the lengths of regulation we go again. And at this point now, 2 rounds back-to-back needs to be the case for both of these teams. They cannot afford to risk an overtime, especially JobLife. I mean, FUT got corroded. They, you know, it was a close game, but they walked away with it. They need to do that again to stop JobLife taking this from them. If we go to Pearl, especially with how the defense has been here, Pearl's a tough map to defend on the best of times.
Yeah, I mean, Pearl also isn't a great map for JobLife on the whole, but we'll have to see if they can get there first. Krax dives in head first, and Kamik is all too happy to oblige in that situation. Oh, stick of the ult from Kamik, and I don't know. Okay, what goes around comes around, I guess. Now FUT are in a brilliant position to hold this site.
Especially if Yetajay can land that, right? The Viper's wall goes up. He's not really expecting everyone else to be staring at him. The wall goes down. No one is actually spotted. No visual contact has been made. Look at how far Chiwa has gotten pushed up here. This is going to be a complete free B-Tech. But this might sacrifice the Viper's pit here. Chiwa has to get these frags if he's going to take the engagement.
Yeah, FUT aware of the possibility that JobLife could have threaded through vents, but they're just hanging on to the idea that this was an A play, as they do have numbers, and at this point it's a lost cause if you choose to rotate. So finally they get notification as the spike goes in, and it's all about clearing Chiwa from the corner. He is deleted by Zeus, and now FUT have a runway for this retake.
Oh, no Viper's pit anymore. Nothing to hide behind JobLife, just the mechanics here. The classic not going to be enough for Yetajay.
Okay.
No operator to worry about just yet, but still a lot more to do. Convergent Paths online, it is going to get
spotted.
Popped. He's got it.
Runner just saw their feet. He's going to pop the ult and walks out and dies anyway. Playing from heaven. So it's all on to Doma now. The shoulders of someone so capable in a clutch. But he just can't hang on to the burden this time. He's done it before on bigger stages, but falls to the hands of FUT. We'll get to series point first.
JobLife, all of a sudden, right? Chiwa going for the aggressive push, getting cleared out. You have to wonder if you just sit in the site. You do have to worry about the Cosmic Divide, sure, but it came down anyway from Mr. Fallon. At what point do you say that maybe giving up the Viper's pit instead of that aggressive push? Of course it didn't work out, but even if you go 1-for-1 there, I still have to think if that was the play. Viper's pit, just such a good ultimate, and you have to use it now just to get yourself to OT. It's a pretty sour taste.
Yeah. I mean, that kill there from Zeus as well is a little telling. Like, in most situations, you come off the line at that time, you don't want to re-peek, but with the op and the fact that he does kill Runner and there's no follow-up, it's the same problem that he's had before on this team, Runner, that, like, in flashes, we're seeing the possibilities. You know, he's good in these moments, but then it's a little bit of decision-making, something of the sort, and they look off the pace.
Off the mark, potentially. One round separates FUT from a quick 2-0 to go up against Carmine Core, I believe, or JobLife here need one more round. That's only just for overtime. Even if they then convert that Hazard, it's a full additional map that they need to do. So the endurance already being called into question. Of course, very valid, very experienced veteran rosters here. So should be used to this kind of more endurance level test, but still something to consider, a factor to be pointed out. And Doma already gone with Craxus as well.
Similar set piece from JobLife, but no return on it this time, or so you'd think. Enzo and Kamek combining, the former Fnatic duo, have pushed this to a winnable situation.
There's a lot from Enzo here as well. You've still got the drone, you've got a salvo. There is a lot of utility here, a lot of information can be gained, and we see the drone come through, get shot down. Mr. Fallon wanting to take all the heat off of his teammate, make sure that JobLife don't have an idea of where YetaJ is. The Viper's Pit, of course, though, from Chiwa, it's not going to be a factor here. It's going to be lost one way or the other. YetaJ finds Kamek here, 85 HP. Enzo, if he fires the salvo as well, he gives his position away. He's not going to do it just yet. He wants to get the timing. He's done exactly that, but the shots go a bit bright. Array! The shots miss! The spike gets defused! And FUT just barely take it away from JobLife. No OT on map 2.
Yeah, it's a 2-0 in the end for FUT, and a result which I can't say I personally saw coming. Some slight adjustments in the team chemistry, and again, the alchemy is balanced with what has worked for them in the past. And I mean, the last round there, JobLife trying to replicate previous round with the Yoru ult from Doma, but a bit of a disconnect between him and Runner on the dive in means that instead Crostali is able to punish, and it does out for them the way that they were hoping. Look, this is a great early lesson for JobLife to take as one of the premier teams in this tournament, I think it's fair to say, considering their credentials in these kinds of tournaments, or at least in making it to them in the past, and also the fact that they are an organization which has a lot of history in reinvesting back into the circuit, alongside Enterprise, for example. But yeah, FUT looked better, I think, from sort of, I don't want to say from front to back, there are some very close moments in there, but this felt like their series on the whole.
Yeah, it did indeed, but how best to describe how that series went than if we just throw it back to our analysts. So, Jude and Kim, take it away.
Thank you, Aza and Dante, for the cast of this game. Unfortunately, different path, same fate for JobLife. Once again, they fell short one round against FUT in a very close round. It's sad. It's sad to see this team fail because they really showed something today.
I mean, they actually really did. JobLife did an amazing job on attack, and they actually, I mean, one thing I wanted to highlight was the ult that casters kept on talking about, the combo ult between the Yoro and the Teo. That was an incredible risk that they took during their eco rounds. They did an amazing job. I like their attack more. They're really proactive on attack, and they like to take chances, and they're playing, like, Doma and Runner are playing wonderfully, like, throughout each other. But at the end of the day, FUT had found a way to basically flip the whole scene, where they put Zeus on and up, allowed him to take an early pick with YetaJ holding the main with him. So they kind of had a bigger advantage once again on Mr. Fallen on their attack, and that kind of hindered the team again. But then they started being proactive, and they reacted. It took them like 10 rounds in a row, or 6 rounds if I'm not mistaken, for FUT to start playing aggressive a little bit and get picks early rounds for them to guarantee winning the rounds.
At first, yes, JobLife was very good on the attack. I thought that they really had the game, the map in their hands, because they were very proactive. That's what we said after Koro, that they were a bit too silent and passive on the map. And here, I think they showed more of what we were looking for, more proactiveness, more aggressivity. They were getting a lot of information on the attack side and really making the plays where they knew there was a possibility. So we saw more confidence, more proactive gameplay. It was really very good from JobLife. Unfortunately, as you said, in the end, FUT reacted, and they reacted well. And I must say, they never let any chance to JobLife. They used 3 ultimates on an eco round. I mean, this is a statement. They don't want JobLife to win anything because I think they're also afraid that if this team gains confidence, they can be very scary.
That is true. That's actually true. They shut down if I'm not mistaken, it was 4 ults actually, not even 3. It was Fade, Yoro, Astra, a lot. It was just 4 of the players playing.
Too many for
too many. A lot. It was quite overwhelming. Like FUT's attack was overwhelming, just as much as JobLife attack was overwhelming. To be honest, both teams performed really well on attack. But there was one thing that I kind of want to highlight when it comes to FUT's defense, is that they were playing off of each other a lot, and they were guaranteeing the trade almost every round. Like you could see clearing space together with Yoroj and Mr. Fallen through push B on one round that allowed them to get the pick, entering smokes together. Those are the tiny differences that I noticed that JobLife were not reacting on it on defense, which cost them a lot of rounds on defense. And they just popped off on attack, but FUT's retake had its perks, basically.
They did do a lot of retake. I think they were really waiting for this. They had the setup, they had the utility to actually play this, and it kind of worked, at least in the end, for FUT. They finally found a way to break this attack from JobLife, because I must highlight that there were some very strong executes from JobLife. They had some surgical execution on both A and B side. I think this map is one that they really know how to play, and that's why it took so long on the defense for FUT to actually get the hang of how JobLife was playing.
That is true. They kind of got the hang of it after almost 6 rounds. And we can see, like, we were talking about Zeus, and just right now he's like 13 and 10. We kind of jinxed Zeus, to be honest. But Yoroj popped. I mean, Yoroj, I was literally screaming when he got to triple kill with Marshall. Yoroj was present. Mr. Fallen, honestly, it just feels like everybody on FUT side were present. I've seen a lot of good executions, like you said, on sites from JobLife. But my only comment is just their defense was a little bit slow on adaptation when it comes against FUT.
This is something I really like also from the side of FUT, because the first game, Koro definitely, I think 50% of the win is Zeus. At least he was a beast. He was definitely a very, very strong part of why they win. But here, he was not as proactive, and also this is the first time he's playing Euro this season, and I think we can see why he's not playing that much the Euro, because apparently he's not as confident as he is on the Waylay or on the Neon, struggling a little bit more. I think he can train this agent and come back stronger, because he definitely has the skill. But even though he did not show as strong as he was on Korod, but Ye2J was there to take the lead, and that's what I think makes the team great, is when you don't have one star player. You have several players that are able to actually show up and be the reason you win.
That is true. I mean, it was just FUT was just on all of the teams and all of their utils together, especially on their attacks alongside JobLife. And are we sure from this ACS, because they're literally the same with difference through first blood against Runner against Yoroj. To be honest, the Runner did an amazing job. And it's really hard for me to judge a duelist player when it comes to the defense, which was most of the game, I think. So I'm just... Yeah, sorry. I mean, it's kind of one of those things that it's hard to judge or hard to pin a player or pin it on one player. But at the end of the day, the games were really, really actually close. And it was wonderful on both ends. I actually enjoyed the games.
It was incredible games, definitely a lot of entertainment. I think it's a bit heartbreaking for JobLife, because they were so close and they didn't even manage to get one map. They definitely had the firepower and the experience and the knowledge to get this map, but just a small thing was missing, just a very small thing. And I think this this is must be hard for them. They will have to need to reset before the next round that they will fight in the lower bracket. So they still have a chance to stay in the tournament. But yes, they give it their whole, and I think they're gonna regret what happened on Corode because it should not have ended that way.
That is true, but to be honest, it's even if they lost today, it's still a great learning experience for them to gain to play against FUT. Because if you're talking about the different levels of gameplay, like not underestimating challengers teams, of course, but the experience that these VCT players have are a lot, but especially when it comes to youth players. So I think that JobLife did an amazing job today, and I really think that they played such good games and the games were close. At the end of the day, even if they lost, it's still a learning curve and it's still a gain for them for their next match.
Definitely, and they will have to wait a little bit because we will have to play the next round of the upper brackets and for them to know who they will face. For FUT, we already know who this will be, and this will be Carmine Corp. So this is a remake because actually they already faced each other in the kickoff. They lost, obviously, because they went 0-3. So maybe this is the chance for FUT to actually get the revenge.
That is true. I'm looking forward for that game. I mean, I've seen them each other in kickoff like even last year, so it's gonna be fun to see what they're gonna be playing against each other, especially with Cracks again. I mean, I'm kind of seeing the plays from Cracks as the casters highlighted that he that's almost his first time playing Whaley, if I'm not mistaken. So it's gonna be an interesting thing. They changed a lot of compositions, obviously, and we're gonna be seeing them against KC.
Yes, the fact that they brought back Kurax, I think, can change a lot. And against KC, it was actually pretty close. They won one map and went 12-14 again on Avon. So it was not that much that they were missing, and I think they can definitely get this little bit that they were lacking with this new player.
That is, I mean, I've seen Cross Sally. He was setting up the whole team. His initiation was actually on point today. The reveals and the help with for the duelists to enter site and take space. Everything that I've seen from FUT today, the synergy is so back, and the team is playing better than I've seen them in kickoff, actually. Don't you agree?
I think yes. I think it's still difficult to say because obviously this is a challenger team. I think JobLife are really top challengers. I'm really looking forward to see them in Challengers EMEA, actually, because I think they can really show their power there and how good they are. But against Tier 1, it's still a bit difficult. I think especially because you have less experience, even though they do scrims against Tier 1 teams, so they already know each other and they're playing against each other, but scrim is not the same as official. It's always a bit different. You don't play exactly the same, and maybe that's what was missing tonight. This little experience that they lack in the Tier 1 that FUT actually has.
That's true, but to be honest, overall, I think they actually did an amazing job. I mean, like, if we're talking about the same players that were playing the kickoff for FUT, for example, they are not the same FUT that I've seen through kickoff. So they did an amazing job, even with FUT actually giving them the respect that they're actually an amazing team. And both maps, I mean, one of them was overtime and the other one was 13-11. It was actually close games. So I think that JobLife is just missing a couple of things and just a little bit of adjustments, and they're actually quite an amazing team.
I completely agree. Another thing I wanted to highlight also is that Kurax rejoined. Obviously was playing with FUT before, so it's not completely new, but still I think it's hard to take the season midway, and he kind of jumped in at the last moment because they played 10 days ago, I think, in a kickoff, so it was really something new. The first map of Corode was a bit difficult for him. It was kind of far back in the leaderboard, but on the second map of Blitz, it was really better, and I think the more the tournament advances, and the more he's gonna be able to show what it brings to the team and maybe feel more confident and fit more into the group. And that's, in my opinion, one thing that was missing in the kickoff. Something didn't click, with Ba, it didn't fire as we were expected for the team, and maybe this new addition will change that.
That's true, and also I want to add about cracks on the last map, which was split. The casters were talking about him like playing as an initiator. I've personally never seen him playing this before, and he had his own effects on Whaley. To be honest, he was getting in, he was getting the picks. He was basically doing his job. Maybe we didn't see him in a moment where he shined as much as Zeus and Yedajay, but at the same time, it was consistent. It was good in my opinion, considering that he just came back to the team. So for me, he's performing really well considering someone that just got back to the team.
It was his first Waylay on official, so maybe he's played her in scrims, but in official it was his first. I think it was really great, and this is something also interesting with FUT, because on the first map they brought a Vice for J2J that is not playing that much either, and now this is the Waylay for Kurak, so I think they're trying to find their footing, how they can make this lineup work. The casters talked about it a little bit during the game, but yes, there are a lot of Turkish players, but at some point you cannot have thousands, hundreds of players that are really good, and with so many Turkish teams, you have to share the talent, and maybe FUT did not have their first choice, but they're trying to make what they have work. And I hope they will find a solution.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, when it comes to Turkish players, the Turkish players are incredibly gifted. You've seen them probably not just in Turkish organizations, even in other ones. So they're talented players. But maybe like the beginning of the kickoff, like the roster has changed. There are 2 new additions like Baha and Krasali. Maybe it was just the synergy wasn't there. There were a lot of like hiccups throughout the team. So I think getting cracks back was actually a good choice, because we can see the difference between their synergy before and now. And obviously not everybody is going to be consistent, not everybody is going to be playing the same, but at the same time I feel like that's a step up, and the kind of connection that was seen before on FUT was seen again today.
I think also for JobLife, this is maybe not a wake-up call, because this is too dramatic for what happened, but this is some hint that there are something that you can still change and adapt to be even better than what they are. Their objective definitely is the international events. They want to play on Challengers EMEA, on the road to champion at the end of the year. I think this is their goal, because this is a roster of very experienced players, and this kind of opportunity to face tier 1 team is exactly what they need to be able to pinpoint what is missing currently, because in VCL France they actually destroy the league, so you don't learn that much in this setup. You have to face stronger team to actually know and understand what is wrong.
Definitely, I agree with you, because this is why I said the games were close. I didn't expect them to be this close, to be honest, but at the same time they performed really well. And let's not forget that the roster was built like in late 2025, so they're relatively new together. And I think that just with a little bit of practice, and especially a game like this one, could actually make the team shine even better.
We will see this in their next matchup, and for now we will go on a break, but don't get anywhere, because there is a second match waiting, the Turkish skirmish, Besiktas against ULF. This is gonna be insane also, so stay with us.
Distance kept things apart. This is the moment where everything shifts. What are you afraid of?
The EMEA season kicks off at full throttle in 2026. Right after the conclusion of VCT EMEA kickoff and before the start of Masters Santiago, a brand new competition enters the arena, VALORANT EMEA Clash. With 3 VCT EMEA slots on the line for Masters Santiago, 6 of the remaining 9 teams will earn a chance to battle the best teams from the Challengers regions. VALORANT EMEA Clash features 2 interconnected double elimination brackets, Alpha and Omega. Each of these brackets will then crown its own champion. The top 4 teams from VCT EMEA Kickoff will be seeded directly into the second round of these brackets, receiving a bye, and the remaining 2 VCT teams will join 6 Challengers teams in a shared pool. From there, a fully randomized draw will determine placements, with one rule only: the 2 VCT teams cannot land in the same bracket. Starting from round 2, a loss in the upper bracket of Alpha sends a team into the lower bracket of Omega, and vice versa. Every defeat reshapes the battlefield, forcing teams to clash across the 2 worlds as the tournament progresses. As the event unfolds, Alpha and Omega will continue to intertwine at every stage, keeping both teams and fans on edge. Are you ready for Clash? Tune in February 19th to the 25th and support your favorite team as 2 worlds collide for the very first time.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I'll scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I'll scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Looking at the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a loader. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका. देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you gonna bleed, pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the 'Cause I am the Raja. Look at my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. आज तो बुझाएं मेरी जैसा मैं tarantula. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त में मौर्य या दिला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the 'Cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees, would you just arena? Put your back down on your knees, would you? I am the Put your back down on your knees, would you just arena? 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the 'Cause I am the Raja.
Welcome back on EMEA Clash. This is the rest of the night. We still have one match to go, but first we have some new information about the second clash, the clash within the clash, where you, the viewers, choose which team has the best plays. I don't know, maybe. Okay, not yet. So let's introduce ourselves. So we're back. Jude. We had an amazing matchup between between JobLife and FUT. The French challengers unfortunately kneeled down against the Turkish firehouse. FUT is going to confront KC tomorrow, but for JobLife, they go to the lower bracket.
That is true. It was a good match. It was a really close match, to be honest. One of the games where overtime in the other one was 13-11. JobLife and both FUT did such an amazing job on that map. It was very entertaining, close games.
Definitely entertaining. We've said plenty and plenty about this matchup, but the one that is coming ahead, this is the two other Turkish team, ULF and Beşiktaş. I really cannot wait to see what will come out of this confrontation. We've talked about the Turkish talents, but this is gonna be one of a kind. And here you can see who won the second clash between the teams that we've seen previously. So we had UCAM versus Beşiktaş, and this is UCAM Esports that actually won.
It was one of them was, which one was UCAM? Was it the
I think it's the one we chose also with the I forgot, with the ultimates.
Oh yeah, with the ultimates. I mean, I kind of expected that. The ultimates were amazing to watch, and the duels, incredible aim, but it's still like, for me, the utils still win. So
yeah, definitely. I think this was a good choice, chat. Obviously, you agree with us, so we cannot complain. The new one for this matchup is Stallions. So let's see what they have to offer. Sorry, this is FUT. Messed up. So let's see what FUT has to. Oh, the frenzy!
Oh God,
the frenzy! This makes me think of I think there was a. Oh, maybe it's this one, the clip that actually made everyone scream on the internet.
Yes, I remember. I've been watching that one. I was screaming at the like, who does that with a frenzy? I mean, frenzy. I think it was first round, if I'm not mistaken. He just gets an ace. It kind of reminded me of a couple of years ago when he got the ace in Pearl with a Bucky. He's just the kind of guy that he gets kills and aces with weird guns that we do not expect.
I think this clip is gonna go very far because everyone has seen it, and it's just diamond for the eyes. Amazing clip, and it's gonna be hard to beat, I must say. But let's see what Stallions have to offer this time. Fortunately, this is them. Is it some outlaw play?
I remember this one. This is the undefeated team. They did such an amazing. They had an amazing game. It was like the best teams kind of in the MENA region.
Oh, he died at the end. But still, I mean, great play. Definitely great play. The outlaw is always peak entertainment. But I must say, the frenzy, this is hitting different.
I mean, kind of true. My biased side is kind of saying Stallions, I'm not gonna lie to you, but the actual better gameplay was from FUT.
I mean, you can try and advocate for MENA region. I think nobody will take you on that, and maybe, I don't know, the chat will follow you, but you can vote right now in the chat, and we will announce the result at the end of the next matchup between ULF and Beşiktaş. So don't wait and choose who you want to elect. And for the matchup that is coming now, so we had the two. I think no, we don't have the result for UCAM and Focus. I think maybe it's not over. They had 1-1. And they're still going for the second map, the third map. But for FUT and JobLife, we have seen. So now we had ULF and Beşiktaş. This is gonna be amazing. I was kind of teasing it before, but the Turkish skirmish, oh, I cannot wait.
I cannot wait to be honest. I've been watching ULF. They are the kind of team that literally exploded their way through Challengers to Ascension to VCT EMEA. I cannot wait to see what they're offering for us today, and I hope I'm not butchering that name, but Beşiktaş?
Yeah, I think it's I mean, you have more sound in Arabic, I think, so maybe it will be easier for you, but let's see what we can do. We will do our best. This is interesting because ULF just recently joined the Tier 1, so they actually know pretty well, I think, the challenger teams. Obviously, Besiktas was not playing in challengers for a few years and they're coming back, but the players, they are not unknown players.
That's true. My eyes on this roster, to be honest, from ULF is Sop. I've seen him clutching a lot of rounds. Sop and Fabian are the kind of players that I would personally keep an eye on whenever they're playing. Do you have anybody that you're focusing on?
Yes, I agree. One thing that we must highlight is that they did not have Eco and Sop in the kickoff, so they were playing with 2 subs. This could be one of the reasons they actually didn't find that many wins. And this roster, I must say, is scary because it's supposed to be the full power of ULF that we are seeing there.
That's true. On the other hand, we have the Besiktas roster. My personal opinion, again, I've seen Oruni, I've seen his ACS scores. He's the kind of player that I would be immediately catching my eye on.
I have to agree. Oroni is incredibly performant. He brings a lot to the roster. I think he's playing flex, so he brings definitely his firepower, but also the adaptability for the team. So this is both of best of both worlds that you can actually bring to a team. Cannot wait to see what he does against a tier 1 team, because he has shown himself definitely in challengers, but now I'm wondering what he actually is capable of against ULF and against players that he probably know. This is also one of the really interesting things there is all players are Turkish, so they should know each other. I think they should be screaming against each other pretty regularly, so this is gonna be a fun game to watch.
Yeah, exactly, and I'm pretty sure they're familiar with each other. It's gonna be oof. Yeah, we have.
So what do we have? So they actually pick usually on the side of Besiktas. They used to pick Abyss, but here they choose the Pearl first. So this is another choice that they made, because I think ULF tends to ban the map, so they think that they should be stronger on this. On the side of ULF, they decided to pick Split, which is their usual go-to in terms of map pick. No surprise there. I think it has not been played that much by Besiktas.
Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised that ULF decided to pick Pearl, because they played it like, considering just the kickoffs, they played it once and they didn't win that map. They ran like a chamber, maybe with the roster changing and the other players are subbing in, so maybe we're gonna see a different composition other than the chamber. Maybe we're gonna see Killjoy again. So
yeah, maybe they will try something different. Overall, I think this map veto really is on the side of Besiktas, because they have Abyss that they are very used to, that they pick a lot of the times. They have Pearl that they also master and have been really good on. And the last map, I think, is not that important because you only have to win 2 maps. So if this goes to Abyss, this could really be Besiktas game.
I mean, kind of true, to be honest. But again, I mean, it's really hard to decide, because if you're having a team like, for example, the last game, they're cooking a different composition and they're having sub players, we could have a lot of surprises throughout the game, and we could have the different roles, especially the 2 players, if I'm not mistaken, are playing flex. So that kind of might be the element of surprise.
Also, I think ULF really did well in kickoff. Maybe this is bizarre to say because they actually lost. They only did 4 games, but they had pretty close runs against good teams. They had really good games against Team Heretics and also against Team Liquid. They went to 3 maps, and we know that Team Liquid really performed this kickoff. So this is quite impressive, actually. Even if they had 2 sub, like, this is really impressive performance. I think with the full roster, they can really be scary. But one thing that I'm scared of on the side of ULF is sometimes some players are really off. There is this kind of instability in the roster that makes it a bit scary.
That's true, but that again, like we were talking about Turkish players and how talented they are. I'm pretty sure that both teams are familiar with each other, and we might be saying like mind games in the game. You know, considering that they know each other and they're on almost the same level. They came from challengers recently, so it could be a good match. Like I'm expecting a very close rounds and back and forth rounds.
Definitely, and they also had what I highlighted on the side of FUT previously. They had this roster where several players can actually stand out. We had some games, especially against Team Liquid, where Neki really performed and was the central piece of the roster. On other games, it was Oda's. So they had some potential, definitely. And one thing that they were missing with the subs was an impactful duelist. With Sop and Echo, this should change. And if they have this impactful duelist, they could really skyrocket in terms of firepower.
That is true. And to be honest, one of the things that Besiktas I'm worried about is that they tend to like have a bad eco kind of snowballing. It's one of the things that I noticed throughout the games. So I'm worried on that note, and the fact that maybe ULF is the kind of team that rides on momentum a lot. It's like a momentum stopper is a must against ULF.
And also, we highlighted that Oroni is a really good player, but maybe if it is not at his best, it could be difficult against a team like ULF. You really need that star player on the side of Besiktas. I think this is going to be the challenge for this matchup. You have to create that team synergy where every player feels comfortable. You cannot always rely on your star player. It can work sometimes, but if you want to win a best of 3 against one of the best team in the region, you have to show more than that. And I think the map Veto, the map that we will have for this encounter, definitely allows them to show their best game. And this is it. There is no other chance. I think this is the best that they can get. And if they fail to show it now, it could be difficult for the rest of the time, for the rest of the tournament.
That's true, and if you're talking about a firepower leaning team, it's gonna be hard to stop off with a double duelist and a veto. I'm actually intrigued. I'd love to see a veto gameplay. What do you think?
I'm also interested. I think Eco plays the veto, so this is not that surprising, but I really like it. The Neon Yoru, this is really impactful. On the side of Besiktas, they went for the single duelist, though. I'm a bit scared about this because they have this tendency to play single duelist. This can be a bit difficult.
It can be very difficult.
Well, we'll see what they can do with this Neon for Influx and Besiktas. Casters, mic to you.
Thank you very much again, Jude and Kim. We are back. It is a fresh set of new players, a fresh set of new teams, a fresh set of new maps. The caster's still very much the same though. Mad Dante and joining me, the ever lovely Haza. And how are you feeling getting into series number 2, boss?
I'm feeling good, man. I'm expecting the best version of ULF today. I have very high expectations of this roster. Of course, both Sop and now Echo are returning to the team, getting ready for stage 1 where they will be eligible. And, well, Echo is eligible right now, as of 1 minute ago. We are 2 hours ahead in the Turkish time zone than the European time zone. It's just gone midnight. Happy birthday to him.
And do you believe in the birthday buff? Is, I guess, a question I'll ask yourself, Hassan. I'll ask the entire chat. Do you think it's going to be enough here for ULF to stem the tide? Because Besiktas have been playing very, very nice so far, it has to be said.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've seen a few players, a real handful over the years, play on their birthday. Doesn't feel like there's a crazy buff, but we'll just have to see. Besiktas obviously hailing from the Turkish Challenger League, which has pumped out a quality roster. This ULF team included. Wezi, of course, a former ULF player himself, earning them promotion. He was cut just before they went on their run into the first Challengers EMEA event they attended in stage 2. and Ascension thereafter. So bit of a grudge match for him. Well, let's see, what can the birthday boy do? Echo already under fire on B. It's a little lucky he gets a birthday beating.
Oh, birthday survival though. Birthday actually, he answers back. Influx with the special delivery of his own head, and he manages to pick it up there. So what was looking very shaky for Echo, now it might be a flawless for ULF in its entirety.
It's definitely looking that way. A flawless on the pistol round. And ULF not running it down, I don't think it's fair to say. There was a little game test before this one went live, and you know, Neki was on Raider and stuff, and they were just W-keying.
It was wild. It was wild.
This is a bit of a wild one, right? I think it's important, though, very quickly and early on here to kind of just get people to know who this Besiktas team really is, and
yeah,
who people have been missing on ULF here with what's Echo.
I mean, you've been talking about. I mean, Aroni got the shout out kind of beforehand, just by our analyst desk, and definitely a player that is going to need to get looked at because definitely has some level of confidence. But Besiktas, as this kind of lineup, is a bit new for them, so it will be enough here, or will it be enough? I guess I should ask there. Especially on a map like Pearl, it's very much down to the plays, it's very much down to the executes here, and ULF set up. Double Door doesn't require any Sentinel or any other type of utility. A Judge will certainly do the damage, and Echo pivoting back to try and support the Silva, but enough damage might already be done.
Yeah, I mean, what, one more kill here? Oh, two, sorry, now at this point. And Besiktas maybe would have had decent damage. It's one now, it's Echo to beat, but that's a triple from him in the end, and still no mark on the record as ULF go 2 for 2. The point I was making about Besiktas is, this is the former TFT Demons team that played in Blender, for those who maybe hadn't seen them competing. And it's, well, obviously a legacy name in Turkey as one of their top football clubs. Re-entering Valorant for the first time since 2022, so we've not seen these guys in a while, completely fresh roster. They managed to qualify ahead of Misa Esports, which is not Jar Jar Binks Esports organization, in case you're wondering. It has a bunch of veteran players on it, like Brave, Pora, Kushina, Elite, all of those guys. So I guess you could say it's the next generation of talent, but it's really hard to put it at that point right now. Turkey's so volatile as a region. See what they've got in this rifle round.
That volatility really is just kind of even just shown off in spades right there. I mean, they're not even wanting to fully back away here. They're wanting to take this engagement. The blindside comes through, and the back and forth there, the absolute bloodbath on EMEA. But enough control has not been granted by the remaining survivors of Besiktas. They still need to make this work. Wezzy's going for an absolute Hail Mary of a play. Echo will be there to greet him, and Mirsaha on a 1 versus 3 here. Could go for the spike plant. It looks like at least that'll be happening, but doubt much else.
It should also give ULF a route to recover that rifle into the retake. 3 versus 1 bonus round, looking to go from strength to strength as it stands. These two teams had never faced each other domestically, as I said. It's a very new roster that's come up through Premier on the Turkish side of things, which is a story that both ULF and BBL know pretty well themselves.
Spike planted.
But a 3v1 here for Mercer, and only a stun from which to work.
This is the idea of the new and upcomers, right? But this is where those names really get built. These are the moments that champions are forged. These are the moments that legends, that new players here tell of. And a decent bit of trigger discipline is exactly what you were expecting. 1 versus 1, and Mercer can get it. But Echo takes away his hopes and dreams. An unfortunate series of events, but still an expensive one.
Yeah, it definitely is. Look, maybe I do believe in the birthday buff, because Echo has had a fantastic start to this series. Maybe he's thinking, you know what, look, I'm 18, like, I'm gonna go out after this. Let's wrap it up nice and quickly. There's still time to get a celebration in, so no. This is the kind of aggression you expect from ULF, right? You've seen this brand of Valorant with BBL before. this team plays in a very much similar way. For everyone that was so excited about that team being in VCT, now with Sop and Echo, I think we need to keep the bar at the same kind of level, or thereabouts. Maybe not Masters qualification in stage 1, but this is a dangerous team. You really cannot underrate them.
So far, I mean, as much as Echo maybe wants to go out and celebrate early, there is also just Echo can now get, you know, that proper additional shiny, that additional support. But while I'm yapping about Echo here, while I'm going on, it's Aldaz and Favian to just completely repaint art red, and Besiktas not really able to find anything. Aroni's skull taken off by Dosen. A 1 versus 4 now with just the bandit, and again, Ulf, they're not going to be patient. They're not going to respect this. They want to hunt for those frags, and it's Echo the one to do it.
Yeah, it brings me back to something that I've said a few times in the past, that now, when you look at the Turkish Challenger League, honestly, it's an unclaimed throne. Sure, Besiktas qualified here with a 5-2 record, but same record as Misa, won the head-to-head. Ultimately, it's left open because of the abdication of BBL, right? They had to walk away and go to VCT. Ulf are now there with them. It's games like this and actually having quality opponents that is really going to push you to be at your best level. And we've got names like Galatasaray as well in Turkey at the moment that look decent, but this is like another step up for me.
I don't think Unclaimed Throne, you really get much more of a description of the current region, right? Everyone's trying to make a name for themselves. Everyone wants to be the name that you build a roster around, right? But when you've got 5 people all trying to make themselves that name, sometimes just the team cohesion's a little bit better. And speaking of cohesion,
yeah, Fabian just hears the cue of the drone, gets set up with a really nice recon, I think it was, from Neki way downtown, and slides in. So just like that, Ulf turn it into a player advantage. They've still got 2 bodies towards the B site. One of them, Neki, nails the shot. Does get traded by his former teammate. Wezzy with the op is a threat, and Echo has to tread on thin ice, but he's thinking about the TP here. Maybe it's a sneaky play. Even sneakier is Mercer, who's all the way in spawn, but that's the spike! So it's feeling like a lost cause now.
30 seconds left.
Kalat in a dream was the only thing that would have saved Wezzy there, and even then, you would have just had the backup from Echo. And I mean, Ulf are making this first map look very, very clinical. And for anyone that hasn't looked at the top left of their screen, it was not Ulf's map pick. They certainly are making a statement as if it was, though. The ults as well, all online. And I mean, Sop with the Dimensional Drift alone, we've seen what Yorus can do, backed up by anyone else, much less Favian with the Neon. A scary, scary attack. Could actually be pressed from Ulf here. BJK could find themselves playing pseudo defense.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's a good time now as any to use that timeout and stop the rot. 3 big ults up and available, but if you had maybe even seen a game or 2 of Ulf in kickoff, I have to repeat myself. This roster is completely different. When you looked at the run that they were able to make and even the experience that they accrued against teams like Liquid, that was having to build up almost a completely new system to fit the pieces that they had, because I can't stress enough how important Echo and Sop are to this lineup. They've been there, you know, almost since the beginning. Echo specifically, it was him and Neki that started out the roster a year ago, so yeah, I mean, look, I said it in the draw show. I think they'll go to the Omega final through the upper bracket. It's a really high expectation to have, but I just have so much belief in these guys. I don't know. I'm glazing them. I'm glazing them.
I was gonna say your ice cream there looking very glazed, but there are times right where it is completely valid. And so far with the Ulf playstyle that we're seeing, we are getting a highlight of, you know, those pinnacle players, those star players that really then form just a solid foundation for the rest of their team. And I've been saying, you know, some people are maybe arguing for that top spot, right? Are you the player that can make a roster? But that's, you know, as you said, has its pieces of the puzzle here, and it's really the formation of that complete puzzle that we want to see here coming through, and ULF certainly look to be doing that. Sop, I think, has managed to avoid all of this utility with the support of Favi, and this is going to be a loud operator shot. When it rings out, an influx falls.
Brilliant kill, and Fabian's right behind this as well. Reposition of the operator. Looked like he was floating towards the A site, but slots in just outside of sewers, and Sop can be here, there, and everywhere if he's needed to. ULF have so much control on the map right now, and Besiktas just really, in my mind, not doing enough to actually create any pressure.
It feels like kind of the initial engagement doesn't go Besiktas' way, and then they have no follow-up. They have no default to kind of set themselves back up. And for anyone that's maybe looking at Echo and wondering how these shenanigans are happening, that is the evolution, the ultimate of a lifetime. It stops everything short of bullets, and Aroni's just proven that point. The spike's still going to get planted. 10 seconds, 10 seconds only. The Sovitar plus op shot from Sop, able to pick up Aroni, and now ULF just answering back here. The retake is solid, the utility is clean, and ULF make it 6.
Yeah, it's been a one-way street at this point in time, but I'll come back to the point I was making about Besiktas earlier in the round. I'm not completely sold on Mercer as a caller just yet, the in-game leader of this team. I think where, you know, Neki and Rose were able to really prove themselves and cut their teeth against some of the best in the region. The jury is still out for me, because this is a newly promoted team. That experience invaluable that you collect within your region. And they do play very, very loose at times. You know, this team in general, they have a very wide agent pool. It's just about adding a little bit more discipline to their game. I think that's what ULF struggled with when they were developing.
Fundamentals, as obvious as the sentence is, and the fact that everyone should feel, of course, don't you know your fundamentals, but I mean, whenever you are relying on every player, okay, fundamentals are no longer just click head, do good. It's nice, it happens, but sometimes you need hold angle, do good. Sometimes you just need the utility setup, do good. There's a lot more than just click heads, because that will only take you so far. And I mean, Besiktas have some good shooters. They're just not getting the opportunity to pull the trigger.
Sop even just going to hang around for a little bit longer here. Unlucky not to find the second. It was a difficult correction to make, but 3 opportunities at an op kill, and he's not able to take a single one of them. Huge opening duel to win for Aroni. Influx here just holding down the back halls, and with the ult online, this might just be the round for Besiktas. Only Neki remains, and there you have it. Finally, something posted from the Turkish challengers to the Kings.
Answer back, questions asked, and answers received, but we did kind of see this previously, right? I mean, it was only just not even an hour ago that we were seeing FUT JobLife, and we were watching this kind of, what would be the term, the momentum kind of building, right? Sometimes it looked like it would be coming through, and then other times it was just immediately stopped. A lot of ultimates as well thrown out by ULF. It was not a free round for them by any means, so Besiktas, signs of life in them, but they need to maintain this.
Looking at this Besiktas roster, I wouldn't say that they have like lots of star power necessarily. There's no individual that's just going to light up the server, but the closest thing that they do have to it, and the important part to play in the previous round, would be Aroni. He has the highest KD in the Turkish league as an initiator main only. No duelist in the agent pool at all. An incredibly low amount of first deaths in general. When you look at the stats for him, I mean, he's the one to highlight. 3rd highest kills per round, 3rd highest average damage per round as an initiator player again. So, I mean, it's like this structured play, really, that Besiktas are good with, or at least, like, they play well as a team, but you're not looking at them and being like, oh yeah, okay, well, this duelist is going to drop 30. You know, this IGL is going to do this or that. Like, no, it's very standardized, I suppose I should say.
Which is a good thing to have, because it's then just the team development is always easier to do when you've got that cohesive unit, and it's why you will be seeing a lot of times, especially, you know, if you're keeping an eye on the Turkish league, right? Again, we do highlight that players are really going to be wanting to make a name for themselves, right? But being the best mechanically on the server, sometimes it is not enough. We've seen it in these kind of higher leagues. We've seen it both in you know, full VCT. We've kind of already seen little glimpses of it here in the Clash, but being the overall fragger, sometimes it just isn't enough. Sometimes you see one player on that kind of 30 bomb, 35 bomb even. I'm sure you can't imagine what I'm currently referring to when I mention a scoreline like that. But the rest of the team then kind of locking down, you know, around those kind of 15 kills or such. You'd much rather just everyone around that kind of 18 kill death spread as we answer back, and we answer back hard.
Good damage on Influx here. Orda's actually just going to hang around and see if he can find a kill. He's well supported. Sop is on the line, crossing from the orb as well. So Influx has really nowhere to go. But Wezzy, also on the other extremity with the op, manages to pick off Echo. And that makes a hell of a difference in this round. ULF have read it in good time. They might not win the foot race, but there will be players there.
Okay, the Astra Stars do now come down, and the recon bolt actually just fired through the smokes enough to get Sop his position away, but there is still that lurk on the elbow. Neki does fall. Actually, Wezzy's been very good with this operator. Sop on the opposition side, not been finding the same level of fortune, not been getting those angles gifted to him, and now Odaz essentially just waiting here for the refrags, for the exits, but I don't think he's going to get any.
No. It was a rough start to the round with Fabian fighting there, but it brings me to another point about ULF. You kind of wonder, you know, how many reps has this set of 5 players been getting during kickoff, you know, because I guess in some ways you were focusing on the team with the 2 subs that you had at the time. That was, you know, a project in and of itself, I think, just how different it was. And now this one, where we're seeing Fabian already on the Neon. Hopefully it means we get a little bit more double duelist. Him and Sop were a pretty strong pair on their Ascension run. As someone, you know, who is very flexible in general, he's showed 6 different agents in kickoff, did Fabian. But I think as of the current meta, this is the most well-selected pairing, I think, that you could possibly ask for. And actually, it looks like we are going to get a tactical pause off the back of the tech in the previous.
I really don't hate it, to be honest, that this is the point where, again, you know, those rounds, 6-2 looks like a big differential, but, I mean, that's really, what, 2 full buys? Besiktas want to run that. They've got a lot of ultimates, and they are good ultimates at that as well. This is not a kind of neural theft from the shadows kind of style. We're talking Armageddon. We're talking Overdrive. We're talking a lot of stuff that can really easily take an additional round, put an additional round on the board. So if ULF here, they need this timeout to stop the momentum shifting out of their favor. They need to be able to get these shots landing, because Sop has a little bit of shakiness with the operator, but that shot alone showing that he is still a problem and someone to be feared. Can he keep it up though going into this? Because if not, especially with Influx kind of fighting back there, you know, teams warming up is a factor, and they very much seem to be warm.
Yeah. I mean, I think looking at this one here too, ULF trying to stop momentum swing, get themselves this lead fully established, as it will be an even half if Besiktas can fully turn this around. But a decent macro game being played by the attack up until this point. It's Sop's op, which has stopped a lot of problems. That's a tongue twister and a half.
Yeah, I was going to say, nicely done.
Has managed to track his position here. Fast lane is a threat, one which Sop doesn't look too happy dealing with. And Cosmic Divide in for good measure, actually. Lockdown as well. Plenty of ults invested here from Besiktas.
Oh, the shot from Sop. That could have been absolutely clinical, but Fabian able to now have to deal with his opposition, Neon. Fastly and everything's still online here. Spike down.
Yeah, ULF actually didn't realize that it was the B site. Thought that it was maybe a fake behind the Cosmic Divide. Barely saw anything as Sop tried to get a shot off, but not able to hit that one. 5v5 in retake. Have to be thinking about Mercer's ult here.
Yeah, you do. The Silver Dart comes through as well. Oh, Influx getting a decent bit of damage onto the opposition. Fabian getting a bit lost. He's found his bearings now, though, and he's managed to get the shots down. ULF 3-4. Besiktas's 1 here. And Armageddon to fall, though, kills a lot of time for that spike. Maybe not enough, though. The salvo could be the difference maker, especially with the second one. Sop has to stick through this. Can he get the defuse in time? He can.
Oh my god.
7 HP, but ULF managed to walk away.
Yeah, that's so frustrating too. I imagine Sop was the only healthy one there that could actually tank it. Because
I think he was.
It looked like the utility was well timed, right? I think Besiktas played that almost perfect, but other than the fact that, yeah, a couple players in sight did get hung out to dry a little bit. Slight mistiming on the Astra util there as well. If they wanted to play full post plant, it would have been with the Gravwell too. ULF let off the hook, I think it's fair to say, in that situation, and it does cost Besiktas quite heavily in their ult department.
I mean, three rounds left to get, what, like a total of about 15 ult points more, actually. Make that like 18 if you want to see Armageddon and Lockdown online again. So not really going to be the case here. You're going to just rely on this attack not going Besiktas's way, and that's exactly what is happening here. Fabian not even wanting to give the space, pops the overdrive just to make a statement, make life difficult for the opposition, and Besiktas, Aroni and Docent just looking at each other as they realize the fallback is necessary and they have to make this follow-up work.
Yeah, ULF turning it on again. Like I said, this is a new sort of challenge for a team like Besiktas. Some of these players, it's their first time, their rookie year in the league even. Wezi promoted 3 times, but never making a playoff run or anything of the sort. Docent does manage to remove Sop here, so it is 1 kill into the 4v1 that he will go. And with 1.5 stars left to play with, waiting for that to come back online.
I love the higher lower. I love the fact that, again, no team so far have respected kind of a 1 versus X scenario, because it can so quickly blow up in your face. The spike hasn't even been planted. There's no need to swing. And Neki with this information, the timing I don't think works out for him, but you've still got that high-low for them dealing with this elbow angle, dealing with double door. That's not going to be a concern at all. Even if Docent survives the first bullets, he's not going to survive the follow-ups. And, I mean, it's a defensive masterclass from ULF.
Yeah, I mean, they had eliminated almost every possibility at that point in time with Neki sweeping in as the rear guard, so nicely done. And it's those little micro moments like you talk about with the high-low that comes from this team, having played together for over a year at this point in time, the core, let alone the 5, so impressed with how they were able to navigate this situation. And as I say, when Besiktas aren't finding this opening kill or, you know, immediately threatening ULF to make some kind of a reaction, then it's incredibly casual for them at the moment.
The thing is, because what you really have to respect here is Sop's given a decent bit more space as well, because there's no real flashes from Besiktas. There's no real thing to get him off that op sight line. You've got the fast lane and stuff to make life a little bit awkward. You've got salvo and such to do, but
I mean, you've got double drone to scout him out, so if you're dying to the op, then... I paused there with bated breath. It felt like it was doomed to happen. In this round, for example, there is no drone at all on Besiktas, so they kind of just have to roll with the punches here. Let's see what Sop can do. That's a leg shot, but tees up Ordaz to at least find 1 there. And 1 quickly becomes 2 as Wezi tries to burst through the smoke, but with no success.
And the Hunter's Fury, that doesn't respect the Cosmic Divide at all, as the wall gonna take a little bit longer to dissipate, though. It's just the Astra Stars coming through, and it is a 3v4 here, right? Like, the retake could be difficult, but all of the space given away by Besiktas, this is what they're struggling with. ULF just play this to perfection. The patience, the double, the triple swings do not give a fair engagement, and Besiktas sacrifice everything on the map just to get the spike down, and ULF say thanks.
Yeah, it's looking really well coordinated from ULF here, showing the level you expect from the team. It was a point I made in the previous series, actually, as well, about having players that have learned to play Neon in the Turkish region, sort of specifically on ULF and BBL, where there was this real affinity with Breach before. Larok was called by less, actually, when he just moved over to Vitality here, as like, you know, the future talent, the best Breach player that he'd ever seen. And Favian kind of fit that bracket as well, but since both of them have been playing so much more Neon, I've been a huge fan, and here he is again.
Watch him run, because he will sprint. And it's enough to force Besiktas all the way towards the B site, but Mercer deciding to just pick up the frag onto Audas. That is, you know, that's the controller down. That's the Astrostar's not a concern anymore. That is no gravitational pull. The Cosmic Divide's even offline. So Hunter's Fury on the case here. If Besiktas can just get onto this site and not sacrifice as much space like we've typically seen them do here, Hazard, we could be looking at a 9-3.
Ooh, with Echo dead, I think the chances of that are only increasing. The Soperator has struggled up until this point, and since he was sent his marching orders earlier in the round, it's exactly what I was talking about. Besiktas actually getting an opening kill and now starting to set the tone a little bit. Slow roll into B, all hands on deck to just hold this one down where they are. Sop gets his kill eventually, but it's too little too late at this point in time. Rifle in hand, dodges the tag, tries to flash out, but it's into the crowd he goes, into the fire and flames. Same can be said for Besiktas scoreline though. This is just a drop in the pond when it comes to round count.
I don't remember the scoreline at all from any previous series.
No, definitely didn't happen in the last game.
We weren't superstitious at all last series. That took us to two very close maps that one did go to OT and the other just barely avoided it. So definitely no superstitions. 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 That's the accent coming out.
Not sure where that accent's from. It doesn't even sound Irish.
It's a mix of Scotland for 6 years and coming from Ireland. It does a number on your accent. It does a number on your vocal cords.
We love the accents here.
Yeah, we do. We love the highlights here though too. I really have to give love to ULF there though. And this denied. You said it hasn't, but that did really feel like stolen in the night.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel really bad for Besiktas here because they are a quality team, and you don't just make it out of what has been known as the most deadly region in the last couple of years with nothing. But I think it's also important to remind the viewers that before this latest sweep of talent that we saw in BBL and ULF, Turkey was always a region where people really struggled to stay on top. It was so competitive that it almost actually failed as a result of it, I suppose. Like, what, in 2023 they sent Digital Athletics, and that team didn't look particularly great when they had a Fireflux roster with, like, Yetuje, Woot on it, for example. So, like, there is so much talent there. It's just about it all finding itself in the right place and actually going on a run. So, for them, there's going to be a lot of lessons to learn along this road, this path towards the Champions qualification later in the year. And I think the biggest thing for me is, look, if we see them do, it doesn't really matter what they do at this tournament, it's if we see them again in like each Challenger's EMEA stage. If you can be consistent in that region, then I think that's half of the problem solved.
Consistency will always be, and this is the only thing I have ever talked about. I am by no means an excellent player. It's why I'm up here and not in the server. But I have always been a big believer of, if the mechanics are going to be there, if you can get your team far enough, you can do beautiful things. You can do things like that. Fabian just going through and immediately takes out Mercer. But if you're dealing with that level, and so many players can do that, you never really reach a tipping point. You never get to the peak because it's constantly in flux, which is what you were saying, Haz. And it then comes down to really, how do you break that mold? How do you get to that last little bit? Because consistency is the only, in my opinion, is the difference between professional players and good players, right? It's not, can you hit the one in a lifetime shot? It's, can you maybe make that 2 or 3 times in a lifetime?
Exactly. And to sort of cap that off, you know, until BBL Pacific arrived, no team had ever won Turkey back-to-back. So that kind of just proves exactly what we're talking about here. Besiktas, calling the rotation on a defensive pistol, which they need desperately. Execution coming in, and the Executioner is Influx. Triple kill from the Sheriff, and he'll make it 4 for his troubles. 4 rounds for Besiktas as well. A round which they desperately needed to stay in the map of their choosing.
4K for a 4-round differential, a 5-round differential now. Could be shorter if Influx could do something with that Marshall here. The buy, not going to be great for Ulf. There was no spike planted. There was no real, any frags really. We've seen one go the way of Ulf, and that was the initial opener from Favi, and the rest of it all just answered back from Besiktas. So very nicely done. The economy is going to suit them, and we'll see if Ulf can weather the storm.
They've got players in the right places here. Besiktas, Influx already on the board, and this Marshall is just going to tear through them one at a time if given the opportunity to. Still a bit of discipline shown from Sop, but eventually peaks and the rest of them are dead. There's little really that you can say about this round. I think Ulf wanted the ult orb more than anything else to try and build towards something. Audas is the closest on his Cosmic Divide, but even that feels like a way off. So for Besiktas, this is a huge win. They've kept it clean. 5 guns at the moment. Oh, Influx is a lucky boy.
Echo might be lucky as well. I mean, Influx is one away from, if either dies or gets a frag, Overdrive is online, which is a big ultimate to have so early on. He's going to get spotted out by Echo. The shots don't quite find their mark, and Influx will be the one to find it. Overdrive online, 2 4Ks back to back, and a flawless from Besiktas as well.
Yeah, this is looking nice. This is looking nice for Besiktas now. Overdrive could be huge if they want to go for a fast flood or something. Back on a retake or just countering a sight hit from Ulf, who look to want to play the map here a little bit more, and it makes perfect sense. You know that you're against a bit of a wacky buy. There's a Marshall and Ares in there. So try and figure out the lay of the land before you go diving straight into whatever it is that the defenders are up to.
To be honest, a little bit surprised that Influx didn't just pop the Overdrive and try and make something fast happen, because this is Ulf's round to kind of lose here, and usually you see teams kind of get around that by not respecting the attack, right? By kind of going to meet them before the setup can properly come through, but Ulf's impatient.
Yeah, I also think that, like, the counter to that is that if Influx goes ahead and makes a play straight away and the ult's going to expire, Ulf can sort of respect that and play numbers against one player. So Besiktas also haven't really shown that level of confidence to want to try and make stuff happen. So just have to see, as right now Ulf look like they want to split B through middle as it stands. But into Mercer they go, and it's just spamming the body. There are players about to peek you, for God's sake, man. You can't just be putting holes in the corpse.
Stop, Fabian's already dead.
I get that it's a Turkish derby, but that's just disrespectful. And Ulf are going to make him pay a price for it. Neki at the double, and then try that one on for size. Audas makes sure Influx stays dead this time.
You thought you could... Who gave you permission to stand back up? Who gave you permission to say anything, Besiktas? A nice little showing, certainly, but the minute you start doing that level, the minute you start shooting at corpses like that, it's the same with the Odin, it's the same with the Operator that we talked about last series, has it? It's now on the board for both teams to use, and the mental game is now out on full force.
I mean, these new Turkish teams, these young Turkish rosters, really do like to get fired up and chat the most at each other. It feels like Ulf and BBL both, you know, perform much better when that's happening, though. So I don't think Besiktas really want to drag themselves into that, even if it means turning Fabian into a slice of Swiss cheese in middle. Similar split play here again coming in from the attack side, and the response from Besiktas is to drop back to a much deeper hold from Halls.
We're getting ready. We're getting ready. The salvos come down to try and cut off the execute. The back and forth, the damage being done by everyone here. Aroni, though, just holding his ground. Walk into him and you will fall. A 4K for Aroni. Sees what is being done by his teammates. Sees what's happening with those 4Ks from Fabian, from Influx, and going, I will have what they are having.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was talking about. Aroni has these moments in him every now and then. There's a reason why he has such high KD and such low first deaths, because he is the backbone of a lot of these defensive rounds. Staying alive, high uptime, and it's put ULF onto an eco now. They've finally got the first of their ults. They'll be looking towards a couple more in the gun round if they can pick up an orb. Maybe get a kill before going down.
Oh, okay, never mind. I was going to say something about Tejo, but we'll talk about that in a moment because Art has just been completely cut off. Echo, at least with the lurk here on the A. Okay, so just a little bit more damage, but that's all that's going to happen. Docent now making a play for the 4K. Besiktas only 3 rounds away, and my initial statement was going to be that lower by the Cosmic Divide, something potentially could be made from it, but I mean, ULF really didn't get the opportunity to even start building.
Yeah, 3-round gap, just the 1 rifle round under their belt as it stands. ULF need to find a way to turn this in their favor, otherwise Besiktas are giving us a real match here. Another 9-3 half, you wouldn't think it, or maybe you would. Looking at the ults that are available, Echo has the evolution. Not often that we've seen Veto played in EMEA in general. He's the least picked in this region compared to everywhere else, CN, Pacific, Americas, at least at a VCT level. But if played effectively, can be really, really strong. First fight looked to be coming up for him, and he's going to win it.
Decisive as well. Big ult too, it lasts the entire round. There's no kind of waiting out that timer or anything, and for anyone that just maybe hasn't seen it, basically any utility, completely immune. Doesn't get scanned, doesn't get slowed, doesn't even... Raze isn't in the game, but doesn't even mind if a Raze rocket hits him in the face. He kind of just deals with it all. He takes it in his stride. Regular bullets, though, still do damage, so it is reliant on Echo still hitting his shots, but it's not as if he's been missing particularly frequently thus far.
Lol. Okay, I don't think anyone has actually won the round, but as we sort of carry on, yeah, Shark, a bit of a spoiler maybe.
Spoiler alert, yeah,
Yeah, Echo and on this Veto, the kit is sort of trying to stop any kind of a re-clear as well, gather a little bit of information. They understand there's no one towards mid, they've got freedom to take A, so it's an aggressive post-plant, which is exactly what you want with this ult.
But now I'm scared. Do Besiktas win? How does this actually go? There's an additional level of unknown here as BJK, they're trying to fight back. They get themselves to Cosmic Divide as well. Gonna protect Doug out there. Adsas, I don't believe was spotted out. Never mind. Wezzy certainly just runs him down. No hesitation at all. 2 versus 2 here, sorry. Sop and Neki just on the main Sop. Not hesitating, doesn't want to wait around. Aroni now has to do it all here. Taps the spike. Not gonna just try and stick it down yet. The TP from the gate crash means Aroni has to deal with all of these angles. He gets the kills at least, a good reposition, but it's not enough to seal the round.
Yeah, Aroni's impressed me, he's a gunner, but the clutch gene is something completely different, and that one was too far adrift for him to try and attempt. I liked what ULF were doing in that round, especially the usage of the Veto. As I said, you want to get aggressive in post-plant, you want to stand in positions that you're expecting Besiktas to be clearing with their utility, of which they have a lot when you look at this composition, especially on the re-clear with the Sova and the Tejo. I maybe wouldn't have said go so far as pushing the smoke, but hey, it was unlucky, I suppose. And yeah, overall, pretty decent job from them to trade things out. Now I believe this timeout is on the defender's side to right their wrongs, because rounds aren't infinite and neither is money.
Both are looking a little bit shaky here, to be honest, if you're Besiktas. They're not looking fantastic, to be honest, if you're ULF, but the dimensional the dimensional drift and the overdrive just kind of go hand in hand as such a scary pair of ultimates, because it's one thing to deal with a Neon like swinging into you, it's another thing that you can't even reposition because an invisible Yoru keeps punching you in the back of the head. It's makes life just a whole lot more difficult. We get to see Echo here pushing up through this smoke, and just again, mutation and evolution is one thing, but you do not become any more impervious to bullets.
Well, that's the thing too. I was gonna say, one of the reasons why Veto is actually so nice for fighting on an extremity, like lurking a little bit and then joining the pack for the execution, is because hello? Okay.
Come back to that later. There's two people dead in our.
Yeah, we're back in. Is Veto heals when he's out of combat? That was the point. He's about to be in combat now though. Echo's been dropped. I don't know, what is this? This is a 3 versus 3. It's a 3 versus 3, and the spike is looking to go in on site from ULF, and it looks like it might.
I mean, eventually, right? Oh, okay. Wezzy, though, actually gets the swing. The timing's solid. The double swing's good. 6 HP versus 6 HP. And Sop, the one to make it work. A Thrifty occurs. The trees blossom. And we are 1 round away. Match point for ULF. Besiktas have to dig in deep, and they have to dig in far.
They went for a bandit rush there. They won the previous round, and then they were basically on an eco. I mean, we didn't see any of it, unfortunately, but yeah, I wasn't expecting that. I thought there was going to be a little bit of a buy there from them, but apparently not. And it doesn't matter anyway. 12-7, 5 rounds that Besiktas have to try and close. They've had a timeout. They've got 3 ults. This is where you're expecting them to take something from the strap hook or just the coach's advice and actually formulate a plan of what they want to do with these.
It's always the scare. Oh my god! I couldn't even get my sentence out. Sop. Wezzy now potentially doesn't get to use lockdown at all. Might not be able to bring it into the next map here on Split if ULF can just take that momentum.
Yeah.
The Sentinel is down. The site is arguably kind of free here. One more player in the way of ULF and a potential first map win.
Pretty long placement on the TP there, so Echo gets across with the drone, and Influx takes plenty of damage on his retreat. 3 players here for Besiktas on their B site hold. In fact, they're actually going to invest an early Cosmic Divide from Docent as well, just to grind this down to a halt which is yet to happen. Echo has actually managed to get around this just a little bit, but opts against it. Wall about to drop though, and a big fight coming.
Brace yourselves, ladies and gents. It could be over in a flash. We've got the fast lane, we've got the Sova darts, we've got the stuns, we've got overdrive. We've got one person in a corner from Aroni, able to pick up 2. That's all he's gonna find. Does drop down, so still ULF with the man, with the position, with the gun, with the every advantage you could think of. A miracle and a half from Docent would be required here to keep Besiktas even just still in this map, has it?
Yeah, there's been a couple of lapses from ULF so far in the map, but no too much cause for concern. Very much looking like their old selves as they are back to form with this lineup of 5. It had been 69 days and waiting since we'd last seen them play together as a unit, but when they return, it is back to their old ways.
13-7, cannot get much more of a unit than that, and a big aspect as well. We get to talk about this, the scoreboard and such in a moment, but the biggest difference I always like to point out, right? Your highest performing killer at 17. Your lowest performing killer's only at 13. That's only a 4-kill difference. That means everyone was doing absolute spades at one point or another for ULF.
Yeah, look, it was a front-to-back performance. There's really no other way to flip it when you look at ULF. They are looking like the unit that we remember them as. Yes, this is Besiktas, a tier 2 team, albeit from the same region, but I don't think we can hold them in any kind of the same regard until we actually see ULF start to play some of the VCT rosters in this competition as well. And look, the series isn't even done yet. We've still got a couple of maps coming up, but maps which ULF are undefeated on, so a lot of work ahead of them, Dante, here.
Yeah, indeed, and how much work, well, that remains to be said, but our lovely analysts can tell you exactly that as we cut back to them. Take it away, squad.
Thank you, Aza and Dante, for the cast of this difficult game for Besiktas. They really tried in the end, but it was just not enough against ULF. They were incredible on the defense side, and unfortunately, the defense of Besiktas was just not up to the level.
That is true. I mean, they wasted a lot of rounds, which I found interesting. The way that Echo was playing with the veto, he was having his interceptor on mid while forcing the other team to basically go and execute on sites, which SOP had an op that wasn't dealt with for so many rounds until he started whiffing, and that's when they started winning rounds. And the thing is that they had two scanners, two initiator scanners, and the SOP op was not dealt with properly, with no response from Besiktas side, which was quite difficult, to be honest. They kind of dealt with the op after the SOP started playing a little bit more passive on defense, allowed them a little bit of momentum to be gained, only for ULF to shut it down on attack after they adapted. I mean, the adaptability on ULF's side was slightly better, which was the main factor and the main difference for me, the way that I saw it.
I think this is interesting because Besiktas, this was their map pick, so this is what they chose to go with. They did some modification in the lineup. They swapped the Waylay for the Neon and choose the Terror over the Fade. But for me, these two initiator, Sova and Terror, did not work on the attack. They had only 3 rounds. I think Sova and Terror had something like 3 assists at the end of the first half. Definitely, they had the utility and the lineup to create space, to create plays, but it didn't work. Influx was not hitting his shot and not able to create the space that he needed to actually take attack rounds. So, in my opinion, knowing that this was Besiktas map pick, I'm a bit disappointed by their attack side.
That is true. I mean, to be honest, I've seen Influx trying to get early picks on defense, which kind of worked for a couple of rounds, and that gained them momentum. And then they started learning and adapt really quickly on ULF's side how to deal with their overpeaking, basically. And that allowed them to like kind of shut down the game pretty quickly. And it just kind of, you kind of have a mental relaxation whenever you're up by 9-3, even though I know there's a 9-3 curse and whatever, but still like there's some sort of relaxation on the part that you're ahead with a lot of rounds, and that allows you to kind of take a seat and like learn how to deal with whatever is the team working against you.
Definitely, this was different before between JobLife and FUT, because I think JobLife, that was the challenger team, was ahead 9-3. So this was a bit different because FUT knew that they should have the upper hand in the matchup here. You're ULF, you're the tier 1 team, you are leading 9-3. Yes, I think you definitely feel a lot more confident, and even though they struggled a bit at the beginning of their attack, they still managed to find the necessary round and pick up that energy that they had on the first half. It definitely worked like a charm. They've played Pearl only once in the kickoff, and the lineup was different because obviously they had 2 different players. They brought the Veto, and also they swapped the chamber for a real double duelist with the Neon and the Yoru. I really liked how this showed, and as the caster said, this is very impressive that all the players have almost the same number of kills. This was really a team play.
That's actually true. I mean, the synergy between the team and the way that they were playing and layering their utils to enter site after losing a couple of rounds, it really showed, and they kind of shined ULF in a very specific way that I haven't seen necessarily Besiktas reacting the same way towards SOP's op. So the thing is, there are a lot of rounds that were unfortunately wasted on attack that should have had a better response on Besiktas' side, and they tried to pick it up on defense, but it didn't quite work actually.
Agreed. I think for me on the attack, it almost looked like they didn't really have a plan. Some rounds, too many rounds in my opinion, were just 5 players main, and this is not what I expected from a team that picks Pearl. I expected more. I expected more strategy, and maybe this is also because this is the beginning of the season, so they're still pretty new. Besiktas, they picked up a roster, but the structure in itself is still pretty new, so they may be working with a new coach, a new structure, and maybe this is making things harder and a bit new also. Oroni played really well, but it was just not enough.
That's true, and the whole thing about working out the map on attack side when it comes to Besiktas, I find it really hard. This is why I highlighted the interceptor for Echoes, because it was quite difficult to like use utils whenever it comes to mid. They kind of forced them in a way to just execute on sites, which SOP and and veto, who's Echo on the other side, were holding the sites pretty good, and there was no response from Besiktas' side, especially that they have 2 initiators. I mean, they were just running in an aggression on mains, and there was no response from Besiktas' side.
Definitely a lack of plays on the side of Besiktas. I think they can really learn something from this game against ULF that they can bring back even to their regional region. Because definitely this was a lesson for them. I think with this, they know that their attack side is not up to the level that they should play it, and that something needs to change. On the other side, I think ULF really showed that with the full roster, it really works. It really works. I mean, Echo and SOP have been amazing. Echo is on top of the leaderboard. Definitely delivered with the veto. Really, really good game on their side.
Yeah, they played it really well, and I loved how both duelists were just taking up sites along with Echo. I was just well coordinated together, and they had a lot of discipline to play off of each other and not go far off, and they actually worked them up on attack, where Echo was on the other side lurking, getting picks, getting early round picks, which was a huge factor on their attack side.
I agreed. I think I'm really looking forward to see them play against maybe another tier 1 team or another challenger team that will give them a little bit more trouble. We don't know, maybe on Split, Besiktas will bring the hard work and make them sweat for victory. But I think there is definitely potential. Even with the sub in the kickoff, they played not really well, but they played well. We could see that there was some potential there, and here I think they can be unleashed, and it would be amazing. I really would like it because they come from Ascension, obviously, and this would be incredible if the team is able to go to internationals, for example.
That's true, and the upcoming map is going to be Split, and I don't know if they're gonna change the composition, but their usual composition on Split, which is running a double duelist, so that could help a lot with the aggression and picks throughout the map. I feel like that might be a plus point for Besiktas if they want to go full aggression on the map, whether on defense or attack.
I think and since it's interesting on the Split, so they've played it once in the kickoff, Besiktas, and they actually went with also a double duelist, Combe the Yoru Raze. I wonder if this is the choice that they're gonna make against ULF, because it obviously depends on the style that ULF are playing on Split, and for them it's only the single duelist, and they have the double in it with Breach and Fade. The Breach that we don't see that much now on Split.
Yeah, we don't see a lot of Breach, but to be honest, for me, the Breach in the Waylay is really setting up the Waylay for success. That's gonna be like really hectic to play against, especially if the Waylay is aggression and the Waylay wants to get picks and then just taking space up in sites. So that would be a very hard challenge, the way that I see it, if we're running a double duelist versus a Breach and a Waylay.
It's interesting because ULF, they have the double in it and the double controller, so they are very versatile in what they can do on this map. They will start on attack, I think, if I remember correctly, because this is their mapping. But maybe Besiktas chose the attack side. I don't know, because they have the double duelist. Maybe they would prefer this. So we'll see how it unfolds. But it's kind of interesting. Yes, I think the double in it can be a trouble for the double duelist because you can be stopped. There is that recon from the Fade. You have a lot of flash and stun from Breach. So if you're stuck in all this util, it will be difficult to go on site, especially if you play, especially maybe if you played something different. But the Raze and the Euro have some util to move around, so maybe they could manage and dodge these utilities.
Maybe. I mean, if you take the contrary of Breach and Euro, Waylay versus a Raze and the Euro, it could be they're a good composition. They both have a great composition, but the only difference is that Breach has the ability to stun, and that kind of be a hectic choice for you if you were on the defender side alongside with Fade reveal. So that kind of gives the ability for the duelist to enter site and have like a free pick and just goes back, especially as a Waylay. You could get out of a situation really fast with no consequences towards the duelist sometimes. So that's, for me, the way that I see it on attack. It's going to be a huge difference maker for ULF if of course, they're running the same composition.
It's interesting because the composition that they're playing is actually not that popular in EMEA right now. They're almost the only team to play Bridge. Only Giantex has played it also. And the Waylay is not that popular also. People tend to prefer the Raze and the Yoru. And Waylay is more of a backup duelist, but here the comp is a single duelist. So yes, it's interesting to see.
It is very interesting, to be honest. And we should be having it right now. I guess our suspicions might be confirmed. Oh, they are running... Besiktas, they are running a double duelist versus another double duelist, actually. The only difference is Neon and the Raze.
Yes, I think ULF definitely changed what they're playing. They play the double also with Neon Yoru and bringing also the Astra. So this is a switch from what we've seen from them on the kickoff. Maybe this is something that they're trying. Maybe this is some adaptation to how Besiktas are playing, because maybe they know that they're playing against a Turkish team now. So this is interesting. I'm really looking forward to see how this unfolds.
It's very interesting, and I can't wait to see, honestly, more body spams on my end.
Yes. Mike, to you, casters.
A massive thank you, and potentially the last time that we are welcoming you guys into the map, right, Hazard? Depending on how this goes, a 2-0 series could be on our hands.
Yeah, 2-2-0s, honestly. And with how some of these maps have gone, I think it's a little bit surprising maybe to find ourselves in that position. Less so for this series, I think, because ULF were a more clear favourite in my mind. And for a start, I like the change up in composition. Reminds me a little bit of what G2 did from their game, I think, when they lost against Furia. They took the Breach out, they brought the Neon in for their final game against... Oh, sorry, no, it was the game against NRG directly after that one. When we then saw it. To me, on either side of the server, we're seeing sort of double duelist in 2025 versus double duelist in 2026. I think ULF's current read is way more, not meta, I suppose, but it's a newer version, and the stuns from the Neon are really, really nice.
Despite the fact, remember, Relay Bolt did get nerfed because it was damn strong, and it's still damn strong now, even with the kind of global utility nerf, stuns being a little bit quicker to recover from, the blinds being a little less long-lasting. Still, the utility, if anything, now it's becoming more important than ever because it requires so much more to work off, so much additional success. And a big, quick shout out to anyone here that was maybe with us for the first series. I'm sorry that Edge Valorant is gone. Your colors should be working again. So Emo Val has left the server, and BJK have entered the B site.
Yeah, they have. They've managed to pick up a kill. Despite what the donuts at the bottom of your screen suggest, Wezzy's on the board nice and early. Different role for him, but Sop on this Yoru still, as he has been, doing decent work. Wezzy going blow for blow. And now, about to lock horns with the player that stepped in to replace him. Sop from Heaven does get dropped, and there you have it. Besiktas take the pistol.
Yeah, again, big donuts all round, but we'll be here to keep you right. And Besiktas, a very solid, aggressive push, right? Excellent, just really no hesitation from them, honestly, and already a pretty big difference from what we've seen in Pearl. It did seem a bit more hesitant. There did seem to be a little bit more tentative steps. This time it was just, you know what, we don't believe ULF are ready for our pace, and you play like this, maybe they won't be.
Maybe.
It's only pistol.
It is, right? I think this one has been an interesting one so far. ULF stacked up on A here with the Viper wall. They got players inside the site. And already you can see the spike shifted over by Besiktas. When they're given breathing room and a chance to actually work the map, they've looked pretty decent, I think it's fair to say.
It was down to ULF just not letting them do that. And Pearl is a bit more of a map where you can do that split just because it is so kind of close and these angles are so tight. And based on all of these angles here, Besiktas, I'm thinking Mersa is about to discover how many people he's actually working with on this site here, especially. Okay, Influx and Sop, the timing just doesn't quite match out, but that information will be all an entire horde running it down at Mersa. He's able to pick up 3 though, so more than happy enough to walk away with that.
Yeah, it's actually a Bulldog thrown out of the map here from Fabian to stop any upgrades filtering through to players on Ghosts. Imagine they'll be brought up to rifles in the next, as Besiktas, whenever they're winning these pistol rounds, their anti-ecos have actually looked pretty clean.
Whatever Besiktas is doing, and this was the same in Pearl, where like the first blood was actually so relevant, right? And I mean, obviously it is. It usually increases like win rates by about 12%, just going from that kind of 5v5 to taking the 5v4 advantage. But Besiktas really are making it so that the momentum swings their way. They're managing to keep it. ULF were just so good, at least on Pearl, at stopping that pendulum ever getting to that far.
I mean, this map for both teams is a bit of a weird one because Besiktas have only shown it once against the strong Galatasaray side, so there isn't loads of tape. And ULF had 2 wins in VCT on this one, but with a different roster, so it's kind of hard to pitch them up against one another. It also wasn't in the pool on the Ascension run, so just wondering how they're looking, what the benchmark currently sits at, as the first 45 seconds don't amount to much. ULF have bodies towards the B site. They're ready to receive Besiktas here.
And receive they certainly shall. 1 kill as a consolation prize, but the rest of Besiktas just fall out of the B site there. Nothing really can be done. ULF just a ironclad fortress of a defense here. And now this is the moment. Will Besiktas be able to keep themselves strong, keep that head iron, or is this the moment where ULF start to answer back? Because I mean, off the back of that single defense, right, it was just a solid stack from ULF, so you do have that to rely on if you're Besiktas. Just a bad site that maybe you didn't walk onto at the best of times. This time looking a lot cleaner for them if they opt for it. Of course, though, going to be a bit more of a patient round 4.
Yeah, Echo did a really good job at guarding mid-control in the previous. Here, the Viper player we're looking at is Mersa, who's been cut out of the equation nice and early. Fabian aggressive on the A extremity. Reaction from Besiktas is to fight in through middle, but it's to the jaws of Echo that they go. Only Influx to trade him out, and still there are numbers with the defense because of that early aggression. Trades coming through, whichever way you're looking at it. A death in main for Dawson might just be the nail in the coffin, and it is. Control lost for the attack side. Aroni doesn't know which way to look, and he's not going to win that race over towards A against Fabian anytime soon.
I know, throwing the gun away, I know it makes you lighter, but it doesn't make you that much lighter, Aroni. Like the fake drop. Love the fake drop, honestly, there. Is he going to just try and go? But yeah, he is. He's going to try and go all the way back in vents,
yeah.
But
difficult clear on Neki, though.
Oh, yeah. Oh, is it going to happen? The fades me. Oh, and Neki walks away with the spray. Aruni just not even checking that corner, and as you said, it's a tough one to check.
Just hold down mouse 1 until that mag goes empty at this point. That seems to be the going rate between these two teams, but Besiktas, with their nose to the grindstone, have now been melted down into just shrapnel, really. There's not going to be too many weapons here in this next round, and when it comes to the actual synergy between the Raze and Yoru player, this double duelist I was alluding to earlier, first really being a big thing in Pacific with teams like Paper X, I think. I mean, they even used to play a triple duelist on Split way back when, but the less said about that one, the better.
Used to.
Looks like, yeah, Sop's just going to let Influx fly past, knowing that they can't do anything. Dawson with the TP does manage to find one at the very least, but ULF seem like they're all over this. They're letting a few kills slip through, though.
Oh, and slipping through. Wezzy's good. He gets the information, but Aldaz is better, despite the shots not going his way for the third. He gets the backup, he gets the support from his team, and ULF really answered back onto that B-site aggression.
Yeah, it's looking really good from them. I think in some of these situations where they do just have to send counter utility, Besiktas don't really have too much of an answer for it. Now, one of the reasons why I mentioned Paper X is because I think the agents sort of suit them, you know? Like Jing, best Raze player in the world for a long time. Influx here, when you actually look at his agent pool, 25% of his officials are on Raze. It's his most played. So if this is what fits for them, if this is what's going to work, then absolutely you commit to it. Plenty of ults, or at least getting very close to plenty of ults here on the attack side in what is another gun round.
And this is the big aspect of whenever, you know, the ult economy doesn't quite go your way, because, I mean, Influx needs to get 1. If you can get Mercer to get 2, that's the Viper's Pit, but it's a big thing just to say, get 1. It's a big thing just to say, get 2. If you manage that, then, I mean, the difficult part's already over, and it's going to be a crossfire from Vents here. It's the frags going the way of Besiktas, though, and they're going to keep running this down this B-side.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a TP here either for Sop, so he's fully committed on site from the pillar, and just about manages to get out. Yeah, he placed that mid-duel, so very well done, and there's an ult in this retake as well.
Oh my days. And we've seeing just another, if you've used it, if you've got it, you might as well use it, because you might end up losing it. Dimensional Drift means no one's going to hear Sop come out to meet him. The flash doesn't actually cross across the Cosmic Divide, though. Doesn't need to, has to reload, step away, let Fabian take the shots instead. And with a full mag, a full clip,
Unreal.
Sop back for the 3K.
So well played from Sop. Looking a lot better with a rifle in his hands, I think it's fair to say. The rest of ULF bailed him out a couple times on Pearl with the operator. But here it's just a great retake. I think another team that has to be highlighted for their great usage of Astra and Yoru. It was originally KC back in the start of 2024, but Gentlemates this year have looked really nice with it. Leaving the Yoru ult behind the Cosmic Divide obviously doesn't give away a sound cue, but in this situation, it was more just knowing which side of the wall he wanted to be to start taking those fights. And Besiktas back on another eco. I mean, ever since that pistol, they've just not looked in the game.
Oh, and the Fiat Hon will certainly give away the information. You essentially need to pop now the Dimensional Drift just to give yourself any chance at taking this space back. But when you're Sop with the op, no one's gonna make you stop. You managed to die. Finally, Wezzy brings you down. Trades out, picks up the operator for himself. Can't quite land the shots, though, to the same extent. And ULF already adding another round onto the board. Quick fire questions being answered.
Yep, and it's his replacement, Fabian, that finds the kill in the end. It's just a slight correction from myself there. Earlier I said it was Sop, but, you know, both him and Fabian came in at a similar time, actually. Sop, a former digital athletics player himself, as Wezzy was at a point in time. But yeah, I think just the flexibility that they show here. Again, this Neon's looking really nice. Sop now hitting shots on the Yoru. He's here, there, and everywhere. Besiktas don't have the answers. I'm starting to sort of question, you know, what is the identity of this team? Because it's not super fast-paced. I wouldn't say they're majorly default heavy either. It's somewhere in the middle, and I don't think that's particularly suiting them too well right now.
It's the idea that you can maybe adapt against your opponents, but you need to be able to deal with everything your opponents are doing before that adaptation really even becomes a factor, because we're seeing this attempt, right? I mean, look at the difference in pacing, look at the dimensional drift just to cut out the operator from Sop, but it wasn't enough in and of itself. There was too much that the BJK still needed to make work for themselves, and that always seems to be the kind of the pivot point, right? As it's always, Besiktas can make something happen at least at the start, and then ULF just managed to hold on.
Sort of as I said before, without these opening picks, it feels like they can't really have their full disposition on the map at times. Players such as Mercer getting cut out on an extremity. As the in-game leader as well, of course, it's difficult to call for the pack when you're not there. It depends on the player. Some of them prefer to be in that sort of neutral position, but now the execution is coming in. Ordaz has done very well to handle these up until that point. It's Echo this time, though, that's going to bag himself a quick double, and with Fabian in close proximity, it only ends one way. A sixth served up for ULF.
I mean, great work from Besiktas getting into the site, but ULF are kind of congratulating them with a first-class ticket back out of the site.
Yes, I mean,
very much.
Look, my keyboard has a W key as well, but I'm not getting paid to play, so...
Yeah, I mean, like, because you even get to see, I mean, look at Aldaz here, like, the paranoia already comes through, so he understands he can pivot to this side of the pillar, and the amount of utility he's dealing with is going to be a lot less. The Fade Eye's been dealt with, so you don't have to worry about that. The paint shells aren't going to reach you, and speaking of utility reaching you, speaking of handling all of that, Sop doesn't realize there's an Omen above him, but he still manages to disengage regardless.
It's a quick brawl that Besiktas were looking for. Rehearsed openings the strength of this comp if they could try and get something from it, but ULF firing blindly, still walking away with an advantage from this situation. It's a wraparound from Neki, in fact, that could be the killing blow. Wesley's picked up one. He's hitting every headshot. Fake or real, it doesn't matter. The shots are indiscriminate. And it's only Ordaz left now. 47 points of health. TP for info. Wesley collects it. And now he knows.
Operator versus Vandal here. Aldaz already up in heaven, ready to meet the opposition. 45 seconds as well, so Wesley's not in a rush here. Oh my days, it's Aldaz that maybe looks to be in the rush here. He's got to see the barrel. Wesley just not aware at all. And Aldaz making sure again his opposition is dead beyond revival.
Yeah, and in the process, you can see ULF have so many ults up and available for them. Ordaz incredibly intelligent in that situation to immediately vacate and look elsewhere on the map where kind of wouldn't have even hated Wesley just recommitting to the site perhaps, but that's just how it crumbles. Besiktas didn't come into the round with much, so they can celebrate the fact they were able to get a consolation here and there, but money still no better. ULF have all the cash in the world, and Sop with another opening kill.
The thing is, like, because we've got the Prowlers, we've got the drones, we've got the utility to deal with this, and instead it's down to Besiktas just to literally get these gunfights and nothing else, because as soon as you think there's an angle that's safe, Sop is holding it, and if he's not, the rest of his team aren't far behind.
Yeah, the double from Dostan has kept them in this round, but he's only got 8 HP to try and find anything else. He gets another onto Fabian, but Sop's already in the back lines. And with him seized, Dostan is on for the ace. He needs all 5. Sop denies him right at the very end. And once more, it is a sole ULF player left to tell the tale of their dominance.
It's all the difference. Besiktas keep seeing glory, and ULF keep ripping it away from them. Emo Val feels like such a long time ago now, ladies and gentlemen. It really does.
Look at this though, like Mercer getting absolutely abused on that extremity outside of A now. I don't know how many times Fabian's kind of just ran in there and made it his own.
Because he did the slide.
Exactly.
He did the slide.
Like,
yeah,
there has to be a little bit of a change-up. It feels a bit repetitive at points, I think, is the problem. And Besiktas just don't have the answer.
It's funny you say that because they should do here, right? A Viper's Pit that's very close up to you. You've got the Nightfall, you've got the Dimensional Drift. You have everything theoretically to shut down ULF on this hole, to get yourself onto the A site without too much of a struggle. But ULF have been so good at playing this beforehand, Hazza. Can you really count them out?
Yeah, Fabian's got a corner to play in as well, so he's actually dodged all of this in the meantime. Not get cleared. Fabian finds 2, make it 3! It's just criminal behavior. A pixel or so to play from, and he makes Besiktas pay the ultimate price. Now, Dosan does have the ult to try and get the spike back, but they're ready for him. Of course they are. All set up to strike with what is looking like double digits before this half ends.
Watch them run, and them is ULF with this potential map here and series to back it up. This was just beautiful. Echo sacrificing himself to build that confidence, to make Besiktas believe that they have that space, they have that control, and it was all for nothing. Those are the macros. Those are the small decisions, or the micros, sorry, the small decisions that really make a good team a great team, and ULF are showing how they are time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, your Fade player has a reveal, a Prowler, and still ULF unchecked, able to get so much value from just the Outlaw, the Punish purchase. Are only one back in the conversation. Besiktas have finally managed to find a way into ramp, and now Heaven control as well.
Still a lot more control, though. The actual site, importantly, not being controlled. You've got all of this kind of area in Heaven, but ULF, look at them, they're not moving yet. They don't need to until that spike goes down.
Well, they have Ordaz in mid, so they know that there's no way Besiktas could have run back around.
Yep. Oh. And that's it. And that's it. The movement from Fabian is enough. 10 and 2. And a big thing I have to call out, Influx, I'm sorry, but dying with the showstopper online for your last round of the half is an absolute dire occurrence.
Yeah, I mean, there was a few ults, I think, that didn't find any real value there from Besiktas, unfortunately. Now they come into a pistol round with it all to play for. Their pistols so far in this series have actually been pretty good, and as I said, the conversion thereafter. Only issue is you're now playing for survival in this upper bracket before getting sent to a different planet. You know, the alpha lower bracket on the other side of the bracket, I guess. I don't know. The two brackets, the opposite bracket, I don't know. Yeah.
The duo bracket is kind of my reference. Or if you've been following the kind of VCT style, we would be going from the heavy shields to the regen shields, because I still actually really like that as a defining system. I thought that was cute, so I'll happily kind of make that composition, that comparison again. But there needs to be a lot more of a comparison, and it needs to be down to Besiktas here on their defense to hold firm for basically 10 rounds on the trot, Hazza.
Yeah, I think from watching some of these rounds as well, it doesn't feel like ULF are doing anything that is revolutionary, anything groundbreaking. No. They'll be saving all of their strats for stage 1, I imagine, but they are getting away with a lot of ratty little positions and stuff, which in these super high pressure games where Besiktas are now trying to prove themselves, as ULF did on a similar path last year, they can get to you, you know? You overlook these sorts of things, but here comes the A execute, which could end it all. ULF on the attack, and Roni just about finds it.
And Influx manages to back up, though Neki falls and the damage is being done. Another one to add to the board. A flawless potentially online here. If it wasn't for the fact that Mercer had to reload, it would have been Besiktas, though, a 3k added on, and maybe almost hearing me critique your Rhea's influx going, fine, I'll get another showstopper just to hush the caster's mouth. And if you want to keep that up, influx, prove me wrong, I don't mind it.
Yeah, hey, it's going to take quite a lot of work for Besiktas to get back into this one, but they showed signs of it, signs of life on Pearl. Just the 7 rounds taken there. And going to need more than 7 rounds to push this one all the way. As we said before, their anti-ecos have looked pretty good. And yeah, I think that is definitely helped in part by the fact that Wezi is on this Marshall, and we've not seen any kind of investment from ULF in these usually.
Thankfully. Oh my days, and look at what it is back yet again. It's the Viper being pushed by the defensive side. It's a story that we've heard throughout this entire map. It's just the names are flipped, and Besiktas adding a very comfortable second round onto the board for themselves, but they're not out of the woods yet, not even close, because ULF have really shown, as you can see from the history of the rounds, as soon as their buy is unlocked, they don't really stop.
Yeah, I mean, for a team which is here on tiebreakers, Besiktas obviously have a lot less experience than their counterparts, Misa. So this is where you build it. This is where you start to prove yourself and cut your teeth. Clash as an additional tournament for them to do so. 3 Bulldogs, Phantom in the mix on this bonus round of sorts on the defender's side, and you can actually see that partnership of the duelists out in mid nice and early. Was he looking for info on the TP? Not sure if he actually managed to get what he was looking for there, at least not deep into market.
I thought he was looking at sewers, to be honest, maybe.
Yeah, no, I mean, he was, right? But there are players here still orbiting, and so Influx is left to hold it solo.
Can he do it? Because it's kind of necessary that he does, right? It very much is down to this Rhea's utility, and so far it's doing a decent job. It's keeping Influx alive, and the timer's still ticking down, but ULF are just kind of prepping for this execute.
Yeah, looking to split the focus a little bit here. You've still got Neki through middle with those, well, he's out of Prowlers, but any kind of a distraction would be a good one at this point in time. Kill through the smoke, nice from Dawson. Now Neki looking to try and take that timing on the chin, drops in and doesn't find anything. It is all Besiktas at this point in time. In this passage of play, they take the bonus.
Okay. Okay. all of a sudden, you answer back like that. ULF now on a lower buy. Besiktas very much starting to get themselves comfortable. The ultimate's even coming online. Docent gets himself that from the shadows kind of early on. It's not the strongest ultimate in comparison to some of the other possibilities, but gets the information there, potentially gets a reset for Besiktas if the opener of the round doesn't quite go their way. And with a lower buy from ULF, it would be a miracle here for Besiktas to kind of lose this round. Unfortunately, miracles seem to be the way of these series at the moment.
Mercer pushing the smoke, finding 2 on the spray. And I mean, ULF immediately sent packing. What do you do with a round like this? That was the question that got asked to them many times on their attack side. It would be fair to say, because ULF showed a lot of aggression. This a little different, but Mercer just getting payback, I think, for however many times it happened to him instead.
And, I mean, off the back of that, what really happens, right? Yeah, there you go. Influx holds the angle, gets another one, makes it a second, makes it a third. Oh, beautiful stuff. Resprays the bodies again, make sure your opposition is dead, but the showstopper's about to come back online here, and Influx 12 and 10 now. A much nicer looking scoreline was initially kind of living at the bottom of the scoreboard, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, all of these body sprays, man, it's like watching 2023 Demon 1, but
yep,
less standing on tables and more just standing on a lead right now. That's what ULF are trying to do. Break down the play a little bit here with a timeout of their own. And that will be the same kind of timing, I think, really, to what we saw in the last map, right? It got to about this point. They called a timeout and then very easily closed things. I think it's a good time to talk about the coaching staff, actually, because Afro was brought back into this team to the surprise of quite a few people in removing Vlad, but he's been part of this project, working away in the background for a very, very long time. Also super involved with a lot of the scouting for these players, so has a strong connection with them and should know what is required to right the ship here.
Definitely should do, and this is the thing though, right? If it doesn't work out for ULF, because as you said, this happened pretty much beat for beat on Pearl, right? Like, Besiktas started to feel like they were coming back, the momentum starting to go their way. ULF called the timeout, and that was enough to stem the bleeding, to band-aid over the initial performance. However, I'm really liking the way Besiktas is playing this all of a sudden. Mercer off the back of that 2K. That's so aggressive! Okay. Yeah. Too aggressive, maybe.
Risky business. I can't vouch for that one, unfortunately.
No?
The Viper player with all of the toxins.
Yeah, okay.
Just solo contacting mid when you have a Yoru. And a raise.
Send Docent down there, honestly. He's been doing really good shooting whenever he's been needed.
That's your IGL as well. I don't know how that's going to look in the VOD review, but get to it when you cross that bridge, because ULF starting to find kills, so are Besiktas. Strong positioning here, and ULF are ushered away from the B side.
I mean, we mentioned that, right? But like, it's evened up again. It was very quickly evened up, answered back by Besiktas, and the use of the from the shadows there is actually forcing the kind of recommit. It's going back to B site. Beautiful use of the paint shells as well.
Yeah.
30 seconds and the spike still needs to go down.
Interesting bounce on the nade there, actually sort of dropped off the lip and made it really difficult for ULF to get in, but the plant comes through under rafters, and they have left Ordaz behind in the apartment block, but he's spotted by Docent.
And he takes him down. All of a sudden, the team's now reunited, 2 versus 3. A surprise operator, though, from Echo. It's a moment like this, the surprise factor. You've not shot this. You've not made your opposition aware that you are holding a gun like this. But the first shot, the only one that's going to land. And Besiktas 3 rounds away, arguably off of the back. And I say arguably in all caps, off of Mercer's push-up mid.
Sure. I don't have the sanity to try and argue that.
It's a human oil drone. It's a human oil drone.
Yeah.
And,
sure.
Mercer, yeah, it doesn't work out for Mercer. This shot as well from Sop, but then to be fair, actually, we're talking about it. Aroni gets this, and then you get the backup from Docent. I said this was someone to send down mid, and honestly, from their performance, I'm believing my own hype.
I'm also glad that Echo wasn't able to get away with a bit more there, because it's these cheeky little angles that have been punishing Besiktas all night long. That situation as well, not lending itself to the operator with the elevation change in rafters on the retake, and so here we are, ULF with pistols, looking like a 2-round gap unless something ridiculous happens. I won't hold my breath, but we will see. There's 4 players now congregating outside of A, with Ordaz trying to sell a fake with his global utility, 4 stars available.
Gate crash comes through, the Viper wall goes up. No one teleporting just yet though. Echo falls. Beautiful shot from the operator. Aroni, the double swing here. The damage done to Fabian. He takes down Sop instead. And yes, Aldaz, you answer back with a 1. Make it a 2, actually. The spike's still nowhere near you, though. Fabian's got a journey.
Hey, but he's quick, though.
He is quick.
Hey, Neon be damned, that boy can run, so he'll be there soon.
You've been spotted out, though. It might not be enough.
If only she could plant the spike. Ordaz is healthy. Cosmic Divide fancies his chances here. It's a showstopper that's going to creep in from the garden. Fabian all but dead in this situation. Aroni should have a free kill, and he is going to find it. So only Ordaz remaining, and he's been cleared out from the corner as well. All right.
Okay. Suddenly I'm sorry, I don't want to harp on about it, but objects in the mirror are closer than they seem. This is how quickly comebacks can occur. We were... Okay, maybe not writing off Besiktas, but we were saying that ULF were just really showing the prowess on Split. We were saying that they were making this a masterclass, but Besiktas have hung on, clung for dear life, survived some ultimates that maybe they shouldn't have, and this probably is the round. This is the difference maker with the ults that are online. Has it could be everything.
Ordas investing the Cosmic Divide there isn't going to look any better in retrospect, but you have to give credit to him fancying his chances. This has now been 6 consecutive rounds that we've seen from Besiktas, and it's a little quick pump fake towards A, actually. Use of the Dimensional Drift with a TP, and just like that, Sops in the backline, flash, stun, you're as good as dead. The entries which ULF were hoping for, Wessie finds a slip in between all of it, but just can't find the kill. And gets made to look silly for it as well.
The spike is ticking as well, so it's a 2 versus, make it a 3. It's a 2 versus 3 here. Blindside still online for Sop, and it is just this flash. We're probably going to see how strong Yoru can be, unless a whiff of centuries, a whiff of millenniums has suddenly put Besiktas online. Is suddenly made it a 1-round difference. How have ULF let that away?
Yeah, I was just waiting to come in and say, Necky's there as the late win condition. You know, there's no way that they're going to lose this. He's clearing out through mid, no problem. The timing is a bit off in the end. Besiktas very quick on their retake. And should be doing better there, ULF.
Oh, I mean, if you're an ULF fan, absolute heartbreaking. There is no other way to describe it. But if you're someone like me that just prefers to see more Valorant, hell yeah.
Especially in a 4 versus 2 as well. I get that there was some health there, but it's just crazy. And then Necky can't get to the angle in time.
Cinema.
ULF still have a buy. They have ults of their own to use here, but if Besiktas are able to pick this up, then map might just be theirs for the taking. Ball in their court. Fabian looking for a slam dunk here with an ult of his own, but Wessie is there to cover the back of Mercer before popping into his own ult and then eventually trying to get in the grill of everyone here on site. All peeking out from spawn, another missed shot. ULF will be happy for that at the very least, as Influx is trying to encroach on position as much as possible. It's a satchel in with the shorty in hand, and now the spike plant is restricted. Wessie has this one under wraps, or so you'd think. He's missed, but Influx won't. A transfer to take them to 10.
This was over rounds ago, and the script was flipped. The script has been absolutely flipped. A dominant, a statement of pure and utter defiance brings us to double points. 10-10 equalized half. However many rounds that is in a row, I don't believe we've seen Besiktas lose one this half. It's pretty close.
Oh man. ULF with another timeout. 10-10. The last one they called at 10-6, and that's where we were thinking, okay, the ball's in their court now. They just close this out, right? But Besiktas finding success. It's through their team play. It's in these retakes, and also big hero moments, actually, where we said they didn't have anyone to rely upon before. I'm looking at Influx. I'm looking at Aroni. It's been this duo, really, that have starred in anything spectacular that we've seen from their team so far this evening.
Some time to come online really is. I mean, you want to come online as quick as possible, of course. You want to go into every series locked and loaded, but sometimes that just isn't the case. Sometimes you just need that little bit of time, and Influx uses that to perfection. The showstopper online, the worst performing for Besiktas, and it wasn't kind of close. Like, Influx was pretty comfortably at the bottom. Now 19 and 10, meeting Sop and Fabian at their own game. Equalized scoreline, and anything could happen.
And the world is their oyster. Influx sinking. Or ULF sinking, I should say, with every passing moment. This was a nice little fake towards A ramp. Managed to get in B, should be a plant here. Echo has the ult and wastes no time in using it. Whereas he has a shorty and following the terror trails, could be in for some success and is. Picks off Ordaz, still the pit will persist, and Echo's doing absolutely everything within his powers to make sure that ULF do not let this one slip.
Oh, I don't think they can, right? Wesley, the Outlaw cannot do that much damage, unfortunately, for it. I mean, I do say that. Echo and Sop both died of one bullet, but the spike needs tapped, this utility needs survived, and Wesley just cannot quite do it all. So ULF managed to stem the bleeding. A beautiful fake that really sold what their potential could be, and Besiktas, I think, just bit a bit too early.
Yeah, look, it's a couple of times now where ULF have found value from a quick little fake like that. On this occasion, though, they go the full 9 yards, and with the idea in mind that Echo could use the ult there on site, it's actually outside of it with the Guardian where he was playing around and finding the most success when the numbers looked like they were starting to dwindle. Timeout called on a reverse. Besiktas checking back in with their own coaching staff here. And, well, I mean, it's hard to say what went wrong there, really, because I think ULF just played a very good round.
I think it was just genuinely down to kind of one of those decisions at the start of the round, and it just kind of meant one way or the other. It either went Besiktas' way because they were able to deal with that kind of fake and then the lurks to the other extremities, or it went ULF's way because exactly of what we've just seen, just that control of the map. And I want to kind of point out, it was 8 rounds to break the streak. ULF had to really come back there, and 4 diffuses back to back. Besiktas, they seem to have the retakes kind of on lock, and maybe that's what you're thinking about if you're ULF. You can clearly fight them if you just take gunfights. That's how you won your last round. So we might see that considered a little bit more.
Yeah, I think also as well, I'm preferring it when Neki is playing with the rest of the pack, actually.
Yeah.
Making sure his utility has value. A couple of these lurks through middle late haven't really been turning up with as much as you want, especially as the Fade player. That's not really a common choice. Proactivity in mid here from Besiktas, and Fabian is just hung out to dry. Neki is way too late on that second peak. And it ends up making it a 5 versus 3. Have a little bit more money available to them here, and actually Sop is set up to find Wezzy even if he TPs.
The Yoru, oh, he just walks through the flash. He is actually undisturbed in any way. Sop has now been given this angle. The flick is not good enough. The shorty, though, no matter what damage it is, as long as those pellets hit.
Ordaz?
Oh, he gets there, but he doesn't know. He does not know, and that's the spike, Hazza.
Yeah, and I think that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back, unfortunately. It actually looks like Sop is going to be able to get the spike back. And if he can buy enough of a distraction or maybe set up a flash, no, he blinds Echo, and the 2 players returning to the roster can't rectify the situation. 11-all, and while there's still cash in pocket for the attack, chance is starting to run out here. I say cash in pocket, they're looking like they might be going for broke.
I was going to say, I think you might need a little bit more of a loan. The credit card's really starting to kind of hit their limits here off the back of this economic damage. Sop here, the shot is close, no cigar, able to at least bring up the frag, but it's this, right? Mercer has been struggling with this kind of lurk control, right? We've been seeing him dealt with quite handily back whenever ULF were on the attack, or ULF were on defense, and speaking of a defense, Mercer has just evaporated from the round.
And some clever purchasing power from ULF has allowed them to get this off in play and actually have a set of rifles to build around it as well. Echo looking to just scale up here as Sop is holding the line, waiting for anyone that wants to push back into him, and is successful in finding not just one, but a second on top of that as well in the exchange. Third for him in the round. Gets away with the spike, collects the information in tow, set up now for a B post plant.
Oh, Aroni, the timing could have been everything, but instead, just a tragedy. And because of this, Wezzy, stuck with the operator, can't really afford to go and try and salvage any guns here, has to take it, and has to fight for OT here. ULF one more round away after this spike pops, taking another series 2-0.
Yeah, you can see what Besiktas wanted to try and do there, and look, any gun other than an op is your first contact. Maybe there's a chance that that works out way better for them, but I mean, the way that Sop had positioned himself is brilliant. Besiktas should have been aware of the possibility that they brought one out, but you just don't see it often. It fits Yoru so nicely, though, in terms of how maneuverable he is. And there's just not enough left for them to marshal the situation. ULF, at the very least, will be getting one series point here. Dante. 2 rounds out of the last 3. They've left it incredibly late. Like the gifted student that always does the homework the night before.
Yeah, and then you burn out when you kind of get through mid-game. I know that feeling well, but with one round as the difference maker, there could be burnout. There could be one last ditch effort. We've got, you know, strats here that maybe haven't been found out. I mean, Besiktas could bring out something. We talked about split specifically. It's these kind of tight, ratty angles that can make and break a team. And Echo falling that early on, that certainly, maybe not made BJK, but they look a lot more comfortable.
That they do. Reposition from Mercer as well, giving up vents and holding on from Mail now. Tied at the hip with Dawson, both of them here, guarding the smoke. 3 players on the ULF side, crossing behind the recall, and sets up Fabian to find his first 4-on-4 situation. And as ULF try and hit the brakes real quick towards the B side, they're suddenly made a quick pivot towards A, and this is where the problem comes, because it's only Influx here. TP has to come in from Dawson, tries to set it up, and in fact there is a smoke now for Influx to try and play in. 3 kills out of him, make it a 4th! And so we will head to overtime, and it's none other than Influx again to be the driving force behind this Besiktas team.
Look at how close the performances actually are, though. Mercer's down at the bottom. There's still 12 kills, 13 between him and top performance, but he's done his job. He's made it work. And the From the Shadows, by the way, excellent use against of your opposition's Cosmic Divide. The From the Shadows means you don't get the audio cue that someone is suddenly in screens. Docent uses that to perfection.
It's also the paranoia right off the back of it as well, like the utility, the support that Docent was able to provide. It's huge, and all of a sudden we're seeing 2 teams pitted against one another that feel equal in firepower. Kind of game that we'd wanted to see right from the outset, but ULF bringing that initial confidence, looking to see if it's going to be enough to drag them over the line here as well. Wezzy on form now against his former team. Quick double, and that has put them in front for the time being.
Spike plant.
The spike plant as well, playing around elbow so nicely. Wezzy cannot get the shorty though. It was really kind of required to get that frag. It would have kept the positioning, it would have kept the space here a little bit more comfy for the side of ULF, but now or for the side of BJK, sadly, the overlay not quite flipped over, so they'll have to do that mental gymnastics and the adjustment for us, ladies and gents. But the swing gonna come through. Aldaz is good, disrespects the operator. The shorty at this angle's not gonna be enough. ULF walk in clean.
Yeah, it's a really nice retake. The patient play as well, after that molly and Astra stun hit the corner, knowing that you can't sit in the full duration of the molly, although it does do way less damage than the others. Clearing out all of the corners, then setting themselves up for a successful retake. Really well played from ULF. Now they go over to the attack side for what is their second series point.
We might be having to learn to count from one. We may not have a stopping point here. Wesley, they're getting cleared out perfectly. That shorty could have been the beginning of the end for ULF, but then that single frag puts them right back into it. 13-12 now. Besiktas needs to do something, and ULF might already have started the end.
Marching forwards, Na'Vi waiting ahead of them in the bracket, and with every passing moment it feels like that game is fated to happen. Neki now leading the hunt for ULF, where the first couple of games for him in kickoff didn't look too strong. He really turned up as the matches went onwards, and here, when it's asked of him to bring his team into the home and dry, he steps up to do it. 3 from the captain to close it out. 14-12 overall. ULF moving forward in the Omega bracket.
Very, very nicely answered back, and a heartbreaking showing, really. Besiktas looking clean, looking solid, and you can kind of see, you'll get to see in the stats later, ladies and gents, but I mean, it's a close kind of grouping for a lot of these players, kind of like 5 or 6 kills being the difference between your 8th performance and your 2nd best performance. I mean, people were showing up in all moments.
Yeah, no, they were, and look, even Neki getting a little something, a souvenir there to take away from this series where, like I said, it wasn't the easiest of times for him, at least after the first map, but him, like everyone else on ULF, should be regarded as a player with huge potential, not just mechanically, but with the game knowledge as well, of course, as the in-game leader. Having a fragging IGL is huge. Not going to get it every match. Sometimes you do just need that emotional voice that can help get you through, and that's what we end up with. I think when it comes to like first bloods for the majority of this series, ULF looked on top in that department. We saw a bit of a shift in the end for Besiktas, and that was what got them their foot in the door. I have to say it's commendable for them to bring it back from the position that it was in, from a 9-3 half to forcing an overtime, but not enough. And look, we'll see what they can do in the lower bracket.
Yeah, we will. We absolutely will. But for the time being, everyone, that is actually going to be ourselves for the day. A quick 2-0 for both series, but we wouldn't let you kind of go away on just your own. So we'll throw it back one last time to our lovely analysts to give you the rundown and give you everything to look forward to. But until then.
Thank you so much, Aza and Dante, for the commentary of this whole night. It was an amazing show that we shared together, and this is the end for tonight. ULF finally beat Besiktas after a very difficult split. What happened? They had this game in their hand.
I mean, at first, the ULF were winning 10-2. They gained a little bit of momentum. Not a little bit, honestly. It was a huge momentum for Besiktas. But it's just, ultimately, it just came to a certain moment where there were heroic plays, and there were moments where a lot of ratty, as the casters say, a lot of ratty corners that Besiktas had to endure. And that was kind of a shaky first half for them. So, but ultimately, it's just they kind of gained the momentum back, and they adapted once again. It's kind of like a deja vu from the first map for me.
Yeah, definitely. I think ULF were so strong on the defense. They had 10-2. I think we all thought that this game was done and dusted, but no, Besiktas fought so hard, and I'm actually so impressed. We talked a little bit about the Turkish talent, but Influx, my God, is definitely one of them. He's 17 and he played so well, and I love the confidence that he has. I think we can almost feel his youth by how fearless he's playing. He's just moving forward, trying everything, pulling out the shorty. Insane gameplay from Influx.
That's true. We've seen a lot of good plays from both teams. I had hope. I was really kind of rooting for Besiktas to see them on third map. But it was just single moments where SOP picked up the up, even on overtime, that kind of they stumbled once again. This is why I kept on saying like deja vu for Pearl map, because they still had a problem with the op and they still didn't know how to deal with the op, even though some rounds they were mistakes from for example Mirza, where he peeked mid and it was an over peak and he was punished for it and there was no chance for them to trade. So small rounds like these kind of accumulated together for them to lose a couple of rounds.
Yeah, and I think we see the experience of ULF, the way that they managed to pick the game up at the very end. It was a bit difficult, they had to go to overtime, but they managed to take the win and close this in a 2-0. I think this is definitely the experience talking, because they were so behind 8 rounds in a row on the side of Besiktas. They managed to equalize the score even though they were down 2-10. And you find the spirit, you find a way to actually came back. I think this is some kind of nuts speech level that must have happened on the side of ULF.
That is true. The mental reset that happened, them winning round by round when the second half started, it was amazing to see. And the way that they played together and their utility layering when it comes to retake, it had its impact. This is how they managed to get to OT, but it's just somehow again it's like a button that ULF activated and they just put the op back again and they just won the next 2 rounds, and that's unfortunate. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of good plays and I'm seeing a lot of kind of adaptation from Besiktas, the total opposite of what I've seen on Pearl, and I was hoping that we could see at least a 3rd map from them.
I think definitely in the rest of the tournament, they could continue their road. They will go to the lower bracket of Omega bracket, and they will face the loser of Focus Vitality. So maybe they have a chance there, and we will see them a little bit more. Let's look at the scoreboard. We can see that SOP definitely was amazing on this Yoru. A lot of plays. We've seen how well is using the utilities from this agent.
That is true. SOP made Yoru look really good. Alongside, to be honest, I want to highlight a little bit on Influx as well. The whole team, it just felt like both teams were present. All of the players were present. The scores are kind of really close to each other, so I'm not gonna be able to highlight like a certain player or anything because it was such a close map.
Definitely, and another thing that is not necessarily seen on the scoreboard is how well Audaz played the anchor on this B side. He was really maintaining the space, and you know, with Astra, you don't really have a way out. So if you commit, you commit. And still, he managed to stay alive for so long every round. And the more the attack side, the first half went on with Besiktas on attack, and the more they leaned towards A, because it felt like B with Audaz was such a fortress. He played really well anchor on this side.
True, the way that he played around his anchoring smokes, he was allowed to be sneaky all the time, getting the picks that he needed, making the attackers like kind of spawn from different places with his anchor smokes, not expecting where he is, and that was a huge point for them on B side. You're absolutely right on that.
Also, he made several plays with the Cosmic Divide, which is also good to be noted, because I think this Astra was definitely a huge victory factor, even though his ACS is less than the Duelist, obviously. But yeah, he definitely had a huge impact.
Yeah, and the way that SOP was playing, there was this one round on defense where SOP was playing around the Cosmic Divide and like flashing off of the Cosmic Divide. It was just, to be honest, I enjoyed that moment very much. And it wasn't just Audaz, it just felt like the whole team was playing together, to be honest. And playing around each other's utilities even more. The way that SOP was collectively playing with Fabian on stuns along with your ult, that allowed them a lot of winning duels because of the utils that they kept on using together.
There was a lot of team play, yes, for ULF, and this is already what we've seen on Pearl, where they were so close in terms of kills. I think this is definitely a strong point for this roster, is that it looks like there is a very good synergy, and this is definitely something that you really need when you're playing a team game. You need your players to want to play together and to act as a team, because having a star player is good, but having a team that clicks is definitely better, and this is what will bring you to victory. I'm really looking forward to see the full roster. We know that Eco now can play on the main event, but for SOP, I think he has to wait a little bit more, so we'll see in the future.
Definitely, and I'm seeing the way that Besiktas kept on playing. Honestly, I look forward to the next game. I expect them to be even... I've seen them a little bit shaky today, I'm not gonna lie. But I've seen them also adapt throughout split, and that was actually impressive. The way that they mental reset and the way that they pushed it from 10-2 to an OT, that was really impressive. So I think that we're gonna be seeing a bigger progress on their next match.
Yeah, for Besiktas, I think so. This is interesting because the teams really struggle both on attack. I talked about how Hodaz was this anchor for the B side, but the rest of the team also was really solid. And it's funny because both are playing double duelists, so we would think that it would lean more towards attack, but in the end they really were making the difference in the defense. And I think what maybe made ULF win is that when they were on the attack, at the end, they managed to find a solution. Like they really struggled for 8 rounds, not knowing what to do against the defense of Besiktas that was very aggressive though. So really using this double duelist, and they started making simple yet effective fakes that worked, and this is what allowed them to take these 2 rounds and go to overtime, just to buy a little bit of time so that they close out. And in the overtime, they really were confident. The last round, they were rushing toward Besiktas. I think they knew that they had it.
It's not just that, it's just the way that they controlled the flood in sight on the last round. They just said everything. They kind of gained the confidence. They wanted to close it, and you could actually see the passion within them to finish this map, not allowing Besiktas to win any more rounds.
Yeah, they want to preserve their honor as a tier 1 team, definitely. So this is it for the matchups for today. We have, I think, no, Enterprise and Stallions is not finished yet. There is one map for Enterprise, but we're still waiting for the winner, so there is still this little question mark. But the rest of the bracket is ready for tomorrow. We will open at 7 p.m. CET with Navi, ULF and Giant versus the loser of Enterprise, the winner, sorry, of Enterprise Sports and Stallions. And at around 9 CET, we will continue with Carmine FUT and Vitality Focus. Is there maybe one matchup that you're really looking forward to?
I am definitely looking forward for KC versus FUT. I mean, with FUT's composition changes, I'm interested to see what they're cooking for us on the next match against KC.
What's interesting, I'm not sure Carmine faced FUT in the kickoff, actually. Yes, no, I said yes, it's a revenge, that's what I said. So this is the opportunity for FUT to actually take this revenge. So this is, I agree, going to be very interesting. We will have 2 matchups, challengers against VCT EMEA again. So Vitality Focus and Giant X and the other team. This is also going to be interesting because I think Vitality Focus is going to be a very difficult one. Definitely Vitality looked good in the kickoff.
They did. They looked terrifying. With Yampi being a duelist, it was a shocker for me when I saw that. So I don't know if they're gonna change again their composition or something else. But I'm very excited to see Yampi on a duelist again. It's a great change, and the team is playing, and you could see them they're vibing together, and they're actually having fun together. And their synergy between each other is really scary good. But I expect no less than the competition that we had today from challengers teams. Honestly, they're scary and they're really good. So I expect a good game, just as good as today's.
I agree. Definitely the teams from Challengers look really, really good. I think maybe this tournament is going to be a bit short, but giving a bit more time, they would definitely be the real competitors. There is a lot to offer in this tournament, so this is going to be amazing. ULF and Navi also is a new thing because they never faced them, so this is going to be a fun one. And just to close the day, because we have to close at one point, we have the result of the second clash that happened earlier today. So FUT won. I believe FUT is the Frenzy play.
Of course, how can you forget the Frenzy ace? I mean, it was bound to win. I'm not surprised, to be honest. It was such a great play by Mr. Fallen, and I'm not surprised, to be honest. It was a good one.
It's definitely gonna be difficult to beat because this is an amazing play. It's been all over the internet and everyone is afraid of Abyss now because of this. So let's see what Carmine will have to offer. We'll see this later in the tournament. But this is it for today. I think this is the end. We had such an amazing night tonight. So many amazing maps and matchups. So many close games. We went to overtime several times. It was really one of a day. A perfect way, actually, to launch the tournament.
It's true. We've seen the teams literally clashing against each other, and it was interesting to see Challengers teams versus EMEA teams. I'm loving the concept, to be honest, and I'm enjoying watching especially the Turkish teams like shooting bodies against each other. The games were close, and I'm not surprised. And I expect like the teams that lost today in the lower brackets, I think they're gonna be doing really better on their next matches.
I agree with you that I was really looking forward to seeing JobLife, obviously, but the clash between the Turkish team was something else. I really enjoyed this matchup. It was amazing to see, and actually, part of me is wishing that I would be Turkish, so this would be my national league, because this is really a different kind of play. It's such a good Valorant to watch because they're trying action that are very explosive, very aggressive. They play with so much confidence. I know that being a little bit more structures can make the difference, but to watch as a viewer, this is such entertainment.
That is so true, and I've said this before. The way that I love seeing, like, the way that I would say that this is a great game is those chaotic rounds where you see nothing makes sense. Like, I had a lot of question marks watching the games today, and those question marks kind of moments, those are the fun parts for me to watch as a viewer, to be honest.
I agree. So this is it for today, but we will see you tomorrow. We will see the matchups between VCT EMEA and Challengers once again. So this will be Giants against either Enterprise or Stallions Esports, depending on who wins this matchup. And at the end of the night, we will follow Vitality versus Focus. This one, we really look forward. This is going to be an amazing day. Thank you, everyone, for being here today with us and following the tournament. This is the meeting is tomorrow at 7 p.m. CET, so be there. We are waiting for you.
Nothing was meant to meet. Distance kept things apart. This is the moment where everything shifts. What are you afraid of?
Looking at the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं आता है तू ना करीब तू बेटी चीप जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप better believe you're gonna bleed pick up a seat get your team I'm the king of kings brother in arms in a battle you all gonna die if you act like a vandal bring the realm to reality from every angle this is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world I am a Raja I am the Raja भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना Cause I am the Raja 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 Look at my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average man I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche Should've been about us traveling अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं टरेंचुला ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खो दिया तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां चंद्रगुप्त में मौर्य या किला तू लोरियां come to me and you just gonna die that's really a given I am invincible and you are invisible see that's really a difference get out of my way I'll leave the world the choice is yours I don't kill my enemies I play with them that's what the toys are for from Mumbai to the rest of the world